Hello, everyone. I have David Block with us today, which I'm so excited about. David is here and he's going to be doing an extended presentation of the original that was published on Eon Byte called Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. On that presentation, he wasn't able to complete the entire thing. So today, David is going to present the entire thing. David, we are so excited to have you on here and honestly can't wait to get into this. Thought you might want to just give a little bit of an intro for everyone.
Thank you, Lauda. Nice to be with you again. It was a long time since we were together. Time just fly by, and yeah, we were supposed to do a third part, and we talked about method, and
Mhm.
maybe we can do it later on,
Would be
uh,
great.
so we can concentrate how to get out of our situation as well. And I will talk about it in this presentation in the end of it. So because it's important for me to also talk about solutions and not only the problem.
Mhm.
Um, and there are solutions to our problem and to our situation. And that's the most important part for me. Uh, my name is David Block, and I'm an esoteric practitioner, a left-hand path practitioner. And sorry to say, the left-hand path have had a bad rap, and maybe because you can use it for different reasons. You can do it for egoistic goals, but you can also do it for the best for the human race, humankind. And I'm of course into that route. I want to have an impact on the human race, a positive one, even though my message is a little bit hard to take in. Uh, in order to get out of our situation, we have to face the darkness, the unconscious side of ourselves, and that's not always pleasant. It's not pleasant at all, but that's the method. That's what we have to do.
I just have a question about the left-hand path. In origin of how the left-hand path was used in the past,
Hmm.
was it used more positively, and has it been basically these elite families that have taken that and used it negatively?
Yeah, from the beginning, it was a positive thing, according to me. The information, the knowledge have been distorted. Uh, it comes from according to me, it comes from Atlantis. It's really that old. But most people start in India with the Varma Marg, and the Varma Marg was a lot about tantric sex magic, trying to awaken the Kundalini and chakra system. That's the main part in the left-hand path still. It's the chakra and Kundalini work. People believe it's the cliphotic tree. The cliphotic tree is also a huge thing in the left-hand path, but I would say that the most important part is the Kundalini and chakra work to awaken the chakra system and awaken your third eye to be able to pierce the veil, to pierce the illusion, to see into the metaphysical. And then you can start to work with the cliphotic tree. And what I think has happened is that this esoteric method, left and path, was a big was divided up between different countries. India got the Tantra, the Kundalini, the chakra work, and we in the West get the uh, cliphotic tree from Sumer and Babylon.
What's the difference?
Yeah, the cliphotic tree
Mhm.
uh, or difference between what, Laula? Sorry.
Well, what's the difference between the tree versus the in what India and how India is using it with
Yeah,
the Kundalini?
yeah, good question. So. if you can awaken yourself and see through the illusion with only chakra and kundalini work, you can go very far with it. And I'm sure you can have wonderful results. But according to me, if the Cliff 43 is missing, you miss one part of the method. So for me, we start with the Kundalini chakra work, and then we go over to the Cliff 43 and continue the work there. So for us in the modern left-hand path, we start with the Kundalini chakra, but that's not the end of it. We continue on with the Cliff 43. And of course, after Cliff 43, we continue on with like soul travel and out of body experience.
So what does the clifortic tree do? What's the practice of that?
Yeah, so the Cliff 43 is a huge thing. Uh, One purpose is to go into your unconscious and to unlock different programs within us who are programming us from the background, but we don't see it, we don't understand it. So it's there and animate us and animate our behavior. And if you don't are not aware of it, you cannot do anything about it. You don't understand why you behave in a certain way. Maybe it's a memory from maybe it's an accident when you were 2 years old, or a big thing happening to you when you were
Mhm.
2 years old that are stuck within you. And the memory of that is, of course, gone. But through the Cliff 43, you can take back the memory of it, and then you can do something about it because now you can see it.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's one part of it. And when you start to go up in the tree, let's say to the second Cliffa Gamaliel, we work a lot with lucid dreaming. So we use dream time to unlock things within us to go within, or to have dreams you can control and extract information from. So you can go into different realms and different uh, spaces.
And your belief is that this goes back to Atlantis.
I really do. I
Mhm.
think maybe in a different way, but I think they had similar methods you can call left-hand path methods during that Atlantis period of time. And sorry to say, as you said, Laura, there were forces who started to misuse this knowledge for selfish purposes. And I will talk about that today. I really understand if people are like feeling scared or from the left hand path. And I try to take it back because I think people have kidnapped that method, and they have created something that it should not be. Should be to empower yourself, to the power back into yourself. And free will is at stake, because if you don't know what's program you from behind, then you lose your free will and you become like a android.
Mhm.
We have to take that back, and we have to find our own self true will, our daimon or higher self, the part of us who haven't been born in matter but exist on a higher plane and therefore haven't been programmed in matter. Now we have to transcend matter to find that diamond, that higher self, to integrate it with us, to find the real authentic you who are unspoiled by this fallen reality we are living in.
Mhm.
And the Cliff 43 is one way to transcend that material realm. Now, the material world doesn't have to be evil or negative. It is what it is. But according to me, there is a force that has put us down in matter, or try to control us in matter, and they are in charge of matter for now. Therefore, they have made it harder for us to transcend matter, to keep us down, to keep us in matter, and therefore control us, uh, because we don't know who we are, the
Mhm.
highest self aspect of us.
Do you think that this method also alters the DNA so that you're able to get back some of the metaphysical abilities that have been purposefully um, edited out of our DNA or kept dormant through various types of hijacking?
Yes, we can, and I will talk about it in the presentation because that's a very important part. We have 22 strands of dormant DNA.
Yeah.
The scientists call it junk DNA. It is not junk DNA.
Hmm.
You can ignite it, uh, and one way to ignite it is to go into the glyphotic tree and start to work and unlock or transform this programming within us and take back who we are. Then you will ignite the 22 strands of DNA. And I will even go so far to say that's the spark Lucifer gave us, or Prometheus stole the fire from the gods to give to the humankind. That's a spark that you can ignite your 22 strands of dormant DNA, and then you will get back these uh, spiritual methods
Hmm.
like soul travel, telepathy, all kinds of stuff that are dormant in us, but we can awaken these abilities through the activation of this dormant DNA and to transform our body. An alchemist
Hmm.
should say to transform lead into gold because you are gold, but uh, we are in a fallen state, sorry to say, but that's the we have to be very honest also and face it.
Hmm.
Then we can do something about our situation. The positive thing is that we can do something about our situation.
And through that process, where the 22 strands are waking back up, we regain more memory.
Yes, it's also a process. And this, through this
Hmm.
Cliff 43 and through this work, you will get back memories and collective memories and past history that is very hard to accept and take in.
Hmm.
So I will take you on a journey in this
Hmm.
presentation and take you back to Atlantis time, and I will show you what's going on there and why we are in the situation we are in now. Because this goes all the way to the Atlantis period. And there is a reason why they don't want you to know about the Atlantis period, because it's there we can start to take back our power. Uh, and I think you have to know what's going on and have gone on to understand what's going on today. And uh, and that's very important. So I will take you back to Atlantis, and it's very dark story, but we have to face it.
Do you think a lot of the people that are here today are the lineages, they are the actual genetic lineages of the Atlanteans?
Yeah, I think many of us who are interesting in this have started their work in previous lives. Therefore, you are drawn back to it. You search for where you finished the last time, so to speak.
Hmm.
And I'm sure that some of the souls come from all the way to Atlantis and
Hmm.
have been in there and in the war that
Hmm.
was going on there.
Hmm.
And I feel like a very old soul. I don't know where I come from, not yet. But many people I've talked to and have joined my courses and so on have memories from Atlantis. And uh, I've been shown scenes from Atlantis. So I think a lot of things gone on in Atlantis period of time, and I think um, some of us are from the Atlantis period for sure.
Do you think that the Watchers originated from Atlantis?
They are very, very old. these gods. It's our ancient gods,
Mhm.
Titans they were called
Mhm.
in Greek mythology. So they existed during the period of Atlantis
Mhm.
and even beyond. So they are
Mhm.
very, very old, some of these gods. Uh, and these gods, the Watchers talk a lot about Atlantis because that's a huge thing for them.
Mhm.
So when we communicate with the gods, with the Watchers, they talk a lot about what happened during Atlantis period, how we can rise up and take back
Mhm.
what is ours, why we are in the situation we are in, and it, it all started in the period of Atlantis. And that's the reason why it's important to understand, because I
Mhm.
mean, if you understand that, you will understand what's going on today. And that's the reason why they try to control the narrative, the history narrative, because they don't want you to go there. It's like Atlantis that didn't exist, it's a joke, it's a funny thing. It's absolutely not a joke, it's a very real thing. And more and more evidence points to that fact. Empirical, and we find more and more temples, buried temples, very old structures. They cannot explain it, but
Mhm.
it's there nonetheless. I mean, they
Mhm.
can try to
Yeah.
explain it away, but it becomes harder and harder for them. Uh, and this controlling of the history narrative from the scientific paradigm is like 10,000 BC. You lived in the cave and you were stupid and no interest
Mhm.
there. Don't bother. Look further back in time. Uh, the Christian religious paradigm, at least the Abrahamic religions, they were a lot of into the idea of creationists, like 6,000 BC, everything happened. Don't go back further than that. No need to do that. Everything was created 6,000 BC. There's a huge push to get us distracted, not to look further back in time than 10,000 BC. That's the wall, that's the limit. Don't go further than that. And there is a reason for it. There is a reason why they don't want you
Mhm.
to look
Well,
back.
and this is the reason why in schools and institutions and universities, when they teach you this ancient history and you're looking at Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal, or you're looking at
Hmm,
caveman, there's no explanation like how suddenly the world devolved to the place where it was rudimentary survival. And what
exactly.
landed these people in the caves to begin with? They were like
Hmm,
the survivors of a huge cataclysm.
yes.
Um, and then they had, you're starting right from scratch, but in the institutions, they don't teach it like that at all. It's
No,
crazy what they teach.
it is.
Um, what is your opinion about Mu at this
Yes.
time?
Yes. So the watch is talking about three periods of Atlantis.
Hmm.
And I think, I speculate a little bit here, but I think Mu was one of those uh, three periods of Atlantis, maybe the oldest one.
Hmm.
The first period of Atlantis, uh, you had another continent called Mu.
Hmm.
Then you had a second period, and the third period ended in a catastrophic situation. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about 10,000 BC.
Hmm.
Um,
Right.
so what the watch is saying now is that we are into the fourth turning. You can say that we are in the fourth period of Atlantis right now, if you want to.
That makes sense. We're
So
the
it's
result. We're the result of the cataclysm, but it's the same agenda. It's the same
yeah,
beings that are in control.
exactly.
Hmm. Hmm.
And the problem with this repeating, recurring thing is that it's like programming the human unconscious to repeat, repeat, repeat. It's like if you have a routine, you get up in the morning, you do your routine, you go to work. It's like you repeat this pattern, and as a collective
Mhm,
humanity, we seem to repeat these patterns of creation, destruction, destruction, and
mhm,
I think it's a force that use that to their own advantage and also try to control the narrative. Um,
mhm,
Right now, they want to control the destruction, so they know how to start the fifth turning or um, the fourth turning, depending on how you view it.
mhm,
So I'm sure there are some elite who prepare themselves for this apocalyptic time we are living in. And in many ways, it's very similar situation as in the last Atlantis period, the third one,
mhm,
the end of it. We are in the same situation,
mhm,
almost the same. The technology is different, but the agenda is similar and similar players at stage.
mhm. And are they doing the same thing as they did in Atlantis? Is their
Y-
aim to destroy so that they can build what they want?
yes, it is it's the same, and that's the dark truth. And I know people doesn't want to know about the really dark stuff going on in tunnels underneath us and so on, but there are a lot of things going on.
Mhm,
Exact similar things as in the last days of the Atlantis period, and the same agenda when we come to the human race. What they don't want you to know is that you can ignite your spark and take back your 22 strands of dormant DNA
mhm,
through your soul, through your spark, because then you will overthrow them. They cannot control you if you ignite. They know that, at least some of them.
mhm,
Uh, Therefore, they have the idea to take away the human spark, the human soul within us,
mhm.
and they do it through technology and stuff you can't talk about. I don't know if you can talk about it still,
No.
but you know what I mean. The agenda started 2020,
Mhm,
and the agenda was, of course, depopulation, but the 10% of humanity left. They didn't want them to have the spark, the soul, so they wanted to create an android race, an artificial human race. Uh, and this technology push to distort nature or to uh, create an artificial nature is a huge push right now.
mhm,
An artificial humanity they can control.
right.
The 10% that they want to keep
Yeah, as slaves.
as slaves.
Hmm. Do you think that there's any there are any of these elite family members that are actually trying to help us? Have you seen
That
any evidence of this?
that is a good question. What I have seen is that there are individuals from this family who breaks out from them, particularly, especially women, I would say. I personally met one, and they have been abused, and they have awakened, and they've taken back their power, and now they start to help humanity. So there are some who leaves the elite family and
Yeah.
get out of that situation,
Hmm.
and that's very good. And very hard to listen to their stories and to
Hmm.
understand that uh, for the most part it is a lot of truth in it. I'm sure there are some disinformant agents, disinformation as well,
Hmm.
but so you have to discern. But I heard many um, very truthful women and honest women coming forth, and some men as well.
Hmm.
Uh, and that's the information start to come out.
Mm,
And of course, it's a race. It's about time. It's a race about time. Uh, do we wake up, or
mhm,
do we allow them to put us down into this sleep mode, this artificial
mhm.
mood, this artificial life? Then they got us,
Right.
and they know that we are about to awaken.
Hmm.
Um, Through information and through method. We start to understand the game, we start to see through the illusions.
Hmm.
Um, and of course, they know that.
I'm reminded of the Enki and Enlil story, where
Yes.
Enlil wanted to destroy the entire population with a flood, which is the
Yeah.
Noah story. And
Yeah.
then Enki was trying to help humanity so that they wouldn't all be wiped out. And
Yes.
so you see this internal war between family, where one is
Yes.
just like absolutely destroy everything, and the other one does everything to just help. And so the story
Yeah.
goes, right?
Yes.
I think would you say it's the same family, if you will, that are in control and it's still the same dynamics happening? Or do you think that Enki, let's say whoever Enki is, lost the power and now it's under the domain of this Enlil?
Yes. I will talk about this in the presentation.
Okay.
You nail it, Lauda. But I have to answer your
Yeah.
question. Yes, you are absolutely onto something. And Enlil is Jehovah, uh, the God in the Old Testament,
Mhm,
and Jehovah wanted to drown humanity in water.
mhm,
But there are much more going on here than just drowning humanity in water,
mhm,
because Enlil didn't want to drown humanity like in the
mhm,
physical, but he wanted to drown humanity, what humanity is. And humanity is a body and a soul.
mhm,
So therefore, Enlil wanted to drown what humanity is. He wanted to drown the soul, to take away the soul, because Enlil didn't like the noise. We were
mhm,
given too much noise with soul travel, then we could go to different stars and dimensions. So he thought it was too much noise, too much going on.
mhm,
And of course, technology as well. It's too much noise. He wanted to put the humanity down. So send the flood and to take out humanity. Sure, people were drowning in like in body as well, but
mhm,
it's not. It's much more to the story.
mhm,
To drown what humanity is, to take away the soul, so we cannot soul travel, so we cannot rise up.
mhm,
Therefore, we become a slave under Enlil or Jehovah, without the possibility to rise up and take back what's ours. And water, the Hebrew letter for water is mem. So you have this memory, because in the mem, it means memory, nations, language. So to take away that from us, create this void
mhm,
from 10,000 BC to 5,000 BC. If I ask anyone what happened 7,000 BC, everyone is like, I don't know.
mhm,
No, nothing.
mhm,
But of course, it happens. A lot of things happen between 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC. But we talk for the most part about the Atlantis period. Hopefully, if you
mhm,
are not a scientist or blind, or we start 5,000 BC when the farming started in Sumeria, when
mhm,
the knowledge about farming came about from like hunting and gathering
mhm,
society. Of course, that's a lie. That's nonsense. But that's how they tell the story. At least they have an idea what happened 5,000 BC.
mhm,
But before that, it's a completely blank between 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC, like a memory loss, a memory blank, like
mhm,
nothing. And of course, to drown humanity is also to take away the language. And we are not only talking about a speaking language, but also a metaphysical language or a language uh, that can use as a method to transcend, like the Hebrew letters. It's also a mandala. You can use the Hebrew letters as a mandala. So it's a metaphysical language, not only a language that describe things in matter,
Mhm,
but it's a method as well.
mhm,
The same goes with the runes. You have the cuneiforms, you have the hieroglyphs from Egypt.
mhm,
That's more like a sigil, that's more like a metaphysical language.
right,
Because before we were more focused on the metaphysical than matter,
mhm,
even though matter was important as well. But language should also be used for metaphysical and goals.
mhm, right. So if Enlil is Jehovah, Enki is
Yes, some say it's like the devil, but I think that's a very simplistic
mhm,
explanation.
mhm,
So you have Enlil, Jehovah, uh, Enlil, and then you have Enki, and these family lines didn't like each other that
mhm,
much.
mhm,
And Enki was the god of magic and science.
mhm, mhm,
And in Greek mythology, he was Poseidon.
mhm,
And this is interesting, for now we come back to the water.
mhm,
So what are they talking about? Well, Enki was this science magic god who created the pyramids in Egypt. And under these pyramids, you have water.
mhm,
So they could pump up the water into the pyramids. And then they use this water. Then one method, there were many uses for these pyramids, don't get me wrong here. But one method was to lay in the sarcophagus in the pyramids.
mhm,
The water comes up and the water becomes charged with electricity or some kind of chemicals.
mhm,
Start to resonate, vibrate,
mhm,
and it shook loose your soul. So your soul left your body, and one of the shafts in the Great Pyramid is aiming for Sirius.
mhm,
So it shook loose your soul, and then you went towards Sirius, and Sirius is Enki star.
mhm.
So you could visit the gods, and you can visit the oneness, the amphibious creatures. They look like humans with fishes on.
Mhm, mhm, right.
Of course, there are spirits from Sirius you can communicate with.
Mhm,
But you can see this magic and science and Enki's technology in, for example, the nuclear plants. So, for example, if you have a nuclear plant,
mhm,
you have electricity. And
mhm,
of course, one of the purpose for the pyramids is creating electricity.
mhm,
So I argue that a nuclear plant is Enki's machine. And you get heavy water from nuclear plants, and they don't like us to use that because if you have heavy water, you can create atomic bombs, for example. And if you explode an atomic bomb, you also have plasma because it creates
mhm,
plasma, and it rip holes into the fabric of matter, so you can see stuff can come in from the metaphysical.
mhm, mhm,
And plasma, Joseph P. Farrell, in his book, The Demon in the Ekur, make a case that plasma can start to have intelligence. And he argued that demons, angels, and gods are really plasma. Therefore, through the Enki's machine, you have heavy water, and you can give birth to angels, demons, and gods. Therefore, he is the god of magic and science.
mhm,
And of course, it's a very powerful stuff because now we talk about a real uh, mighty God, uh, and he's into the other family line from Enlil. But Enki want to share this knowledge with humanity, and he want to upgrade humanity to be able to understand this process.
Mhm. Mhm.
And some say he's evil, some say he's good. It depends on, as always, who are using his knowledge for what purpose.
So in the biblical account where you see Jehovah, you also see Yahweh, and
Yeah.
you also see the Elohim.
Yes.
So I think these are obviously three completely different beings, right? The
Hmm.
Elohim, plural, um,
Hmm.
versus Jehovah and Lil and Yahweh. And who is Yahweh in your research?
Yes, that's a very good question. And some believe that Yahweh is Enki and Jehovah is Enlil.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the
That's,
Elohim, who are
I
them?
think, yeah, I think it's a very good question. Well, who are the Elohim? I would say they are probably lesser Anunnaki gods or angels. Uh, but it's a very good question. But if Yahweh is Enki, then you have a lot of evil thing going on with Enki as well.
Mm-hmm.
And some believe that Enlil and Enki is really uh, cooperating on a higher plane, but play this duality
Mm-hmm.
uh, onto the scene to control humanity. I don't know if that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, for the most part, I like to think that Enki is the good one of them. At the same time, I'm a little suspicious about, uh, you know, technology
Mm-hmm.
and temples and an elite priest class
Mm-hmm.
worshipping these gods because it's very easy to become corrupt or
Mm-hmm.
infiltrated, taken over, and suddenly start to use this information for nefarious purposes instead of good.
Mm-hmm. Well, who do you think the Elohim are working for?
Yes, that's a very good question. And this is a very, very complicated thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, if you go back to Sumer, I think you had Anunnaki gods for sure,
Mm-hmm.
real gods. They worshipped the gods. But also, I believe we have a surviving elite from the period of Atlantis. And they saved some technology from back then. They couldn't reproduce it, but they understood how to use it
Mm-hmm.
and how to maintain it. Now, if this elite humans wanted to control the rest of humanity, they sure they would convince them that they were gods.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a flying machine, if they had bombs, they can drop off
Mm-hmm.
on cities to scare people. If you don't follow me, if you don't listen to me, uh, I will blow up your city. Sometimes I think this Elohim can be a misunderstanding. Sometimes I think it could be an Anunnaki god under Enlil line, a lesser Anunnaki god.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they called a spirit Igigi
Mm-hmm.
in consumer. Maybe Elohim and Igigi is the same thing, but it's
Mm-hmm.
just different names for it. Lesser spirit who worked under the Anunnaki gods, the Igigi were. Um, but I also think there's a misunderstanding with some humans who pretend to be gods through technology to fool and deceive humanity to follow them or to worship them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, we had problems with an elite priest class. For example, if you had an elite priest class under Enlil,
Mm-hmm.
then it is the duty of the esoteric priest class to mimic the god or to act out the god's will on earth. as in heaven, so on earth,
Mm-hmm.
to become like the God you worship or to mimic that God's character and to act out his will in matter. So the humans become like the God's servants in matter to do their bidding.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it become very corrupt. And I think misusing of power was
Yeah.
rampant.
Yeah. In the biblical account, you see the Elohim that are in the flesh visiting
Yes,
Adam and Eve, like in the flesh.
yes,
So, and it's plural. It's more than one of them.
yes, yes.
Now, do you think that these Elohim are contacting people today?
Yes, what I think it is, I think Elohim are plasma
Hmm.
with in intelligence, and this plasma, I think people thought about them as angels before because they can take like physical form
Hmm.
in matter. They look like glowing and appear as an angel with
Hmm.
outstretched wings, but they are plasma
Hmm.
taking form and shape. So they are definitely kind of a spirit. So I think Elohim can be angels as well,
Hmm.
can be uh, different things.
Hmm.
And I'm sure they are here with us today
Hmm.
because if you go out, if you live in a good place, take
Hmm.
out your so like look out in heaven and you will see flickering
Hmm.
lights out there, and they are not planes because they go back and forth.
Hmm.
And if you have a good what do you call it?
Hmm. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you
So,
can.
I, I mean, I asked this question regarding them and regarding whether they're in communication because I think, and maybe to give a bit of context to everyone, that when I was 3 and 5, I had an experience with three
Hmm,
beings that were very white, almost like a sparkling uh,
yeah,
nature to their skin, metallic white hair, very long. They were absolutely in perfection in their features.
hmm,
Their skin and their hair, because it had that metallic white, it was almost like a shimmering glow, if you will, right?
yeah,
And I remember when I had the encounters, I didn't know anything about the Elohim, but it
hmm,
was in my consciousness that
yeah,
that's who they were,
yes,
right? And so there's an element of this when you go into the biblical account that they were beings in the flesh walking. They weren't like an
yeah,
angel looking.
no,
They were like these perfected beings.
yes, yes, and that's also a very important thing you mentioned now. Because, for example, the gods, the watchers claim that they have walked among us
Hmm.
as in flesh.
Hmm.
Therefore, there are more to them than just plasma.
Hmm.
There's more to this than you can wrap your mind around. Uh, can they like possess humans? Can they take them over? Can they take the form of a real human if the time is right? Like they lose their plasma
Hmm.
appearance and become exactly like us. Uh,
Hmm.
what you're describing there, Lauda, I think about the work Bill Duvendek made. He's a left empath practitioner, and he used the Nokia magic to get in contact with an angel family that has been like gone from the human consciousness for a long time. But he described these angels as metal angels. There were some cybernetic to them, like metal wings and
Hmm.
cybernetic
They
gadgets.
didn't have anything like that. They were completely imperfect. They just had a metallic, you know, when you look at
Skin tone.
the color of metal, it has that shimmer. They were
Yes.
very white, but it had
Yes.
that, like when you look at somebody's hair that's like a metallic white.
Mm.
But it's just really quite absolutely stunning. There was
Mm.
no metal in them at all, but it
Mm.
was like more of the hue, and they were
Mm.
very tall,
Mm.
slender, but the most perfect features. Very long hair,
Mm.
straight, and stunning, stunning eyes of a color blue I've never seen before.
Mm.
Um, yeah, they were just absolutely stunning. And I just always wondered because I had that consciousness, Elohim, and I didn't even know what that was.
It's just popped up.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I was, throughout my life from those encounters, I've been trying to figure out, well, why are they going to people and communicating with them? Who do they work for? What is the ulterior agenda,
Yes.
right? Like, what is going
Yes.
on here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are many different spirit families.
Yeah.
We have evil ones who want to see the human race crash and burn for
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some good ones. Uh, and what you
Yeah.
described can absolutely be what you called an Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the reason why I give you different
Mm-hmm.
options here is that sometimes they call them Igigi in
Mm-hmm.
Sumeria, and then they call them
Right.
Elohim somewhere else, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a very hard to follow sometimes and know exactly what we are talking about.
But it
And
could
that's
be
the
the same
problem.
thing.
It can be the same thing,
Mm.
can be the same thing, and
But
can
it
also
seems
be
like they need us. So this is what I
yes,
come back down to. It's like, why are these beings like, okay, so why are they going down to a child? Like the first time I was
yeah,
3, the second time I was 5. Why are they coming to a child on Earth? Like, so,
yeah,
and I know that they're going to other people, but what does that tell you? They
yeah, yeah,
need us.
yes, yes. They do. They do. And how I see it is that you have probably start your work in previous life with some esoteric method and transformation.
Mhm,
And they see you in your previous life that you work, you're in contact with these forces, maybe
mhm,
some spirits.
mhm,
And when you come back in this life, you have forgotten about
mhm,
everything.
mhm,
They show up when you're 3 and 4, not because they think you can start to do the work when you're that young,
mhm,
but when you're older, you remember what
mhm,
happened when I was 3 and 4. What was that all about? What did they want?
mhm,
And they give you clues like breadcrumbs
mhm.
that you're supposed to start to work again as soon as possible. Do you remember what happened when you were 3 4? Do you remember when we visit you? So it's
Mhm.
like this
I
profound.
remember they took me. They took me by the hand. They were telling me not to be afraid. Initially, I was afraid. I was mesmerized by them because of their
Yeah, of course.
beauty.
Yeah.
It didn't feel bad to me. They felt very benevolent. They felt
Mm.
very, it was an incredible. So I was afraid though, because
Yeah,
they
of
were
course.
strangers. They weren't human
Yeah.
like, but they were human like. And they
Mm.
took me by the hand, and then they took me somewhere, and I don't remember anything else.
Mm.
So, but I just remember, throughout my life, I've been asking the question, why would these beings be coming to us and needing our help when they're so superior and they're so advanced?
Yeah. I have some answer to you in the presentation, but let's say we humans are very important.
Hmm.
We are living in matter at the
Hmm.
same time we are spiritual.
Hmm.
So when we take our power back,
Hmm.
we can exist in matter and in the spirit at the same time.
Hmm.
And that's very rare to have a species like that.
Mhm.
And the watches make it very, very clear that you have something that very few other species have.
Mhm.
And be careful with what you wish for. If you throw it away,
Mhm.
then you will not get back.
Mhm. Mhm.
Be able
Terrifying.
to, yeah, and to be able to experience matter. Now you have to imagine what it means to be in full power. I don't
Mhm.
mean trapped in matter. When you have taken back what's yours,
Mhm.
you can leave matter whenever you want through soul travel or
Mhm.
visiting other dimensions, stars. It's hard to imagine, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
As long as they convince you that you are your body, they
Mhm.
have you. Yeah, they have you trapped in matter.
Mhm.
And they don't have to control you more than that if you
Mhm.
believe them. That's the worst form of like manipulation and
Mhm.
uh, to convince you that you are an animal, you're a smart
Right.
animal, blah blah blah, all of that nonsense.
When the
Uh,
truth is, when you get to that level, you can actually manifest in matter. So your power
yes,
doesn't just translate in the beyond, your power can translate in physical matter around you. And
yes,
that terrifies them. Tapping into
yes,
that ability.
yes.
Yeah, so absolutely makes sense. I know I've asked you a lot of questions. Let me know when you're ready to start your presentation. And
Yeah.
before we get into your presentation, David, I have one more question, and that is regarding the Nordic mythologies,
Hmm.
um, where they have their tree. What do they call it? Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil?
Yes.
Um,
Yggdrasil.
mhm. And they have their ruins, so they have their language. Does do the Nordic mythologies correlate to all of your research in the Sumerian, Anunnaki, Atlantean research?
Yeah, in a way it does. And the Yggdrasil tree, the name Yggdrasil is a little bit wrong, but doesn't matter. That's what everybody
What is it
says about it.
actually called?
I don't remember now, but it's a huge speculation where the name came from and why it had become distorted. But Yggdrasil is
Yeah.
it's just it works.
Hmm.
And yeah, on Yggdrasil you have different dimensions or realms you
Hmm.
can visit. So this is a real method how to access these realms. So you can go there the
Hmm.
same way as you can go to other dimensions like Amented or they really exist. So
Hmm.
through the runes and through method and through practice, you can go over there
Hmm.
and visit these realms. Uh, in the Cliffotic tree, you have a similar thing, but you're visiting other realms, other
Hmm.
dimensions, or other spaces.
Hmm.
But the use is the same. It's the same idea behind the trees.
Hmm.
And I'm sure there is a correlation going back to Atlantis time.
Hmm.
And the Yggdrasil tree is a very powerful tool. We talked about Enki and water,
Hmm.
and a tree pumps up water from uh, deep down into earth, and water is memory. And what we take back when we go into this tree is memory. Memories who we are, what we can do,
Hmm.
memories from dimensions we haven't visited for a long time because they tell us that they don't exist.
Hmm.
And if you buy into that, we become stuck in matter. So when you go over there, the Yggdrasil tree pump up these memories into the root, through the root and into the tree, and you can access these memories through the tree Yggdrasil by using that as a method and go over there and experience this realm
Hmm.
and take back everything they have taken from us. Because this was a given for the human race before, during the Atlantis time. This was nothing strange or
Hmm.
this was something everyone did. It was an important part of life to be a spirit of being
Hmm.
and to understand these forces.
Now, the black rock in the North Pole, so the most northern region, North Pole, the black rock, what they say is a black rock, where nobody is allowed to go, where
Mm,
they've taken it out of the maps,
mm,
um, almost like they just don't want you to know anything about this.
yes.
Now, theoretically, I would think that that is the original tree.
Mm,
And when I say the original tree, I mean the tree that would be miles and miles and miles high.
mm,
And perhaps I'm just saying this because I'm wondering that in theory it could have a relationship to the knowledge of the tree
mm,
in us because it's like the tree of life.
yes, yes.
So as above, so below. I think
Mm,
for us to have this knowledge, there would have had to have been a real tree and maybe still exists in a
mm,
region that we're not even allowed to know about.
mm. Yeah, that's
Just
absolutely a
yeah.
possibility. Yes, that's absolutely a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the tree is a very powerful symbol because the
Mm-hmm.
tree can be very old. The tree has its roots down in earth, pumping up water,
Mm-hmm.
memory,
Mm-hmm.
and language. Because in Hebrew, you have mem, means language and memory. And you have the runes and the idea, and I will talk about it in the presentation, that Odin hang himself on Yggdrasil tree to get knowledge about the runes.
Mm-hmm.
The memory, the knowledge, the language coming back to Odin through his sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't, it's a very harsh method. This is a very left-hand path method to hang yourself in the tree and hang there until you have this insight and
Mm-hmm.
knowledge getting back to you. And also the well, Mimir,
Mm-hmm.
in Norse mythology, you had a well called Mimir.
Mm-hmm.
Odin sacrificed one of his eyes to Mimir because he wanted to have knowledge, wisdom, and Mimir was connected to Yggdrasil. So once again, you have this idea of water, memory, language, runes, wisdom that comes back to us. To take it back, it is not power you seek, but remembrance of who you are,
Mm-hmm.
to remember who we were,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and to take it all back.
Yeah, profound at a price. Because
Yeah,
it seems like, with that example, he had to take his eye out. He had
yeah,
to hang
exactly.
like so there's something
E-
about the process,
Exactly. It's a
metaphorically.
metaphorically, and it's a sacrifice because you have to
Mm-hmm.
sacrifice what you think you are in
Mm-hmm.
order to take back who you really are,
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
shed your skin, so to speak, and to
Right.
become something new. And then you have to be able to imagine what you can be.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if you believe you're an animal, then you're stuck. If you
Mm-hmm.
can imagine that you can be something much like godlike,
Mm-hmm.
then you can start to aim for that goal.
Mm-hmm.
But without that imagination, that vision, you cannot do it because it's not there. You don't have it in mind. Uh,
Mm-hmm. That's why they attack imagination. And the programming
exactly,
starts when you're very young, that you think
exactly,
imagination is fantasy.
exactly. It's only
Mm-hmm.
fantasy, waste of time. You
Yeah.
should learn math, read and write.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Be
Everything
uh
should be as boring as possible.
be non-educated.
Exactly. Yeah, school is for the most part a control system,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but lucky for us, there are also good things in it, like learn how to read, write,
Mm-hmm.
language, math. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
that's important things, but they didn't give us that out of kindness. They gave us this teaching the schools in order to have, they need use of us in their factories, and then
Mm-hmm.
you have to learn how to read and write, and
Mm-hmm.
especially read, because if you work in an industry, you have a sign, don't go here or you will fall
Mm-hmm.
off. And if you can't read, they a lot of workers will be killed, and then they have to educate you or find new
Mm-hmm.
workers. So they figure out that they have more use for us if they educate us.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, it was also, uh,
Programming.
yeah, a programming, because now they had to tell us what to read and what to write
Mm-hmm.
and
How
what
to
not to,
think.
how to think.
Which takes me to this question before your presentation. In your research, have you found the origin of English? Um, because it seems like it is a very inverted language of something that was more original, and they completely inverted it, made it into an they took the magic out of it, but they put like spells, negative spells in how we speak. They broke it. I don't even know how to explain this. They broke this language down in such an inverted way that it works against us to use it.
Mhm. Yeah, I haven't researched it, but I know a couple of things that is very interesting when we come to the English language. As you said, the English language have changed over time, and that's not unusual. Swedish
Mhm.
have done the same. But the interesting part with English is that during the Renaissance, you had Shakespeare, and he
Mhm.
started to use the English language in a poetic manner, and
Mhm.
made it appealing. And then Francis Bacon uh, developed the English language and changed it.
Mhm.
And Francis Bacon was an esoteric person. He was probably Rosicrucian,
Mhm.
and I'm sure they had an
Mhm.
agenda.
Mhm.
A lot of things going on there,
Mhm.
because language is a very powerful tool.
Mhm.
And also, what we talked about before, the sad part is that they have taken away the metaphysical aspects in language.
Mhm.
Our scientists like, hieroglyphs is silly,
Mhm.
it's bullshit, blah blah blah, because it's not straightforward in explaining what's
Mhm.
happened in matter, but it is a metaphysical language.
Mhm.
Same goes with cuneiform,
Mhm.
same goes with the Hebrew letters.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's a break after the Greek language, I would say.
Mhm.
Greek is something in between the metaphysical and matter as well. Not as profound as the Hebrew hieroglyphs and cuneiform, but it still is numbers attached to the words and so
Mhm.
on. But after the Greek language, then the newer language is only there to describe things in matter. There are
Mhm.
no metaphysical aspect to it. It's just
Mhm.
letters put together to explain something in matter,
Mhm.
and it should be as effective as possible to describe phenomena in matter
Mhm.
in a very easy, straightforward way.
Mhm.
Therefore, I'm sure the English language, as you said, have gone through many changes. And I think maybe if we found the roots,
Mhm.
it would be very, very interesting for
Mhm.
sure.
Mhm. Mhm. I agree. All right, let me
Um,
know when you're ready.
yeah, so let's start. Huh. I have to share here. Can I share
Yep,
even though it's your?
absolutely.
Uh, no, I don't found my presentation. Wait a little bit. Mhm. Sorry for the wait.
All right.
Let's try again. There it is. Nice, nice.
Ooh, wonderful.
I hope you see it.
Yes. Beautiful.
Thank you, Lauda. So this is the presentation. It will be a long one, and I hope you bear with me. I will try to bring you along this long journey of ours. And what I want to do with the presentation is to show you or give you a paradigm of what happened during a period of Atlantis and what is what is happening today and why, and give you an overview of what happened between Atlantis uh, the and the day we are living in today and
Wonderful.
our age. And please bear with me and please relax. I'm not here to convince you what you have to think or what method you have to use. This is about left-hand path. Uh, please try to calm your mind and just think it through and allow you to take it in without uh,
Knowledge is
acting.
power.
Knowledge is power. So it doesn't matter if you agree with everything or not, but now you know how a left and path person think at least. So this is I call this presentation Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. And it is 12 in 12 parts and an epilogue in 3 parts. So part 1 is Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. Part 2, Lucifer's Rebellion. Part 3, The War in Heaven. Part 4, Atlantis and the Legacy of High Tech. Part 5, For All They with Eyes to See. Part 6, Ginnungagap, The Spark in the Nothingness. Part 7, Ragnarök, The End of Gods, Giants and Men. Part 8, The Giants of Old. Part 9, On the Other Side of the Wall of Sleep. Part 10, The Legacy of High Tech. Part 11, The Realm of Atlantean Gods. Part 12, To Seek the Thrones of Eternal Gods. And then we have 3 epilogues. Return to the Gnosis of the Primal Aeon, A New Seed from Hell. The end is another epilogue.
Wow. Amazing.
I hope you will enjoy, and I will try to take you through this. So this is the part 1, and Atlantis and the Watchers in the Days of Noah. So, the destruction of Atlantis and the rise of the psychopathic elite, the humans without soul, anti-life. And this psychopathic elite is here with us today. And I will trace them back to Atlantis time and their agenda and what they're up to and why we are in this situation we are in. Because uh, to to understand what's going on also gave us the possibility to take back our power. But of course, this knowledge alone doesn't cut it. We have to use method and transform. But knowledge is also important, I think. And also, you can protect yourself with knowledge. If you know what's going on, you know what you should not do and how to protect yourself. And that's important because our body, you should take care of your temple, your body, and they will attack your body, your temple, and they do attack your temple and the body all the time. And we all know it through water, through food, through the air, all kinds of stuff. And to know what's going on, then you can protect you. If you know what's going on, then you can protect yourself. In the fires of the realigned path of the six-rayed Atlantean star, gnosis of the changing of the aeon is given. And this is Mark Allen Smith, a left-hand path practitioner, and he gave the year 2012 for this changing. So we are in a very interesting time, and we are in the apocalyptic time, and we are in a time of change. And the year 2012 is interesting. And of course, you all remember this year was a lot of talk about the Maya calendar. And I think the Maya was on to something. But we didn't understand what they were talking about when they said the Maya calendar is ending 2012. But according to the watchers, according to a lot of left-hand path practitioners, we are in this apocalyptic time. We are in the end times. Part 2, Lucifer's rebellion, and I will try to explain what happened and why Lucifer rebelled against the Creator and what was happening. So I can give you a rationale for his actions. When a new dimension come about, the first being, the first spirit of God that come forth is Hecate. Now, according to me, we have the Creator. The Creator is only energy, sound, and light. So we don't have any form of the Creator. The Creator is only sound, vibration, light. But the first God we can have a image of, or we can have a connection to in terms of vision and image is Hecate. So it's a feminine force, and Hecate is the old. It's a very very old god, of course. So when a new dimension come about, then Hecate is the first god form taking form in that dimension, and she birthed forth Lucifer. Therefore, Lucifer is her son. So you have Hecate, the goddess, the womb, the feminine, birth forth the spark of life, the spark of light.
So
So this,
Hecate is known as a creator.
yeah, she's a creator.
Mhm.
Now, Hecate have a lot of bad raps and ideas. Don't fall for them. It's a very complicated matter. So when you reach out to Hecate, she can come out as a mean woman because she want to test you. She want to see if you stand your ground, if you're ready for her power, if you're worthy her time. Therefore, she can come out as a quite harsh and hard force. She's not always pleasant, but she doesn't want evil upon mankind, but she wants us to rise up, especially during this time we are in now.
Is
Because
is there a relationship between Hecate and Lilith?
yeah, they are very close with each other. So you can say that Lilith will lead you back to Hecate.
Mhm.
So through Lilith, you will go back to Hecate's womb. She leads you back there. And I will explain it in more detail, but they are very close to each other. And Lucifer, of course, is Hecate's son, and Lucifer is the spark that creates, animates life. So when you say that Lucifer is evil, that's how some people have used it. And a very important thing here is that Lucifer is not his name. So Lucifer is a name of a lesser god from the Roman Empire. That is
Interesting.
not the real Lucifer. The real Lucifer has stated that my name is not Lucifer, because that was another god already with that name. But you cannot you can't say my name because it's too hard for you. But you can call me Lucifer if you want, but it is not the name we worship. It is the force behind the name. So if you say Lucifer, what do you mean by Lucifer? Lucifer says, I'm not the light bearer, but I am the darkness. Now that sounds quite harsh, but what do we mean by that? He means he come from the darkness of Hecate's womb, and there you will find the spark, the light of Lucifer. Therefore, Lucifer is the spark in the darkness. He's not the light bearer, but he is the spark in the darkness. Therefore, when people say they worship Lucifer, what do they mean by that? If they have Lucifer statues in Vatican and so on, and they claim to worship Lucifer, you should question that, because that's that's just a distortion of the truth to mislead us. It's important for us to buy into the lie that Hecate is evil, Lucifer's evil, because they don't want us to go back to our ancient gods.
Can I ask if Lucifer revealed what his real name is, even if we can't pronounce it?
I have never heard him state his real name,
Okay.
but what he says is that you can call me Lucifer if you
Mm-hmm.
want,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not really my name,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm the darkness. I'm not the light bearer, but I am the spark in that darkness.
Okay.
And you all know, if you have a dark room and you light up a lighter,
Mm-hmm.
then the light is just so much brighter.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what he tried to tell you here. And you have the spark of Lucifer within you. You can ignite that light within you.
So the biblical account is basically uh, taking the original information and inverting it.
Yes, lot of propaganda,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
lot of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, in the Old Testament, you have Jehovah Enlil, who are trying to drown humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Still, he is the good one. Still, he's the the
Mm-hmm.
hero.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so you have to see through all the propaganda and agenda here.
Mm-hmm.
Now we go through what happened there and what Lucifer tried to do to save the humankind from Enlil and from the drowning and the flood. And you can make up your own mind who is the good and who is the bad here. But Christianity, I mean, there are good thing in that as well, but the worst part is that they try to teach their kid and program the kids to believe this. And of course, if you are very young,
Mm-hmm.
you are very easy to
Influence.
influence.
So the story of the Garden of Eden, where it talks about, Eve eating the apple and Lucifer tempting her. This whole account where they essentially demonize Lilith. Well,
Yeah,
they don't really even mention her in the biblical account, but they mention her in other accounts that are not like the Apocrypha. Um,
exactly.
so they take Lilith, demonize her. They give this account of Lucifer as the snake, as the devil,
Yes.
and this is basically taking the original information and inverting it so that everything's flipped.
Yes, and
Mhm.
I will explain what happened there and what was the purpose for that rebellion as well, and what happened there, because we have heard the Christian version
Mhm.
of it, and of course, then the apple and the Eve is evil, and all this
Mhm.
negativity shit about women because they are the cause of it.
Mhm.
But they don't understand what's going on there.
Okay.
So I will put the story right here today and explain
Brilliant.
in detail what happened and why.
Okay.
And you have a rebellion here from Lucifer's side. I choose to call him Lucifer. Uh, what Lucifer rebelled against was the creator's idea of creating matter. Uh, so Lucifer rebelled against the creator. He said, look, if you go ahead and create matter, then this creation of yours will turn on you. As soon as you create matter, it will turn on you and you will be sorry for creating matter. The creator went ahead anyway and created matter. And what is going on here? Because if Hecate and Lucifer comes from the creator is the source, uh, how can he rebel against himself? Well, they try to tell the story in order for you to understand what's going on. And then they had to play this game that Lucifer rebelled against the creator. What it really is the creator is reasoning with himself. He's saying, if I create matter, yes, matter will turn on me, because there will always be flaws in matter. But I created Lucifer, and Lucifer is the spark. So Lucifer is the guarantee that I will come out as the victory in the end, as the victor in the end, because Lucifer is the rebellion. He's about rebellion, and he will make sure that no one can take over creation in matter like the demiurge and get away with it for long, because Lucifer will rebel and destroy that structure from within. Therefore, Lucifer is the guarantee from the creator side that a prison cannot be made forever. Something will turn this prison upside down in the end. And that's the role of Lucifer. That's the spark that cannot be caught, that cannot be uh, imprisoned.
So
Therefore,
when they give this story and the account that Lucifer's rebellion was the fall of the angelics,
hmm,
how the angelics fell and they were like in the biblical account they rebelled against God and fell to earth.
yes.
In light of that account, the truth is that that rebellion wasn't what it was stated.
No, that rebellion was a rebellion against the demiurge.
Okay.
So this is a rebellion against the creator. And then we will come to the demiurge and what happened there and
Mhm.
in the Garden of Eden, because that's also rebellion. But
So this is a rebellion against the counterfeit God, the one that isn't truly the creator, but the one that is the counterfeit here.
yeah, this rebellion where the angel fell from heaven, and
Hmm.
that rebellion, it was against the demiurge, the lesser god.
Hmm.
But this rebellion, the first rebellion, is a rebellion against the creator in the sense that you have to understand that even Lucifer comes from the creator.
Hmm.
So what are they saying here? They're saying that the creator is reasoning with himself that, yes, I know if I create matter, then matter will turn on me.
Hmm.
Meaning that as soon as you create something in matter, uh, all kinds of things will happen and go spiral out of control. And I allow that to happen, and I know that this matter can turn on me,
Hmm.
like creating the demiurge who create a matrix within the matrix to
Hmm.
keep out the creator's light. Then the matter have turned on him because they have created like a matrix bubble that shuts out the creator's light or keep him at bay.
Hmm.
But Lucifer is the guarantee
Hmm.
that this prison will break down in the end. Therefore, what Creator have done here is to create a rebellious spark within himself that can never be caught and will always turn this matrix bubbles upside down, like the demiurgic matrix we are living in now.
Hmm.
Lucifer is waiting for us to rise up through him.
Hmm.
Therefore, Lucifer is the guarantee that we will break free from the matrix, the demiurgic matrix, through the spark of Lucifer and through from within ourselves. Therefore, we will break free
Hmm.
of this material matrix, if that makes sense. So,
Yes.
what the creator says here is that this force will never imprison you forever, the human race,
Hmm.
because that's not your destiny. But for a while, yes, you can be imprisoned, but in the end, Lucifer will make sure to set you free, and Lucifer is part of me. Therefore, I know that even though matter turn on me, it will not be forever, and I will break loose this structure,
Hmm.
and you will be free again.
Hmm. Brilliant.
So,
But this is and again, right?
mm,
Is different from the being Satan.
yes, so Satan is not Lucifer, is another misunderstanding. So I um, I have a hard time with Satan because I think it's a big egregore component to that God. For
Hmm.
example, if you're a Christian and you want to rebel against your parents, you want to go as far away from from Christianity as possible,
Hmm.
and then they start to focus on Satan, and then the Satan egregore is building up through their focus. So it's like
Right.
uh, it's a huge egregore component to Satan I
Hmm.
avoid,
Hmm.
so to
Right.
speak.
Makes
But this
sense.
is the first rebellion from Lucifer, but it's not the last one. We have one more, the second rebellion. Now, what Lucifer rebelled against the second time, against the creator, not the demiurge now, but the creator, is that when the creator had created matter, and when matter turned on him because of the demiurgic matrix, the demiurge took over part of the creation. Then the creator says, you should work to go back to me, to become one with me. And you see this in the right-hand path, for example. You're supposed to be one with the creator, one with the light, and reincarnation, and so on. And what Lucifer said then was like, look, creator, you have created matter and you have all this suffering going on in matter. And now you want to end matter. Now you want the human race to go back to you and end reincarnation. Then what was the purpose of it all? What is the purpose? You created this matter, it turned on you, I told you that. The human race has suffered a lot through this, and now you want them to return, and that's the end of it. No, no, no. Now you have created matter. You went ahead and did it. Now I think the human race should experience matter in the fullest sense, but without this demiurgic force. Therefore, I Lucifer said, rise up, kick out these forces, kick out the demiurge, take them out, and become gods in matter, or uh, a, a race of being who can be in matter and in the metaphysical at the same time. Because if we do away with these forces who keep you back, then you are not a prisoner anymore in matter, but you are what you are supposed to be. And you haven't experienced that for a long time because this force have keep you down. Therefore, you have missed a lot of experience here. You could travel to different stars. You can travel down into Earth. You can travel to Unwarranted. You can explore. So what he is Lucifer saying here, if Lucifer is part of the creator gave you two choices. You can end reincarnation and go back to source if you want to, but I offer you also a second alternative, that is to experience matter in the fullest sense. And when you experience, I feel. Therefore, according to me, the creator is doesn't hate you or like it's a choice. He gives you a choice here.
And that is to reincarnate over and over and over again until you've experienced everything.
Exactly. And to experience matter in the fullest sense of the word. And at the same time be a spiritual being who can leave whenever he or she wants. For example, if you turn, now people say matter is evil, matter is a lot of suffering. But if you can imagine being in a time where you can just leave your body and travel. You can be out of your body 16 hours and then you can come back. And I think it will be like the same thing as traveling. It's wonderful to travel, but it's very nice to come back home as well. So when you come back in matter and can sit with the loved ones by the sea and just experience matter and have a fire going on after your soul traveling experience, I think you will like that moment very much, actually.
Hmm. Agreed.
And I think it's a mistake uh, to want to end the experience now when we start to take back who we are and take back our power, and when we finally can experience what it means to be a real human race together here in matter
I agree
without
100%.
mm, without these forces who try to start wars,
Hmm.
harass us, poison our food, poison our water, but an earth and a human race who can leave and come back and experience, explore together. And it will always be strife and war, but the war, if we manage to take back the power, the war will be in the metaphysical for the most part and not in matter. Because if you focus on what's outside of you, you see your neighbor as your enemy, another country as your enemy. When you have understood that the real war goes
Hmm.
within yourself, then you start to understand that the real war going on in the metaphysical, and the war on the outside in matter will be redundant. You will have enough of enemies to fight, and those enemies are not the other humans. That's a childish game,
Hmm.
stupid game, and that has to go.
Hmm.
You have enough of enemies from within. You don't have to worry about enemies from without.
And we have to get to the place where we do not project this in the outward realm.
Exactly. And I think a huge shift will happen within the human race when we have understood as a collective that the real war is on the other side. Of course, there are spirits,
Hmm.
there are evil spirits, there are spirits who want us to crush and burn, and we should focus on those enemies and keep them at bay, of course. You
Hmm.
shouldn't you shouldn't seek them out unnecessarily, but there are forces, they are very dark and very evil for sure. And now we come to Lilith, of course, and the and the Garden of Eden. And you talked about that already, Laura. And this is a very important story. And it's very important that you understand it correctly. Now, my version of it. You don't have to agree 100% if you don't want to. But this is the story from the left-hand path perspective. And the first woman was Lilith, not Eve. And Lilith and Adam came together, but Adam didn't like Lilith because Lilith didn't want to be submissive when they can come to sex. And Adam wanted to have kids and just to view her as a childbirthing machine. Where have you heard that from? But women shouldn't have any pleasure from sex. And Lilith didn't agree with this at all. And Lilith wanted to be on top of Adam. So this sounds like a silly story if you if you analyze it on a very shallow level, but it is a very important story. What Lilith is saying here is that you can use sex to transform yourself. Sex is not only for creating babies or children or reproducing kids. Sex can be used, sex is a very powerful tool. And to have children is one thing, and to use sex for spiritual purpose and to transform is another thing. And one doesn't exclude the other. You need to have children to because of your race have to survive, but to only have sex for the sake of children, that's the wrong usage of sex. So therefore, Lilith says, I want to be on top, meaning that if you have tantra sex, you want to have your back up straight. So the Kundalini serpent can go straight up from the base of your spine and all the way up to the Sasarara, the crown chakra, and then you can start to use sex in order to transform yourself. And of course, Adam didn't want to have anything with that. Adam is the good Christian boy, right? It's like sex is to have children and not pleasure, not method, no, nothing. And Lilith didn't agree with that at all. Therefore, she turned her back against Adam. And of course, she was expelled when she did from paradise and she left. Now, Adam get another wife, of course, we all know that, and that's Eve. And Eve was a much more submissive woman to begin with, at least. And
I think she was a clone.
yeah,
Well, because I look at Lilith as being created as an original prime creation. If you
mm,
look at Eve, Eve was taken from a rib of
yeah,
Adam, and
yeah,
that is a clone.
mm,
And that is also the Yaldabaoth subjugating of women because you're a clone, you've come from Adam, whereas Lilith is a prime
yes,
being.
yes.
So
It's a good
that's,
point.
yeah, how I see it.
That's a good point, Laura. Yes, and Eve was a submissive woman and they lived in this paradise. And it sounds like a great thing, right? Living in paradise. What's wrong with that? And everyone has a good time. But there are many problems here. Uh, to live in a paradise also means stagnation. Nothing happens. If you have a person with a lot of money buying themselves a perfect house, perfect car, work, have a perfect life, they are not challenged. Nothing happens. It's like you come to a standstill. You need challenges, and humans need strife and struggle to evolve. That's the harsh truth. I'm not saying that uh, we will have peace on earth and live in a paradise forever. But what I'm saying is that if you instead focus on the war in the metaphysical, you will have your struggle, you have your strife, you have your hard time, instead of focusing on the material plane. But we will never have a paradise. It will always be struggle. We always have to keep enemies at bay. But in this case, you have a perfect paradise where nothing happens. Sex was used to have kids. They were pure, nice. Absolutely nothing happens. This is the perfect demiurgic prison for none.
Agreed.
If you believe you're happy and you buy into it, then they have you. Something needed to happen in order for humanity to be free. And that's where the temptation comes, of course. And Lily says, no, I don't want to have anything with this. I am leaving. And therefore, Lilith is seen as the bad woman. She's the evil one because she left Adam, she left paradise because she understood that nothing will happen here.
Mhm.
Adam doesn't want to use sex to see through the illusion, to transform. Adam is happy with who he is. He
Mhm.
had no will to become something different or something more.
And then Lilith was demonized and made into
Yeah,
a demon.
exactly.
Hmm.
And now Lilith was evil because she tried to awaken Adam to the
Hmm.
fact that they were prisoners.
Hmm.
They were not free. And this is the same thing going on today. On the, I mean, if you try to say, if you try to help people for real,
Hmm.
you become the problem. You become
The enemy.
the enemy. You're enemy against society. You don't buy into the narrative
Hmm.
about their paradise society. And all country is the best country. If you're born in Sweden, Sweden is the best country. If you're born in USA, USA is the best country. We have democracy and we have freedom of speech and all of that nonsense.
Hmm. Hmm.
And you have to see through all these illusions they put in front of us. And of course, Lily saw through it. And she wanted to awaken Adam to the fact, but Adam rejected her and she left. And we have the same story almost with Abel and Cain. This is also a distortion of people don't understand what's going on in this story. For most people, Abel is the good one and Cain is the evil one. Of course, they twist it around. Now, what happened is that God have a farming contest, and they are supposed to sacrifice something to God. Now, this mythology comes from Sumer, and this is very telling. So the original comes from Sumer, and it's a farming contest under Ninurta. And who is Ninurta? I say that again because this is very profound. In Sumer, they had a farming. The original comes from Sumer, and it is Ninurta who have a farming contest. Who is the best farmer? And who is Ninurta? Ninurta is Saturn, and Ninurta is Enlil's son, and
Hmm.
Ninurta is the demiurge. This is not the creator's paradise, but rather the demiurgic paradise, prison paradise under demiurgic rule. And a farming contest was put forth. Who is the best farmer? When we go to the Old Testament, the name of the character is Abel and Cain. And Cain is a shepherd. And Cain, uh, no, sorry, Cain is a farmer and Abel is a shepherd. And Cain is sacrificing some wheat to the god, and he is pissed off. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like Cain's sacrifice, and therefore Cain feel bad about it and jealous about Abel, who pleased the god. Abel pleased the god and gets its favor. Cain is jealous and slay Abel. And because of his act, he is expelled from paradise. Now think about that. What's happened? What is going on here? Cain is the part in you who want to please. When we are kids, when we are children, we want to please our parents or we want to belong. Therefore, we do everything we can to be in favor of our parents or to be a good person and to belong. We don't want to, to be the black sheep of the family. Now, Cain is rejected. Then Cain starts to see through the illusion. Well, why do I try to please a god? Why do I bend my knees to a god? I shouldn't bend my knees to anyone. And second, I don't feel bad for being different anymore. And I don't feel the need to belong, to get along and to feel like belonging to a group. No, I view myself as an individual. And a matter of fact, I start to like myself because I am different. I stop hating myself for being different, and I feel I don't have to please anyone. But when we are kids, when we are young, when we grow up, we feel like a loss. Why can't I be like the others? Why am I different? Why am I the black sheep of the family? What's wrong with me? Why don't I love society? Why can't I get a job and be happy with it, go to work and come back home and sleep and why can't I be happy? But when you grow up, you leave that behind and you feel it's really an advantage to not be like the others because I have seen through something. I don't want to bend my knees to society. I don't want to be like the others. I don't feel I belong, and I don't feel I need to belong. Therefore, he killed Abel. Abel is the part in you who want to please, who want to say, I want to belong to you. I do whatever you say. I want this work. I bend my knees. I do whatever I can. But Cain slayed that part of his mentality within him. And that is what we have to do if you're sincere with your esoteric method. You know that you don't belong.
Mhm.
And you know that you are different. And you know that it doesn't matter when you're older. You're supposed to grow up and say, I don't care what these people think of me.
Mhm.
I have to do my thing. And I see it as an advantage because I don't want to be like them.
So ironically, and not so ironic, the account demonizes Cain and makes Cain into the bad guy while making Abel the good guy because he did exactly what he was told.
Yes,
And again, it's an inversion.
yes.
Hmm. Makes
Again,
sense.
it's an inversion because Abel is like Adam. He will not get anywhere. And from the watcher's point of view, the most important part here is to uh, get human out of this paradise prison that we have ended up in. We are not supposed, what they are saying in Abel Cain, you shouldn't bend your knees to anyone, not even a god.
Hmm. Right. And of course, in the biblical account, you know, the gods, the two principal gods that are spoken about, one of them demands your worship,
Yes,
right? This is not the real God.
no, exactly. And this is the demiurgic rule as well. So
Hmm.
what's going on here is like a matrix within the matrix.
Hmm.
And now Cain do murder a character called Abel. So that's an evil act, you can call it. But notice what happens here. So this symbology goes on many levels. But notice what happened here. What happened with Cain. The demiurge release him out of the paradise, and that's the purpose, because now humanity is free again.
Doesn't he, isn't he marked on his forehead as well? Like they
Yes,
put a mark on him.
yes,
Hmm.
they put a mark on him, Cain's forehead,
Hmm.
and then they expel him from paradise, and that's how he escapes. And that's of course the plan uh, for the watchers, because the watchers want us to leave. They want to get us out of there. Because we are a prison. Nothing happens in this paradise. Everything is at a standstill, and that's not a good thing. What the watchers want from us is transformation and for us to rise up. We cannot be Abels. We cannot be pleasers. We cannot bend our knees to society. We cannot want to belong all the time, because if we want to belong with the rest, then we will not transform.
We cannot be
As
complacent.
no, exactly.
Hmm.
Doesn't mean that you have to hate people, but I just leave them alone and I feel I do my thing and I have no problem with it. But when I was young, of course I had these thoughts, why can't I just get a job as everyone else and start to work and come home and be happy and have money, buy some car, a car,
Hmm.
buy some shit in the store and go home and sleep. Why can't I not be satisfied with that?
Hmm.
What's wrong with me?
Right. What do
I
you think
don't.
the mark was? What do you think what the purpose of the mark in his forehead was? I know what the a biblical account wants you to believe, right?
Yeah, it was like the mark, they couldn't touch him uh, in the biblical account, if I remember correctly. Um,
And it was also now that he's marked, his lineage will be marked as well.
hmm,
So his bloodline will be marked.
yes, exactly.
Hmm.
I think that's a distortion as well.
Hmm.
Uh, I think it's more about the uh, yeah, speculation now, but I think it's the Aina chakra.
Hmm.
Uh, you
Right.
have the chakra here. And Cain is a symbol of an esoteric practitioner who are a traveler because Cain traveled and Cain traveled in the metaphysical.
Hmm.
So if you become a Cain, you're a person who have crossed matter and start to travel in the metaphysical.
Hmm.
And if you're going to do that travel, you have to awaken your Aina chakra to pierce the veil, to pierce the illusion, in order for you to see the other side and
Hmm.
then go over to the other side. That's a little bit speculation, but I will do some research in it because I'm sure there are.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I think it's not a coincidence that what was marked was where his third eye is.
No, exactly. I think uh, it's the mark that we are the Cain line. Everyone who are
Hmm.
into serious esoteric practitioner, we are Cains. So I always call a real esoteric, sincere, real esoteric practitioner for a Cain. You are a Cain, I
Hmm.
used to say. If you're an Abel, you're like the mainstream man,
Hmm. Hmm.
satisfied, bend their knees, do what they're supposed to do,
Hmm.
don't rattle the cage. I don't disturb any Abels,
Hmm.
but I know that I want to travel in the metaphysical, to
Hmm. awaken
awaken the Kundalini, the chakra, to take everything back and not bend my knees to any gods.
Hmm.
And the watchers are very clear with that. You should never bend your knees to us or any other god.
Hmm.
When you awaken your power, you will be our equals
Hmm.
because you
Right.
are a god in the making.
Hmm.
If you know your full power and who you can be, you are like
Hmm.
a god. Now we are not like Superman in matter, but we are
Hmm.
a god in the metaphysical sense. Because you can leave your body, you can soul travel, you can go to star, you can visit stars. There are no limits. You're
Well, when you think that we are the emanation of Prime Creator, we
hmm,
are literally what emanated from Prime Creator. So
hmm,
if we are the emanations, the spark of the all spark, then yes, that's exactly what we are.
hmm.
We
Yes.
are what we came from.
Hmm,
Therefore, I think the return of this and not seeing the distortion is you, you are a god. Like there's a distorted ideology about this. I look at it more that that is who we are because that is where we come from.
yes.
And we are in the process of the becoming. I am becoming as I am remembering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then we have the famous tree, of course, and we talked about this before about trees, and trees is a very powerful symbol, of course. And you have the roots leading down into earth, pumping up water, and water, of course, memory language, and you have fruits coming out of the tree. And of course, this is the famous story about Eve taking the apple from the tree. And of course, because of that, women are evil and so on, all of that nonsense. What happened here is, of course, a completely different story. It is Azazel who tempt Eve, but you can view Azazel as a mask of Lucifer as well. So you have a Luciferian connection to the tree, absolutely. So it's Lucifer Azazel who tempt Eve. But here is what the watchers say about the fall. When the iconic influence discovered that this fraction of ambrosia remained within, it was extracted from the genetic code by the densification of the body. And here we come to the missing 22 strands of DNA and making us more into, to push us further down into matter and to make it harder for us to arise, to transform and rise up, and to make humanity focus on their body. The body is important, that you take care of your body, you train your body, because your body is also the gateway to the soul, uh, the connection to the soul, let's say it like that. But if you focus too much on the body, if you make it too dense, if you make it too much into matter, then it will be harder for us to take it back. And there are conic influences is, of course, they say that the archons serve the demiurge, his demiurgic servants, these archons. The servants of the demiurge discovered that this fraction of ambrosia remained within. It was extracted from the genetic code, meaning 22 codes of DNA.
Yeah,
What the
maybe.
scientists call junk DNA.
Where everything is stored.
Exactly. Those 22 strands are very important for you, and especially when we come to the spiritual stuff. And of course, it is the spiritual component to the human race they want to distract or take away, because that is where our power are.
And would you say the archontic influence are the aeons?
Yeah, there's a very interesting, many different speculations. Um, I will come back to that question later on, but I think it's an Anunnaki component to the Archontic forces. Like the Demiurge himself is Enlil's son, Ninurta, and Ninurta is Enlil's firstborn son.
Oh.
Uh, so you have the famous story of Adam and Eve, and everyone know how this goes. Yeah, and this densification is what you now consider to be the fall of man. The question is what fall of man they mean here. Doesn't necessarily mean the fall, this fall, but the fall after this fall. And I will come back to that as well. Sometimes it's hard to understand because so many things have happened. This is a fall, of course, but more than one fall of man have happened, and we come to the deluge and the water and Noah's Ark and all of that. And that is maybe, according to me, I think that is the densification of man and not the apple.
I 100% agree. And through density, that is how we manage to create and be hijacked to the severity that we have been. It's literally through densification. 100% agree.
Yes. Yes. Thank you,
That's
Lauda.
why that's why this realm is so heavy when you come in here,
Yes.
and it
Yes.
it is so painful. It's painfully heavy.
Yes.
Hmm.
I agree. I agree. A lot of things have happened, and I will go through the big happenings, the big reasons why. And this is one of them. But remember, this is a this is a fall that has to happen because now we are imprisoned in this matrix paradise. And that's not good as well. We cannot live in a paradise like this. And remember, this is a paradise according to Christianity, where you only use sex to have children, you're pure, you're good, you bend your knees, uh, but you have your food served to you. Uh, but that's not a good
So it's a
paradise.
farm. It's a
Yeah,
farm,
it is a farm like,
and you're a prisoner, and you have to be a happy prisoner in your farm.
exactly. So when we talk about the paradise, take it in.
I think it's hell.
Yes, yes, yes. Me too. After a couple of days, you want to get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Lucky for us, you have Eve, of course, and you have the serpent, and Eve takes the apple. And this is a Azazel who tempts Eve to take the apple. But we have to understand that Azazel is a mask or personality of Lucifer, so you can also claim it's Lucifer who tempted Eve to take the apple. What happens here? When she takes the apple, a fall happens. But remember, I don't think we are talking about two different falls here, but I mention it here with the 22 strands of dormant DNA and the densification. But I think that happens in the deluge when the water, with the drowning of man. But I put it in here anyway. When Eve takes the apple of knowledge, she gained knowledge of good and evil, and you will surely die. And that's a lie from the the demiurge side because they did it. We didn't die, but we got rid of the paradise. A fall happened, and we finally escaped the so-called paradise. And
And
this is also, yes, Lola.
no, this is also,
Yeah, this is also when you talk about if you when you talk with the New Age people, they say sometimes I'm so close to the light and everything is good and I can have good thoughts and I'm so close to the Creator. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm there. And you know they are full of shit, of course, but for them it's true.
mhm,
Then their lies, no, their false understanding, their illusions have to be shattered. Because if they keep in that illusion that they are close to the creator and then they are done, they've done the work, they don't have to do anything more, they can dance around the fire and having a good time, uh, then a fall needs to happen. So you have to be put down and you have to start to pick you up from there to start to go back with a better method and a more realistic method. So you have to see through your own illusions. And this, of course, to see through your own illusion. Adam and Eve think they are in paradise. They think they are one with the creator, but they are one with the demiurge. A fall needs to happen. A mental fall needs to happen. And you see this in esoteric people and so-called new age people that I'm so close to the light, I'm finished, I'm done, I'm already there, I'm one with the creator now. I think happy thoughts and you know they're full of nonsense. Then they have to fall.
mhm.
The illusions have to be shattered. They need to take the apple of good and evil again. They have to understand evil. They have to understand their own darkness
Mhm.
and to become more real.
Mhm.
But people who are there, they really believe in this nonsense and they
Mhm.
are stuck in their own paradise they've created for themselves.
And ambrosia is the forgetting.
Yes. So sometimes we have to shatter our illusions, and we all have them. But what I'm talking about with the New Age people is that they have so plenty of illusions that
Mm,
they believe they are done, like they
mm,
have done the work. And if you have that amount of illusions, you are stuck in your own illusions with no chance of escaping or
mhm.
transform.
No, exactly. Again, right? That's a form of an inversion, that everything is just in this inversion
Mm,
because to believe that you're good, you're done, I'm in the light, and whatever that whole thing
mm,
is inverting again the truth. It's like not biting the apple.
yes,
So you can't
exactly.
see anymore like good or evil.
Exactly. And you know how the story goes. I only think happy thoughts, and I don't
Hmm.
want to think about the evil because then
Hmm.
I feel the evil, and
Hmm.
they got caught up with their own illusions in their
Hmm.
own created paradise.
Hmm.
And the only thing you can hope for is that they will take the bite of the apple and get real.
Hmm. Right.
Because you cannot do it for them. You can't explain for them. You cannot convince them that you're full of nonsense. You're not one with
Hmm.
the creator. You're not even close. You have created your own fantasy paradise. But I can't make you bite the apple. You have to take you have to bite the apple
Hmm.
because you cannot convince them. But many people are stuck like that, and I'm surprised.
Oh yeah. I think when you see religion and the purpose of religion, which is basically a governing tool, it is and enacted much like a government that has removed the ability and replaced it with the salvation complex, with all of this. It's just another form of hijacking the original, right? So you
Yeah,
don't ever
yeah,
get to the place where you can even see.
exactly. Many people are stuck.
Hmm.
That's the truth. Yeah, let's move on to part three, the war in heaven. And now we'll turn our attention to what happened uh, during the Atlantis period. So, and this is very important to understand. We the human race had a cousin, and these cousins of ours were very powerful, and they lived during that period of Atlantis. They looked like us. They were they were like us, except they had their powers, their spiritual powers. They got it for free. They didn't have to work for it, but they had it since birth. They grew up with these abilities. And that is quite dangerous if you think about it, because if you start to lack wisdom with that power, then you will get out of hand. It will get out of hand. And that is what happens here. And this, they look like us, as I said, they were like our cousins, and we have similar trait as they had, especially the esoteric elite. And I will come to that. So I call them the other inhuman because that is what they became. Uh, Not from the beginning. but it went out of hand. And this happened during the last period of Atlantis, the third period of Atlantis. And add technology to this, to a race who are very powerful. They have their spiritual power, but their wisdom start to dwindle, and their morality start to go down. They still have these powers and they still have the technology, but without the wisdom. Now they have become a dangerous force.
Are these the Atlanteans, or are they a species prior to the Atlanteans?
Yes, they lived during the Atlantis period, so they lived even during the last period of Atlantis. So these cousins of ours, uh, they lived, they were probably on Earth 14,000 years ago, and then the end of them started. That's
Do you
how I have understood it.
do you know their origin?
No, I don't.
Mhm.
But I think they are very, very old. I think they have lived for hundreds of thousands of years before the
Mhm.
human race we are.
Mhm.
And I think we can find artifacts from them, like really, really old stuff, um, millions of billions of years old on Earth. So I think they are very, very old and have been around for a very, very long time before us.
Mhm. Is there a connection with them and Mars?
Yes, I
Mhm.
think they are, and I will talk about it
Mhm.
uh, because I think they were there.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah. And we have a phenomena. We have the author Phil Dick, and he's a very interesting author, and he's talking about this Valis. I will try to explain what Valis is, and this Valis is in his books, his science fiction books, and he explained it like this. Also, it is Greenfield who explained it like this. The late Phil Dick, in his last Gnostic allegorical fiction, eventually settled on the name Valis, or vast active living intelligence system for this being or demiurge. He wrestled through his literary career and secret life as a Christian Gnostic philosopher with whatever Wallace was a benevolent, if machine-like deity of sort or an insane extraterrestrial supercomputer.
Wow.
Yeah, this is very interesting
Mm-hmm.
because what we have here is not only a god, but also a technology component attached to him. And I think it's a combination. And now you start to understand where I want to go with the esoteric elite of today. Because if you view how they act, they want to turn everything natural into an artificial life form.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they acting? Who are they acting on behest of? Because
And
I view them as an esoteric priest class of the demiurge force.
mhm. And hence why they could create a matrix, a
Yes,
simulacrum, facsimile copy that is also synthetic, also the counterfeit synthetic version of the original.
exactly. You got it.
Hmm.
That is exactly what I tried to tell you here.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, for example, if we look at the moon, a man he had a channel called Bruce Sees All, as Bruce sees everything, and he was filming the moon, and he had a big objective put to his camera, uh, and of course this yeah, the tool you can view the stars with was telescope, sorry.
Telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, attached it to the telescope and he filmed the moon through the camera attached to the telescope and he hired up the frame rate of the camera. Therefore, the movements became slower. So he filmed it in slow motion and he filmed uh, vehicles, buildings, moving objects on the moon. And his channel was up for like 8 years and he filmed like one film every week and put it up. And he proved beyond any shadow of doubt that uh, there was stuff on the moon and it was a war on the moon. Sadly to say, he was suddenly dead, 49 years old, and this was 8 months ago. And suddenly, boom, he was gone. And I was shocked because I followed him for 8 years. He was 49 years old, healthy, and I don't know if his channel is still up on YouTube, but I'm sure they
Hmm.
took him out.
Hmm. Hmm.
But he proved
Wow.
that, yeah, that's just crazy. I was very sad because I liked the man and he did a great job. And he filmed a lot of plasma in the skies with
Hmm.
his camera and I think they had to take him out because they couldn't shut down his channel because all material was filmed by him. They couldn't claim like copyrights. They couldn't. There was no violence, no sex. There was nothing for them to no reason for them to put down his channel to cancel it. So I think they had to do away with him. That's the only speculation, but it's very strange. He was very healthy, 49 years old, and had kids. So very sad story.
Wow. What was the story on how he was unalived?
Yeah, I don't remember. I think they said something about the heart, but I don't remember. But that is where what they used to attack.
Hmm. Yeah, frequency.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
why am I talking about this? uh, he proved that there are artificial constructs on the moon and that there are vehicles, there are like UFO-like crafts moving around, and that there are some kind of war going on the moon. And I think the moon is part of the Valis system.
Hmm.
Because as you said, Lauda, it's a technology component, it's a machine.
Hmm.
And I think our cousins might have put this structure up on this on the moon, on Mars, and on Saturn's moon.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, that
Uh,
would be a really good mechanism of reality to lock it in. The whole,
yes,
yeah, Saturn, the
to
moon, Mars, Earth.
exactly. And it's very interesting because Moon and Saturn is the most important
Mm.
planets and moons.
Hmm.
Or you can call Saturn a star as well because it's a gas planet. I
Hmm.
think maybe it has been a star and it's dead.
Hmm.
Uh, and one of Saturn's moon is called Mimas.
Hmm.
No, sorry, Iaptus, and Iaptus is artificial.
Hmm.
And we
So
have,
did they create these moons? Because we have the legends from many Native Indian different. I think the Navajo were one of them, where they have memory of the moon being pulled here. It was never here before, and
yes,
suddenly the moon is here. So do you
yes,
think that is the technology that they created?
yes. I think the moon comes from the asteroid belt,
Hmm.
but then they hollowed it out and then they put technology on that asteroid, the
Hmm.
moon,
Hmm. Hmm.
and put it in place. It's a
Right.
perfect place. You have the perfect sun, the
Hmm.
sun eclipse, and you know it's perfect. I mean, it's there for a reason,
Mhm.
I
And
think.
when the moon gets closer, well, okay, theoretically, I mean, I do believe we have a dome situation where we're seeing stars that are reflecting lights on the dome. We've got some reflecting things happening here, but when the moon gets closer to the Earth for in whatever kind of mechanical mechanism that is, it affects everybody and everything. And I think that's
Yes,
part of the technology.
yes. And I think it's Bruce sees all right. Bruce all right that it is a war going on the moon, and I think we have
Mm,
an elite of today who try to break free from this with force. Now we'll talk about it a little bit more soon
mhm,
because it's a complicated story. Because if the tech is there, someone else can take over the technology and
mhm,
start to use it for their ends and their purposes.
mhm,
And that's the reason
mm.
it's very dangerous with technology. You can re-engineer or you can repair and you can get it to
Repurpose
work.
it.
Yeah,
Mhm,
repurpose it and have
mhm,
another goal in mind
mhm,
um, from its original
mhm,
creation.
mhm,
And you mentioned Mars before,
mhm,
and I think this is a very interesting planet. And some people um, took Mars back in time and
mhm,
saw that it has been oceans on Mars. Therefore,
mhm,
probability of life, and it could flourish there. And I'm sure that these our cousins, the cousins of ours, have been there as well.
mhm,
And I think if you go there, you will find structures, technology, and I think the elite of today try to get back to these planets, the Moon, Mars,
mhm,
Saturn, to take back this technology,
mhm.
to take hold of it.
And that may be also why there was that huge colossal war that happened in Mars,
Yes,
that it was, yeah, related to this whole thing and the destruction of this technology or the attempt to steal it. You'll,
yes.
yeah.
I agree. And I think they are there as we speak. I think they
Mhm,
search for this technology
mhm,
in our solar planet, solar system.
mhm,
Of course, they're digging into Earth in on our planet as well, and on the bottom of the oceans, you will find a lot of stuff from our cousins, the
mhm,
remnant of this technology,
mhm,
and it's they want this technology for themselves.
mhm,
Therefore, they don't want to share it with us.
mhm,
They don't want us to know that there is a history before 10,000 BC because then we cannot see it. At the
mhm,
same time, they search for the technology that doesn't exist.
mhm,
Therefore, we don't question it. But I think they find the technology and
mhm,
then they re-engineer the
mhm.
technology.
Well, I think this is what the Iraq War was about as well.
Yeah.
In Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all
Yes.
these wars are to cover up that they're actually there to hunt and to find these artifacts and these technologies.
I agree.
Hmm.
And I think they told us the truth. They
Hmm.
said that they wanted to invade Iraq to find weapons of mass destruction, but they
Hmm.
didn't say what weapons of mass destruction. Was it the kind of under the earth mass weapons of mass destruction they were digging for?
Hmm.
Uh, and why did they looted the Baghdad Museum from cuneiforms?
Hmm.
Of course, to try to understand what the meaning of them are to
Hmm.
figure out what they are about. So
Hmm.
I agree with you. I think the the number one cause for the war in Iraq was to find technology
Hmm. Yeah.
and artifacts.
Yeah.
And you will probably find constructs on Mars and buildings and uh, technology left there. And I think the esoteric elite. I call them esoteric elite not because they are more powerful than you, but they but because they have convinced us
Mhm.
that we should worship them, and we do. I'm not saying all of humanity, but most people are still ables or slaves or bend their knees to society. And as
Mhm.
long as they do it, I call them the esoteric elite. As long as we haven't overthrown them, uh, they are the elite. They are
Mhm.
the one who are in charge. But we can take it back. So don't
Mhm. Mhm.
don't worry. We will rise up. But for the time being, they are in charge. Sorry to say.
Mhm.
And I'm quite sure they are on Mars and they are trying to find technology there.
Mhm.
And as I said, the most important planet or star is Saturn. And one of the moons on Saturn is called Iaptus. And Joseph P. Farrell, very written a lot of books. He is arguing for that Iaptus is completely artificial because there are features to it that cannot be there if it is natural.
Mhm.
And of course, we come to the Death Star and Star Wars and
Mhm.
all of that mythology. But Iaptus on the moon of Saturn, it would be a perfect place to put up a system like Valis to distort our reality and to create a matrix
Mhm.
within, to create a matrix. And I think that's what's going on.
Mhm. And that
And
would be the shape when you look at Saturn as well, and you look at what is it, the
yeah,
or octagon. It's the shape that is absolutely not natural.
yes, exactly. You
Hmm.
have this permanent storm
Hmm.
sha- in shape of a hexagram on
Hexagram.
Saturn.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems to be artificial. It seems to be being created.
Hmm.
Something going on there.
Well, look at
And
cymatics, right?
yeah,
Cymatics,
yes,
if you do a certain frequency, it will
yes,
design itself in a specific way, right? That's how I see
exactly,
the technology creating that.
exactly. And sound is part of the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Sound and light.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have distorted. I'm not saying that Saturn is evil. Saturn is a planet, Saturn is a
Mm-hmm.
star. But if you view Saturn as a computer chip, it is the software behind the ship I'm talking about.
Right.
And that is, uh, they've taken over or hijacked Saturn and
Yeah.
shifted the frequencies. So it's not the right frequencies that hits us from Saturn. And therefore we have a distorted reality or sound light
Yes.
wave hitting us.
Yeah. Brilliant.
That is that is what I mean by Valis.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, Stanley Kubrick in his movie A Space Odyssey 2001,
Mm-hmm.
they did a book that came together with a movie with the same name, and Stanley Kubrick want to uh, didn't had a hard time creating Saturn during that time period. He didn't think it was good enough. Therefore, he changed the story. Therefore, they traveled to Jupiter instead of Saturn. But in the book,
Mm-hmm.
they trace a signal going from Earth to Saturn's moon Iaptus, exactly on that artificial moon on Saturn.
Whoa.
So,
And Kubrick was unalived.
yep, Stanley Kubrick knew a lot of things.
Hmm. That's fascinating. I didn't know he wrote that.
He had a co-author who write the book,
Hmm.
and then he based the movie on the book.
Hmm.
Uh, and but he had to change the movie a little bit because he
Hmm.
had a hard time with Saturn. he didn't feel it was good enough for the movie. Therefore, he
Mm-hmm.
changed the story. They go to Jupiter instead. But in the book,
Mm-hmm.
they specifically say there's a signal go from Earth
Mm-hmm.
to Iaptus, the artificial moon on Saturn.
He could only know that from being an initiate of a secret order
Yeah,
who had the information.
yeah, he knew a lot. He
Mm-hmm.
had to be very deep into esoteric stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This was 1969. Uh,
Fascinating.
very old.
Hmm.
So he knew a lot. And of course, in his movie, they first goes to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And what do they find there? They find an artificial structure
Mm-hmm.
on the moon.
Right.
So from the moon, they go to Saturn in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, moon, Saturn.
What do you think Jupiter's role is?
Yeah, Jupiter is a very interesting star or planet.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and Jupiter in astrology and tarot is about expansion. So if
Mm-hmm.
you want to expand or grow, or
Mm-hmm.
uh, they worship Jupiter, for example, the king has a crown of Jupiter on his head.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to expand his empire or kingdom. Uh, so it becomes expansion in matter. But
Mm-hmm.
of course, we should use Jupiter to expand in the metaphysical, in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But these people distort everything. It's all about matter for them.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but Jupiter is also very interesting and have a lot of moons as well. Therefore, it wouldn't surprise me if you have some artificial moons there as well.
Yeah.
Uh, and I think maybe Jupiter is a star in the making,
Mm-hmm.
that it is a very young star and is a star in the making, and Saturn is a star in decline, or
Mm-hmm.
a, a, a star, a dead star.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So maybe we have three stars in our solar system, really. Depends on how you view it. And I think people from Sumer and Babylon view them as stars.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you have this misunderstanding sometimes. What sun are they talking about? They're talking about Shamash. But
Mm-hmm.
what is Shamash? Is it the sun or is it Saturn? Or what are
Mm-hmm.
they talking about? And Jupiter is also a planet with thunder, electricity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you have gods like Marduk, Zeus, and
Right.
Thor
Mm-hmm.
attributed to Jupiter. Nice about expansion and expanding yourself, transformation, and uh, but we'll come to that as well
Yeah.
because I will talk about Zeus and
Mm-hmm.
his role.
One quick note. Apparently Jupiter gave birth to Venus. And
Hmm.
apparently the eye of Jupiter, the eye that we can see, is the birthing canal.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
and apparently Jupiter is birthing a new
Yes. Yes. Yes.
being that will be coming, that will be being birthed at some point.
Hmm.
I just wanted to
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Jupiter is
interject.
very interesting. I think
Hmm.
these gas planets are very interesting because our sun as well, Helios,
Hmm.
Jupiter, Saturn.
Hmm.
I think much more going on there than we
Hmm.
have been told, of course.
Right.
And there is a reason why the mightiest gods are attributed to Jupiter, the sun, or Saturn.
Hmm.
Like Marduk, Zeus, Thor, Jupiter. You
Hmm.
have
Right.
Apollyon, Sun,
Hmm.
you have Kronos, uh, attributed to Saturn, and Ninurta,
Hmm.
and the Sun, the demiurge.
Hmm. Yeah.
So you have a lot of stories about those gas planets or whatever you want to call them. So what are the Valis made of? I think it's a combination of technology and plasma, because plasma, if Joseph P. Farrell are right, that gods are plasma, then uh, I will talk more about this later on, but you have the pyramids, and there are many reasons the pyramids are there. You can use them for many different purposes, but one of them was to draw down plasma.
Mm-hmm.
So you trap plasma within the pyramids. And from Sumer, you have this mythology, or Babylon, you have this mythology about Marduk and Ishtar. Uh, Marduk kills Ishtar's spouse. Ishtar is pissed off, of course, and wants to revenge Marduk. And in this story, they manage to trap Marduk in the pyramid, in the Giza Plateau pyramid. Now, how is that possible? It is possible if you read Joseph P. Farrell's book that the gods are plasma and you can draw them down, take them down into the pyramid, and then you can make them dense again. Now you have trapped him within the pyramid. So it's actually, as this mythology, there are a real story behind them. I think we should read them with different eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you can trap gods, demons, angels in the pyramids or in these structures. Take the god down. And of course, if you have a ziggurat dedicated to a certain god in Sumer, the seven-stepped pyramids,
Mm-hmm.
and you can draw down the god in the construct in front of people, of course they will start to believe in the god and worship him, because now they can see the god, they can experience the god.
Mm-hmm.
And
Did you see the discovery that was made of what is below the Egyptian pyramids there
y-
in Giza?
yes,
Mm-hmm.
I'll come to that as well.
Okay. Because I hope you have some pictures to show everyone of what that is, because
Yeah,
that goes into everything you're saying about what it's pulling,
yes,
what this actually
yeah,
is
exactly.
doing. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's very interesting, the
Mm-hmm.
new discoveries. And of course, they will try to put the lid on it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the purpose for the pyramids. They are plasma trap machines. And as I said, they were also nuclear plants. They created electricity, and there were many things like our mobile phones. You can call your friend, you can take photos, you can
Mm-hmm.
play games, you can do all kinds of stuff with them.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's the same with the pyramids. Uh, and this is one of the purpose. And that explains a lot of the mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And also, yeah, we will come to that. We can take it
Mm-hmm.
later on. But
Mm-hmm.
what it means is that, and the reason why I bring this up in combination to Val is now Azazel stated that he's trapped on the moon Mimas, one of Saturn's moon. Now it makes sense, because if Azazel is plasma and they have a pyramid structure, like structure on Mimas, then they can trap him there. And he is in prison under the demiurge.
Sense.
And therefore, we also should ask ourselves, who is the demiurge? Is it our cousins who have trapped the demiurge Ninurta on one of Saturn's moons as a plasma? Or has the demiurge Ninurta taken over the machine by infiltrated it, taking over Saturn through infiltration? Who is controlling who, or who controlled who back then?
Okay, so let's just say prior to the hijacking of them getting a hold of this technology and repurposing it to imprison everybody and to create this super holographic system. What would it have been used for prior to that?
Yeah. Why did they put up this
Mm-hmm.
technology to begin with?
Mm-hmm.
What the watchers have explained, and I will come to that as well, is that these cousins of ours uh, start to rebel against the gods.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to become gods, and they didn't want to be equal as the gods, but to be above them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they figured out they could do it with technology and like trap gods, trap uh, our ancient gods, and to hijack part of the creator's creation
Mm-hmm.
to become gods within this their own matrix, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And I think the demiurge used the technology who were there, either to infiltrate it or our cousins maybe tried to trap him, but it didn't turn out
Mm-hmm.
for the best. For the best.
Exactly. I have an example also. Now, we remember the whole legend of Aladdin, right? The jinn
Yeah, yeah,
that
exactly.
came that was able to be put into a little like container, essentially.
Yes,
And you'd rub it and then, he'd come out. But he was plasma. He was plasma
exactly,
smoke.
exactly.
Interesting. Just
That's true. And you can trap spirits in stones, in gems like diamonds and stuff like that.
hmm
Uh, so you can. This is a real thing,
hmm
and I know the scope of this is hard to wrap your mind around.
mm,
But imagine what technology the elite have today with UFO technology. Uh,
mm,
Imagine that and take it up another level.
hmm
For example, if you are level 2 civilization, if we are level 1, if we are level 2, you start to be able to manipulate the forces of the sun, to use that as
hmm
an energy source, to use the sun your source for energy. That kind of a society, level of society, uh, I argue that they had that kind of a
mm,
society, our cousins. They can manipulate the forces of the sun,
hmm
meaning our sun, Helios, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah.
And I think they don't want us to know about this civilization because then all hell will break loose because we see through the false history narrative, and
hmm
now we ask ourselves, who are we then? We weren't living in caves 10,000 BC. We weren't those
hmm
cavemen and women.
hmm Talk a
And
little
they,
bit more about that. Okay, so we weren't cavemen and women. So explain who we were back then.
yes, I will come to that very
Okay.
soon because it's a very interesting
hmm
story there. And you have this plasma trap, and that's one of
mm
the function of the pyramids. But there are many more
hmm
functions. And I will come to them as well. But I highly recommend Joseph P. Farah's book, Demon in the Ekur,
mm
where he uh, make a very good case that plasma is really some plasma get intelligence
hmm
uh, and start to become.
And who's the author of that?
Joseph P. Farrell is his name.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Farrell. Okay. I should just put all those down for everybody. You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember the Soho? somebody, a few people captured the Soho, which is the sun, right? Like you get the
Mm,
images of the sun and the visuals. And we could see this massive, huge, round um, vehicle, bigger than the size of, well, Earth. And it lodged itself to the sun, and it was taking like energy from the sun, like it was
yeah, yeah,
fueling up.
exactly. Yes,
And then when it was complete, it left.
exactly.
Hmm.
They probably took in some plasma from the sun, I
Yeah.
would say,
Yeah.
and it's a source you can use for sure.
Hmm.
And now you have the idea why some god are attributed to the sun, for example, Apollyon, because
Hmm.
uh, they maybe come from the sun as plasma
Hmm.
that leave the sun, plasma bursts and
Exactly.
burst
And
out, and
and now we're seeing evidence of these orbs, of these plasma
exactly.
orbs that are turning into different shapes and turning even into
Yes.
drones and creating these phenomenon balls. Like, yeah.
Exactly. And I would argue that those plasma in the sky are angels, demons, and gods.
Hmm.
That is what you see in the sky, and even
Hmm.
dragons, I would say. And dragons is misunderstanding. I think dragons are plasma because sometimes you see the plasma is splitting up, like it's shooting for fire, and then it
Hmm.
goes back again, and then it's flying
Yeah.
further.
Yeah.
So I think what you see is different angels, demons, dragons, and gods.
Hmm.
And I think they have returned back to us because of the activity with
Hmm.
atomic bombs ripping holes in the fabric of matter. We talked about Enki and the heavy water and all of
Hmm.
that. And I think they start to come back.
And
And also,
also CERN.
exactly, CERN is aimed at the sun, probably. Uh,
Hmm.
letting plasma through. Uh, a lot of things going on these
Hmm.
days, and they
Hmm.
don't want us to know about it. And Bruce sees all filmed all of that,
Hmm.
like, and yeah, it's gone.
Well, now you're getting people that are filming through terrible storms that are happening, and in a flash of lightning, they're seeing like massive Titan-shaped bodies showing
Exactly.
up of human type beings,
Yes.
of dragon type, of octopus type beings. You're seeing like people filming Titan-sized human type beings in the clouds and the like
Yes.
it's they're everywhere now.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. We are at the end again. We are in
Hmm.
apocalyptic time, and we will see the same phenomena now as in the last days of Atlantis.
Hmm.
We are going full circle, and the technology is almost there
Hmm.
with the elite because they have technology don't share with us. They are way
Hmm.
ahead of us.
Hmm. Yeah, they only give the serfs, okay,
Exactly.
the most minimal, nothing, stupid garbage that is like antiquated, prehistoric.
Yes. And the reason why they give us this technology is because they need us to have it. There is a self-serving interest here,
Hmm.
even though they risk us waking up as well, because we are the computer, we can communicate with
Hmm.
each other from different countries. But for the internet is a
Hmm.
necessity in order for them to put up the grid they want to put up.
Hmm.
Therefore, when they gave us internet, they knew very well that now is the pushing of a button of the time race is here now.
Yeah,
Either we overcome them or they will wake up.
yeah, a calculated risk.
Calculated risk, exactly. Good way to put it. So, part four, for all they with eyes to see. And I will explain the end of Atlantis period and the darkness that started to grow back then. Because we have to face this. Our cousins have started to challenge the gods, and they didn't want to uh, be their equals. Rather, they want to be the gods of the gods, and they were very powerful and have the technology, so they could challenge the gods, and they did. They challenged the Watchers. At the same time, they become a threat to the human race, us. They become a threat to our our solar system, uh, because of their technology. They became a threat to Mother Earth, and they were very destructive. And a lot of sacrifice went on, and black magic.
Mhm. Is part of their technology black magic?
Yes.
Mhm.
So it's I would say it's a combination of magic and technology
Mhm.
in some ways.
Right.
So Belial have stated, your ascent requires destruction, for you and your kind are the great destroyers. And I think that's a hard pill for the human race to swallow. And why is it important to understand that? It's because we want to see things outside of ourselves, but we also have darkness within us, and we wage war against each other only because a politician says so or a king says so, and we are very quick killing each other. Therefore, the human race has darkness. And remember, what we are talking about now is our cousins. In a lot of ways, they are like us. The big difference is that they got their power for free,
Hmm.
meaning without wisdom. And that's even more dangerous because
Hmm.
at least the human race is in a very weakened state right now. Therefore, we cannot do much destruction with our darkness. But it is there, and the human race is completely out of balance. And that is what we have to take back. And we do that by going within and transform and then acknowledge that the darkness is there, not to try to deny it. That will not take us very far.
Do you think this is the reason why in these Genesis accounts they destroyed the first creation? Like it just seems to be in a genetic experimentation where they're destroying this species because it's, well, they're not going to tell you it's because they're too advanced, but if they're too advanced, and they have too many of their strands functioning, they have these abilities. So they have to destroy that, right? A
Yes.
colossal global catastrophe that would nearly be an extinction level event to create a new species. And then they kept doing this. Like there were a
Yes.
series of different versions that they were creating and destroying.
Mm.
Was it to destroy the original being that was here because they were too metaphysical, physical, and are the succeeding species, of which we are one of them, a result of the genetic tampering that they created a species that they thought they could control by keeping our DNA dormant?
Yes, you're onto something very real, and I will explain it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's you're onto the truth here.
Mm-hmm.
So what is happening? Well, in the end of this third Atlantis period, the Watchers have given our cousins access to power not earned because they give it for free. And that's a huge thing if you think about it. It's a complete different to have to work and experience and feel the hardship to gain something than to have just be given the power.
Mm-hmm.
that one path leads to wisdom. When you work and you earn it, you also gain wisdom with it, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
If you are given it for free, then the wisdom starts to be lacking. So the free periods of Atlantis have passed, and free epochs of Atlantis have been destroyed. Technology have been part of the destruction. The last period ended in terror and darkness, and that's the period we are talking about, the third here. And I would say it ended like 12,000 years ago or 14,000 years ago. And I know that people say, oh, that's not that far, not long away, long time ago. But
Mm.
remember, there are a lot of strange stories between 10,000 BC and like 2000 BC about cities being blown up like Sodom and Gomorrah,
Mm.
evidence of glass melted in the desert, about the stories in the
Mm.
Bhagavad Gita between gods and men, uh,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of strange phenomena we cannot explain. So they seem to have technology until like 2000 BC that could that had capacity to destroy cities.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the source of the that technology cannot be much further back in time.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, a lot of genetic manipulation was going on. And we recognize this from today, right? We know
Mm-hmm.
they are doing it the same in towns underneath us, but our cousins made a lot of genetic manipulation. And you have chimeras, you have the Greek mythology with minotaurs,
Mm-hmm.
centaurs, and all of that. You have weapons of mass destruction, dark magic, and rituals, rape and torture women and children, and in combination with black magic rituals, you had cannibalism, and they challenged the gods, the Watchers. Therefore, they were completely out of, they will have become very, very dark, our cousins. And you can imagine, if you can imagine all of this in combination, then you can maybe imagine the horror of mass sacrificing, sex, and cannibalism in combination. And they had become very, very dark.
Now, would this have something also to do with the Nephilim?
We come to the Nephilim, and even the Nephilim is a huge misunderstanding, and I will
Mm-hmm.
try to put it right here today.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Nephilim is a very important story when we come to us.
Mm-hmm.
So our cousins is not the Nephilims. Uh, they are another humanoid being.
The
Our
Sasquatch.
cousin, like,
We're related to the Sasquatch. It's true. Yes, that's one of them.
hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the Sasquatch also existed, and I will talk about them as well a little bit. Yes, so you
Mm.
can into something there. Um, so in the end, the Watchers had to bring our cousins down in order to save humankind, and the solar system of void was created, a rift. Unlimited power was now restrained for coming humanity, meaning us. They couldn't risk the same results with us as our cousins.
Mm.
Now we have to earn our knowledge. But it also means that we have to rise up.
Mm.
And through that experience, we gain wisdom with it.
Mm-hmm. We
Because
had we had
too
to
much.
go into Sheol. We had to go down into the depths of hell and earn it the hard way.
Yes, you're onto the truth, Lauda. And I will take you to hell and back again. But so bear with me. But it will. I have a good end because I believe in a good end. So please uh,
Mhm,
bear with me. Uh, our human race ended up as observers in a conflict between our cousins and the Watchers. The sky was falling. Ragnarok was here on Earth as in heaven because they had technology, and I think they have a foothold on like Moon, Mars, and even Saturn.
and so Ragnarok would be the apocalypse.
Yeah, so you have the Norse mythology, you have this Ragnarok idea of war between the gods, giants, and
Hmm.
I think that's a real account. I think
I
they
agree.
try to explain a very big, important happening uh, the best way they could.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what they do. I
Yes,
think
yes.
that they put it into legends and myths, and they want to give it to you as some kind of a fictional account of a myth or a legend when in fact it actually happened.
Mm, yeah, yeah, absolutely. And of course, they
Hmm.
want to convince us that this is only stories, there is nothing to it.
Hmm.
It's silly, but it's far from it.
Hmm. Hmm.
So this void was this rift, meaning that if you want to push further into the metaphysical and take everything back, you have to work for it. You cannot just go there and take it as our cousins got it for free. No, we cannot have that anymore. It's very dangerous. Uh, we don't want you to risk become like them. So now you have to rise up, you have to work hard for it. You can overcome this void they created,
Hmm.
but now you have to work, transform, and work hard to pierce the void.
The void is when they made the 22 strands dormant,
Yes,
creating a complete amnesia, aka void,
yes.
of all of this knowledge and all of these abilities. So that is what you're referring to when you say the void, right? Was created. A rift.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. A
Mhm.
rift. And also in like dimensions or
Mhm.
uh, but
Right.
it's part of that. What you are
Mhm.
saying is part of that because in order for you to uh, go over the void
Mhm.
deep into the metaphysical, you need to start to ignite your
Mhm.
22 strands of dormant DNA to take
Mhm.
that back. And through that, you start to vibrate differently. Your
Mhm.
body start to pick up different frequencies.
Mhm.
Now you start to see this rift, this void you have to
Mhm.
pierce. But first you have to transform your body to be able to
Mhm.
see that.
Mhm.
And now you can start to pierce that void and go even deeper into the metaphysical and take back the most profound things about yourself.
Mhm.
And through this journey, you gain wisdom, you gain insight, you gain understanding
Mhm.
of process of evolution, and you understand that life, nature, our solar system is a precious thing,
Mhm.
and it is not something you should hold dear and respect.
Mhm.
And the gods, of course.
Mhm.
Not bend your knees, but respect them.
Mhm.
Not uh, try to overthrow them.
Yeah, as hard as it is for people to understand sometimes, because life here is very challenging. This
Yes,
being incarnated in a physical body in this in in what is matter here is the greatest opportunity. And bar the hijacking, bar that this was all taken over, this is the greatest blessing is to be able to have matter in creation.
Yes.
Matter
Uh,
matters.
absolutely, absolutely. People think of today, but we can take over. We shouldn't be slaves to this
Hmm.
elite. We shouldn't be slaves under demiurgic rule.
Right.
We should take it all back.
Hmm.
But we have to earn it. And that's because the Watcher cannot risk us becoming like the cousins. Because remember, our cousins was close to destroy our solar system and
Hmm.
remember and
Hmm.
our planet. And remember what I said in the beginning. The first thing that comes forth is Hecate and then the spark. And it takes time for Hecate and Lucifer to create life or matter,
Hmm.
life in matter. That's a long process. So if we destroy, then they have to start all over again, and that they cannot allow.
Hmm.
It's a long process to
Hmm.
create life. What we have here is a precious thing.
Hmm.
It is not something that just come about.
hmm
Uh, Therefore, we should view it as an opportunity and to
hmm Yeah, it's not a result of a Big Bang.
no, no, this is nonsense. No,
It's complete nonsense.
it's just nonsense. And
Hmm.
if we go talk about the Big Bang, then think more closely like plasma, and
Hmm.
plasma spread life,
hmm
and
hmm
that's the start of it. The gods,
hmm
and then plasma gain intelligence, and
hmm
then the life comes from there.
hmm
I would say speculation, but
hmm
closer to the truth than the Big Bang, I would say.
Yeah, the way that the false science wants you to believe things
Yeah,
happened. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so now we have to work for it, but it is there and you can do it. With hard work, you can take everything back. But you can't be given everything for free. And this is the reason, because people always ask and have a hard time with the fact that why aren't we like gods? What is the purpose? This is the purpose. You need to have respect for nature, our planet, for creation, so the solar system, and understand it. And by doing so, you will gain wisdom that goes with your power.
So you think it's there's a benevolent reason as to why we have been gene edited and gene hacked to make our DNA dormant, 22 strands dormant, because we have to earn the ability to prove that we are responsible as creators.
Yes and no. There is this. Yeah, I will come to that. So
Hmm.
I will very soon, and you're onto something. Like, let's say it like that. You're onto some profound truth.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Yes. So part number 5, as in the days of Noah. So let's talk more about the demiurge. What are we talking about when we mention the demiurge? When Enlil, and I want to remind you that Enlil is also Jehovah, realized that the human race had ended up in a weakened state after the war with the Watchers and our cousins, he took the opportunity to give the human race a second blow. The Watchers wanted evolution, but in a controlled manner, no more power without work. Enlil didn't want any evolution, no more noise, no more technology. And in the Sumerian mythology, they state that Enlil thought it was too much noise with this human race, and he wanted to put them down through this flood to drown humanity. And according to Sumerian mythology, and we talked about this before, Lauda, is that the Enki is the savior of humanity in the Sumerian mythology. And Jehovah sent a flood to drown humanity. And water in Hebrew letter is mem. The Hebrew letter mem means water, but it means much more than just water. So when they talk about the Noah's flood in the Old Testament, and they says that Jehovah wanted to drown humanity, they mean a lot of different things at the same time. Yes, he wanted to drown humanity, but he also wanted to drown humanity in memory, because man means memory as well. And that is what we see because we have a memory loss between 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC. And according to me, that's the real Noah story.
And who was
Uh,
Noah?
yes, he
I
was.
mean, is he Utnapishtim? Because in the Sumerian, it's Utnapishtim. It's the same story. In the
Hmm,
biblical account, you have this whole genealogy that goes back to Noah. But who really is Noah?
yes. So the Unapishtim is Noah, is the same person.
Mm-hmm.
And in the story of Gilgamesh, you have the same idea of the deluge, the water, and drowning. He meets Noah, the Unapiskin, and so this is a what I call a boatman. I call Noah a boatman, and a boatman is a person who wants to travel over astral water because we call the astral water, uh, astral realm for the astral water. So when you travel in water, you also travel in the metaphysical. So for me, a boatman is a person who tries to push themselves out into the metaphysical, into the astral plane and beyond. Now Noah, what Noah tried to do is to push humanity to to go over to the metaphysical, to be a boatman, but he failed. Uh, and yeah, I'm going to go into that soon. But from Enlil, Jehovah's perspective, he wanted to drown humanity in memory, meaning to he didn't want us to remember who we come, where we come from, and who we are. Take away our memory. And of course, water means emotions as well. To drown humanity, to take away the soul of man. Because to drown humanity means to drown what humanity are. And humanity are a body and a soul. So when he says to drown humanity, it doesn't necessarily mean that you want to drown humanity as in destroying the body, but destroying the soul. But because without the soul, we are not the same race anymore. We are not humans if we have lost the soul.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that humanity would end up as an android race, meaning slaves under the demiurge. Demiurge. And the demiurge are Jehovah and his son, Ninurta. So what is going on here? Enlil Jehovah is the master behind the throne or the puppeteer behind the throne, but the demiurge is controlled by Enlil Jehovah, who are his father.
Now, was Noah an Anunnaki?
Not Noah, but he had a Nephilim on board his boat,
Mm-hmm.
and I will come to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how Lucifer saved the human race under this water. He saved the human race from drowning in memory, in soul, in yeah.
Was he Atlantean? What was the lineage of Noah?
That's a good question. I only know what they talked about in the Bible, and that he
Mm-hmm.
was uh, an important important person
Mm-hmm.
for the Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, if I speculate a little bit, I view Noah as an esoteric master of some sort. Maybe not master, but he was, because the story goes that he won many things goes on in the story at the same time, right? So it's not only about traveling
Mm-hmm.
physical water, but what Noah tried to do was to travel into the metaphysical to find a solution for the human problem.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, he had to be a person who were into some sort of an esoteric method. And of course, the Old Testament was written by the Kabbalists.
Mm-hmm.
So what they are saying is that Noah was a Kabbalist
Mm-hmm.
uh, who tried to save humanity and go over to the other side, traveling to astral water to leave the physical.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was that Noah didn't push far enough.
Mm-hmm.
And as a left-hand path practitioner, I know this is a very common problem, right? You
Mm-hmm.
go over to the tree and then you become spooked or afraid and you back off. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't face what you're supposed to face on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And Noah was never meant to take land. He crash landed in matter.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't take the boat far enough into the metaphysical, but he became spooked, he was afraid, and he started search for land instead to take the boat into matter, meaning he didn't push far enough into the metaphysical.
Mm-hmm.
He failed with his mission to take the human race to the next level or to avoid becoming slaves under this force.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the story is about a lot of things, and you can understand it if you read the Bible. It says Noah traveled on water for 40 days and 40 nights.
Mm-hmm.
But what you search for is the number 42 because 42 means completion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why in the hitch, what's this called? The Hitchhiker Guide to the
The
Galaxy,
galaxy, yeah.
you have the computer. What is the meaning of the universe and life? And 42, because
Yeah.
that's completion.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Old Testament and with the story of Noah, it says 40 nights and 40 days before he take land, meaning he failed.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it has if its story goes like this, he traveled for 42 nights and 42 days,
Mm-hmm.
then it means completion, that he managed to go through with his ordeal. But
Mm-hmm.
he didn't.
Why is 42 the answer? What is the esoteric importance of 42 and why is that completion?
Yes, so you have, I can't explain it right now, but it's about the Hebrew letters. So
Mm-hmm.
you have one letter meaning 40 and another 42, and when you combine those two Hebrew letters,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you have this completion because the Hebrew letters means something as well. They have
Okay.
a word meaning attached to them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so in the esoteric traditions and in the Old Testament, you have the Jewish people
Mm-hmm.
wandering around in the desert, for example, for
Mm-hmm.
40 years, searching
Okay.
for an answer. But they don't find it, so they travel around in the desert for 40 years. And
Mm-hmm.
we know they are searching for a solution, an answer, but they don't find it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have the number 41, you know that they are on their way to find the solution. And when you come to number 42, they have found the solution, the metaphysical solution or the spiritual solution to their problem, how to push further on their journey into the metaphysical.
Now, do you think Noah was genetically related to Nephilim because his skin, he was born different. He didn't look like human. His skin
Mm,
looked like uh, the skin of a snake. It had
mm,
that all those colors, like the translucent colors that change. It was actually taken out of the Bible, but it's an ancient text that
mm,
he looked, and they thought he was the child of that he was actually the offspring of an angel or of a watcher
mm,
because he had different eyes. His skin was different. It was like that of a serpent.
mm.
So, was he related to? Is this going to be something you bring into?
Yes, I will talk about because Noah himself was not a Nephilim,
Mm-hmm.
but he had a Nephilim on board his boat,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a lady, and I will talk about her soon.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very interesting because what you are talking about now um, can be related to Atlantis, and remember a lot of things went on in the
Mm-hmm.
end of Atlantis period, like genetic manipulation
Mm-hmm.
uh, with our cousins. So it's not in, I don't know, but it wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
surprise me if it is something to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So a lot of things went on during this period of our history.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we are here again. It's happening as we speak,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't see it because it's underneath us.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of abominations there and this dark stuff going
Mm-hmm.
on. Sorry
It
to
seems
say.
that he was a hybrid. It seems that he was actually sired by something that wasn't human.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we know about the elongated skull, for example,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm sure there were different humanoid races. This
Mm-hmm.
evolution stuff is not true.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of different humanoid races on this planet, like the
Yeah.
giants and so on. Uh, we were one of them, but we
Mm-hmm.
were not the only one who were
Mm-hmm.
intelligent. There were many races. So it's a mess. They try to hide it because they want us to buy into the evolution narrative.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's very important for them because if you can fool us into believe that we came from like a monkey race or whatever,
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
and then what they wanted to make us believe is this slow grinding evolution and it is a steady pace, like, but that's not how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. The evolution is a completely different story.
Mm-hmm. And that's fascinating.
Yes, it is. So, Enlil Jehovah's son, the demiurge or Ninurta Saturn, molded a new matrix with magic and technology. The technology he used was already there. The war in heaven had left technology in place for him to take over. Our cousins created the grid, and now the demiurge had taken control over it. And we talked about Valis before.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the problem with technology, um, that very powerful technology, sure, it breaks down, but you can re-engineer it and you can uh, recreate it It's easy to understand if you have a model to go on. And so when the Jehovah put the human race down, or Enlil, through the flood, made us forget, wanted to take away our soul, wanted to drown us, the demiurge Enlil's son uh, took control over this matrix and put us to lock us in, to take control, because we were in this weakened state after this flood. And Enlil wanted to have us under wrap. He didn't want us to rise up. He wanted us as a slave species in this matrix. The men without soul ended up under demiurge rule. With no soul, they started to worship matter technology instead of soul. Technology became the savior. They turned towards Saturn worship or Ninurta worship, Jehovah's son. And maybe it is they put the technology grid together, but I think the demiurge took it over and used it against them. And in the end, they had to turn to this worship. Remember the men without soul, our cousins. Uh, uh, sorry, it's not our cousins we're talking about. I'm sorry, I have to take that back. The human race who lost their soul because of the flood start to worship the demiurge. This is our race. This is who we are. But you have a part of humanity who I think had contact with our cousins and learned some of their magic from them. And we, the human race, became fractured in two parts, or in two different factions. Let's say it like that. The men who lost their soul through the flood started to worship. One part of us started to worship this force.
Mhm.
And I will come soon to the point where why we continue to to work with ourselves.
Now, the ones that worked with our cousins who had this knowledge handed down to them, which kind of sounds like the fallen angelics who came down and gave the knowledge to mankind, the hidden knowledge of the heavens. I don't know if there's a correlation in this, but are
Can
the
be.
are these the basically this is what turned into the secret brotherhoods, like the white secret brotherhood of ancient times, and it just became knowledge for only a few that kept it.
Yes, I'm coming to that, and we have a split in the human race here. That's
Yeah.
what I try to explain.
Hmm.
So you have one part of the human race, and I think that part have been in contact with our cousins and have learned some of this magic from them, the traditions from
Hmm.
them.
Hmm.
When the flood came and we lost the soul, these people start to turn their fate to technology instead, or they, they start to rely on technology.
Hmm.
And the technology, of course, was there because of our cousins. Therefore, they they start to um, use technology in order to transcend or to rise. They started to rely on technology to save them and to push them further away, further out into space and so on. But we had another part of humanity because we became split into parts. And we didn't have access to this technology. Remember, it was a struggle over this technology that was left after this flood, after the war with the Watchers. This was very important who get hold of it. But you haven't had an elite, and we see that today as well, who get hold of the technology. At the same time, they have lost their soul. Therefore, technology became their savior.
Mhm. How did
But you
they
had
lose their soul?
Yeah, it was through this water, this deluge, when Demiurge
Mhm,
flooded or tried to take out humanity,
mhm,
when we were in this weakened state.
mhm,
So you have the memory loss, you have the soul loss,
mhm,
or to drown humanity, what
mhm,
humanity are. It's not necessarily to drown humanity in
mhm,
body, but to take away what we
mhm,
are. And
mhm,
human are part body and part soul,
mhm, mhm,
if you get what I mean.
mhm, mhm,
And now you had two strands, you have two part, humanity was split in two parts. This part who have given up because they have lost the soul, but another part, and we are that part, we
fight.
yeah, we fight, we get another chance here. The Watchers try to save us.
Mhm,
And I will come to that
mhm,
soon. Because remember, the Watchers doesn't want to drown us. They put us down,
mhm,
our cousins down,
mhm,
but they didn't want to end evolution.
mhm,
That's a completely different thing. Enlil, Jehovah the Demiurge, wanted to put us down and shut down evolution.
mhm. Right.
But the Watchers want evolution, but they want it with wisdom. They didn't want us to have it without work,
Mhm, mhm,
as our cousins.
mhm,
But the Watchers didn't want this flood. The flooding come from the Demiurge, the Enlil, who saw that we have ended up in this weakened state.
mhm.
Therefore, he took
Right.
the opportunity to shut down all possibility of evolution.
Mhm,
And therefore, one part of our race lost their soul. At the same time, they get hold of the technology who were there.
mhm,
And that's also a very dangerous combination. Now, the part, the other part of humanity will get their soul, their spark back. And
mhm,
I will tell you the story. And that's about Noah and what you were talking about. So to try to explain this with the Anunnaki and the Demiurge and what we started to talk about with the Enki and the line. Some of the Anunnaki gods end up under Demiurgic rule as well, and one of them was Zeus and Marduk. And this is a little bit controversial to say, but if you view how Zeus behaved in the Greek mythology, he's not a good god. He's an evil god, manipulating women, having sex, and so on.
mhm,
And Marduk is Enki's son. So how did he end up? And I think Zeus and Marduk is the same god, but it is a different time frame.
mhm,
Marduk turned into Zeus because of the matrix, the demiurgic matrix. And what that matrix does is to push us down into matter, because that's the purpose of the matrix, to take away the soul and to push us down into matter. And it was not only humans who were affected by it, it was also the gods. And I think some gods left. And I think Enki left for Sirius. He said he didn't want to end up in this demiurgic matrix prison under Enlil rule. But his son was left, Marduk. And the reason why is because Enki hoped that Marduk could open up the matrix from within and open up the matrix from within. And that's the Tower of Babylon story. Mordecai created the tower to reach to the heaven because they were stuck in the matrix. And what Marduk tried to do was to reach his father in heaven or reach his father located on Sirius. Therefore, he created this tower to reach
Mhm.
his father from within the matrix. But he failed and the tower was destroyed. And now Marduk started to feel the forces of the demiurgic prison started working on him. Because Marduk is not a god, he's a demigod. One part of Marduk is human because his uh, mother was a human.
Mhm.
Therefore, the part in Marduk that is human also started to be affected by this dense demiurgic matrix to be pushed down into matter. Therefore, the Tower of Babel was an attempt to break free before he started to end up under these forces and become a slave under demiurgic rule as the human race. And he was half human, half god. Therefore, he had a human component in him. He was part human.
Mhm.
And therefore, in the Greek mythology, Marduk has turned into Zeus, a very evil god. And you can see the devolution of Marduk into Zeus, because he end up like Enlil, and he start to mimic Enlil's character and become this gods of the god of the gods and so on, and want to be worshipped,
Mhm.
and he become part of this infiltrated, you can call it if you want
Mhm.
to.
Yeah, that's perfect. It is an infiltration.
Yes. So I view the Tower of Babylon as a mean to reach out to his father Enki Sirius
Mhm.
and to break free of the Matrix
Mhm.
and
And then
reach
after
his.
Babel, he just
Yeah,
evolved.
yes, he evolved and kind of give up or
Mhm.
not accept his fate, but he becomes this Zeus character in the Greek mythology, who are much more evil and sinister and controlling and want to be worshipped and all of that.
Mhm.
So Engi took his foothold on Sirius, and the Tower of Babylon was this attempt to open up the matrix and reach the heavens. And then we have the angels, and we talked about Elohim and so on earlier. And it's hard to say what is what, but the loyal angels and the fallen ones are also a misunderstood concept. The loyal angels followed Jehovah Enlil, the demiurge. They lost their free will because they were trapped inside of this matrix. We can understand them as loyal software, not evil, but loyal to matter.
Mhm.
So the angels are not evil towards us. That is not what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But if you want to transform, to transcend, for
Mhm.
example, if you then you ask for the fallen angels. They want to rise us up. They want evolution,
Mhm. Mhm.
like the Watchers, the old gods. The angels doesn't help us with transformation, but they can heal us. They can help us to heal. They
Mhm.
will help us, but they will not help us to overcome the matrix,
Mhm.
right? They patch us up, heal us, and keep us in the matrix.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean evil, but they will not help us to transcend
Mhm.
the matrix.
Except the fallen angelics.
Exactly. Then you have the fallen angels
Mhm.
or the watchers. They want us to break free.
Yeah.
That's the difference here. So they lost their free will and become uh, loyal angels under Jehovah.
Mhm.
But doesn't mean evil necessarily. They can help you, so please don't
Mhm.
if you communicate with them, continue. I can communicate. I haven't, but I wouldn't mind to communicate with Gabriel if I need some healing.
Mhm. Mhm. I've had Michael come to me
Hmm.
more than once. Yeah.
Yeah, they are powerful and they can help you absolutely.
Mhm.
So the story is much more complicated, It's not
Mhm.
like evil, good.
Mhm.
It's a lot of things going on here.
Mikael knows, like the way the information I was given is that they knew that they figured out that they were following the counterfeit God that wasn't actually God, that it was the
Hmm.
demiurge pretending to be God. And that was the rebellion. And Michael didn't he didn't want to join the fallen, but he didn't want to be with the other ones that were like, yes, yes, I'll do what you want. He kind of exited from the whole thing and he just didn't want anything. Well, that's what he told me.
Interesting. Yeah, thank
He's
you.
kind of doing his own thing. He
Yes.
chooses who he chooses what he does. He doesn't do it for the purpose of being told.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, so nothing is black or white or,
No.
there are a lot of things going on here. But to give you an explanation about the angels in, let's say, the Old Testament, the New
Hmm.
Testament, they are loyal angels to the demiurge or
Hmm.
Jehovah. Doesn't mean evil.
But when we see Sodom and Gomorrah, when we see
Yes,
the example of that, and you see that it was the angelics that came in and they had whatever technology to create that to do that.
yes.
Um, is this a part of your information that you bring in here about that example of Sodom and Gomorrah? Like, because I think everybody wants to find out what is the truth because the biblical account is
Hmm.
usually inverted.
Yes.
It's usually hiding
Hmm.
information
Yes,
and
it
spinning
is.
a story to get you to believe whatever. What would you say about Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting story. Uh, I think there are a lot of lies about Sodom and Gomorrah. I think it was two towns who started to use sex to transform, to transcend, and to break free. Uh, but I'm sure there were people in those towns who, get off the rails and start to do
Mm-hmm.
like
Devolve.
misuse it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, misuse it as well. So the truth is somewhere in between there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But regardless what, I think the demiurge Jehovah saw the town as a threat. They could be
Mm-hmm.
people who start to see through the illusion if they use a good method, a
Mm-hmm.
tantric method to see through the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and also they saw the debauchery and the negative
Yeah.
side of it.
Yeah.
And I think they decided to destroy it. And the one who destroyed it, I don't think was Jehovah or the demiurge themselves, but I think uh, an elite priest class under the gods
Mm-hmm.
did the destruction. And I think the destruction was created through technology they had
Mm-hmm.
from Atlantis time, like
Mm-hmm.
an atomic bomb or a really
Mm-hmm.
powerful weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And it went up in flames.
Mm-hmm. It
And that's how they describe the effect of it. Like
was
people,
3,000 degrees Celsius.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can make sense of the story if you think in those terms.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it is uh, the elite priest class doing the acts on behest of their god,
Mm-hmm.
and they are supposed to mimic the character of their god.
Mm-hmm.
So it is Jehovah, it is the demiurge who do the
Mm-hmm.
destruction, but the technology they did it with came from Atlantis, I
Right.
think.
I agree.
So that's a more truthful
Hmm.
story
Hmm.
than the biblical account.
Hmm.
Yes. So the fallen angels, the watchers, refused to give up their free will under Jehovah, the golem god, as they call him. To avoid the demiurgic matrix of control, they created a bubble within the matrix, or a matrix within the matrix. We can communicate with them from here, matter, with a method. Here they're waiting to have access to matter through our action again. And we talked about that as well, that these gods and these angels can take form here and act. There is a truth to that.
Hmm.
And they have told me that they can,
Hmm.
but not now, but maybe soon.
Why not
And
now?
I think it's the timing.
Mm.
And I think it is about the human race. We are not ready. We have to transform. We
Yeah.
have to be prepared and
Hmm.
but that time will come according to them where the gods will walk with us here on earth again. And yeah, it will be a completely different time. And that's also the reason why I tell you the stories about Atlantis hard to believe, but
Hmm.
small. I believe that complete shift in our reality can happen now and have happened before. It is hard for us to imagine what
Hmm.
it was like back then.
Hmm.
And that's also when they date things, carbon date artifacts and so on. I think a lot of that is nonsense because
Hmm.
the nature have shifted so much that it's hard to carbon date anything.
Hmm.
Uh, it's like they think that nature is like their
Fixed.
ideal, yeah, fixed, this idea of evolution and nothing change. But our atmosphere can change, our water can change,
Hmm.
our climate change, especially if you add technology to the mix,
Hmm.
then you can
Yeah.
completely shift the laws of nature.
Hmm.
So the Watcher escaped to the Matrix. I believe Enki escaped to Sirius. I think the Watchers created, as they explained, a matrix within the matrix because they didn't want to risk ending up in under the demiurgic rule or matrix. And we can see this in Marduk, who ended up in this matrix, and he started to shift and become this character Zeus. And the character Zeus seems to be a mixture, if you view his behavior,
Hmm.
a mixture between the behavior of Jehovah and Marduk.
Hmm.
You have the same behavior, same control. He wants to control and to be worshipped, and
Hmm.
he doesn't mind to kill off humans and use humans
Hmm.
for his own ends. So the character Zeus is a blend between Marduk and Enlil because he has started to take their character because he end up under their energy grid matrix.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's the reason why some people believe Zeus to be Enlil, but he is Marduk transformed because
That makes sense.
hmm. So the fall, this was caused by a minute fraction of divine light of darkness which remained within the beginning of the circle of incarnation of mankind. So now they try to give us back the spark again, and now we come back to this uh, Noah story. and what you were talking about, and what happened because the human race was divided into groups here. The soulless people who have taken control over some technology from our cousins, they have given up hope. Their hope was put into technology, and the rest of humanity, meaning us. And we uh, were very close to end up as soulless dead beings, as slaves under demiurgic rule. But the Watchers have another plan for us, because they didn't want to end evolution. They just wanted to put our cousin down, and they wanted us to evolve, but with wisdom.
Mhm.
So now we come back to this junk DNA and all of this 22 strands of dormant DNA. The cliphotic shells represent what science once called junk DNA, and the cliphots is the in the tree of the cliphotic tree. You have the sephirots,
Mhm.
the you have them in the tree of life, but this is the other side of the tree of life. So it's a reflection, a dark side of the Sephira or Sephirots in the tree of life. So this is the reason why you should work with the tree, the cliphotic tree, right? So
Mhm.
the Washes have stated that the cliphotic shell represents what science once called junk DNA. This DNA is potential found in your current being, which mankind assume is not encoded. Codes of divine power were once written within this junk DNA. They have been extracted by the manipulation of the environment stimulus your experience, meaning they manipulate us to lose it.
Mhm.
They
Right.
use our environment against us. We talked about this before as well, the water, the food,
Mhm.
the music,
Mhm.
everything is aimed against us to shut down this DNA and to keep it shut down or dormant within us.
Yeah.
And one way is also to convince us that this is young DNA and that
Mhm.
it is not useful. And if you believe that, that becomes the truth.
Mhm. Yep.
What your mind tells you, that's your reality. I mean, that's
It's so insane if you think about, like, even when I was young and I would hear the teacher saying, "Oh, it's junk DNA and it's of no value."
yeah.
And I'm like, "Let me get this straight. You're suddenly manifested as a created being in perfection, really, and you're telling me that um the majority of your DNA, which is like constitutes more than 90%, is of no value because it's nothing, because it's junk."
Mm.
I, how do people get so brainwashed? Like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that doesn't even make common sense at all.
No, no, no.
It's impossible. You cannot have junk DNA in a created manifested being.
No. You can ignite it and it's there for a purpose,
Yeah.
for sure. So truth in darkness without the Sephira Doth. And Doth is the 11th Sephira on the cliphotic tree. And that's not really a cliffa, but that's the entering point to the tunnel goes from the tree of life to the cliphotic tree. That's the tunnel you take when you go over to the cliphotic tree. So it's a mental tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go within to open up Darth and open up the cliphotic tree from within. And then you, of course, you need your soul, your spark intact in order to do
What
to do that.
what does death mean?
I don't know the meaning of the word,
Mm-hmm.
but what it is an entering point into the cliphotic tree from within yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Darth is in within you. So it's a mental. You
Like
have
a
to go with
corridor, like you're walking
exactly.
down a dark corridor.
Yeah, exactly. You're walking down a mental dark corridor to
Hmm.
enter these spaces, and you can do it as long as you have your soul, your spark intact, and you can do it from your own home to. You need to just to transform your body to vibrate in a certain way, or you,
Hmm.
the most important part is that you learn how to shut down your brain because our brain is always in the way.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
uh,
Well, that's the point of infection
mm,
and invasion. It's in here.
yes, and so we have this ability, and it's hard work and method, but
Mhm.
if you do it the right way, you can go over to the cliff-ortic tree.
Is that through breathing?
Breathing exercises are very good and very useful here. Meditation, yoga is very good. Uh, Kundalini chakra work, very important.
Hmm.
Uh, and to have the gods on your side is a very important thing.
Hmm.
But you can take it all back. Uh, So without the Sephira Doth, the human race would end up as a slave race, harvested by the Archons as food energy. Remember, they created this matrix.
Hmm.
They keep us down and they use us as an energy source, I would say, in some form.
How many
And if
lifetimes do you have to do this? Because let's just say in your past life you were a sage and or whatever, you mastered meditation, you mastered all of this, you actually
mm,
were a master of this
mm,
and defied physics because you penetrated through all of this, and then you found yourself born again
mm,
as an incarnated soul. at,
yes,
at what point is you doing, because it would be the assumption that you've already done this.
yes,
So how many
that's
times do you have to do this?
Yeah, that's so. Let's say you have done it in previous life. You have
Hmm.
worked yourself through this, but you decide you want to come back because
Hmm.
you don't want to end reincarnation. You don't want to go back to source. Then you will come back and you will pick up pace and you will come back where you finished off earlier.
Hmm.
Therefore, what I'm saying is that the most important part of your life is to do the work
Hmm.
because that's the only thing you will have with you
Hmm.
after your body had died. The
Hmm.
house is gone, the car is gone, everything is
Hmm.
gone. But this work is like become programmed within your
Right.
soul.
Hmm.
Therefore, you will not lose it, but you will take it with you. When you
Hmm.
come back, you will come back as a powerful warrior, and now you really can start to make difference.
Right.
And that's the reason why it's very important to start to do the work, because if you don't, you just
Hmm.
reincarnate back into
Hmm.
nothing, into nothing. So if you can distract you and tell you, ah, your life is about work and buy
Hmm.
a car and a house and then you
Yeah.
die, then you come back and you do the same nonsense all over and you're not going anywhere.
Hmm. Hmm.
You have come to standstill
Hmm.
under demiurgic rule because
Hmm.
you're not even trying to break free,
Hmm.
and you have become a source of energy for them.
Hmm.
That's the reason why you should do everything you can to transform and do as much work as you can in a lifetime so you can pick it up in the next one and continue
Hmm.
on, or
Hmm.
so you go forward
Hmm.
in your transformation process.
I would think it's just to just leave here. Just,
Mm,
this isn't, this is not the original design reality that we were supposed to be in.
no, no, no.
So
So
to me, this is to exit and to go to what is actually real.
yeah, but they what she's saying here is that, as I said before, remember
Hmm.
that if you take over this place,
Mhm.
kick out the demiurge, kick
Mhm.
out the esoteric elite to worship the demiurge and keep us here and take over this place can be a very beautiful place.
Mhm.
And remember, you are not a prisoner if you have risen up, if you have
Mhm.
transformed, you can leave whenever you want.
Mhm.
So, for example, this place, this
Mhm.
planet becomes like a launching pad for your
Right.
soul, where you can take off and travel wherever you want and come back.
Mhm.
This is just a prison for now, but we will break
Mhm.
free and
Mhm.
we will take over.
Mhm.
And I think we should experience this experience and have it this experience much longer with each
Mhm.
other in this matter, but
Mhm.
at the same time to be able to leave,
Mhm. Mhm. Right.
to use it to our advantage.
Mhm. Mhm. Right.
Because there are a lot of good things here, beautiful things. You can sit beside a lake and have a fire going on with your loved ones or a friend and just be there. And I think
Mhm.
we will we will lose a lot of things as well. We will not be able to have this experience together.
Mhm. It's
But
interesting because I was shown the new Earth, which is the old Earth.
mm,
And this is the real version, okay, that
mm,
this system was copied from.
mm,
And in that system is the real Earth. So you can have all those experiences there, but they're completely 100% real. And it's
mm,
not a simulacrum,
mm,
holographic, mechanical uh, system.
mm.
So,
Yes.
sure, stay here and experience this without the hijacking or just go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a choice. It's a choice,
Yeah.
man. And I will come to that as well. And
Hmm.
there's nothing. I don't view anyone as evil for want to go back to source.
Hmm.
But I think we should experience this
Hmm.
wonderful. It can be a wonderful place, and to experience it in full
Hmm.
together with our power back,
Hmm.
without anyone harassing us or trying to keep us down or
Hmm.
try to control us.
Hmm.
To be free,
Hmm. Right.
but here together.
Hmm.
Yeah, as long as you have this spark, this soul, you can ignite this and take everything back.
Hmm.
And that's the purpose, of course. But remember uh, that some humans have lost that ability. And
Hmm.
we call them our leaders today
Yeah.
because they have lost their
Psychopaths.
soul. Yes, exactly. Psychopath. Because they have lost their spark, they have lost their soul, and therefore they rely heavily on technology.
Yeah.
So you have Tubal Cain into the left-hand path. And who are Tubal Cain? Tubal Cain was a miner and a blacksmith. He was aware of the power hidden in the earth. This mining in the earth is a symbolic of creating and digging the hidden Sephira of Thoth, meaning that the Thoth is the ability to go over to the Cliff-Arctic tree. Tubal-Cain was Belial when he walked the earth, and Belial is one of the
Mm.
Watchers. Nama is Belial or Tubal-Cain's sister. Nama is one of the Nephilims, and Belial, another name for Belial, is Kingu. And Kingu uh, is in the Sumerian mythology. Kingu hold the tablet of destiny,
Mhm.
and Marduk took the tablet of destiny away from Kingu. But Kingu is the same god as Belial. And that is very interesting, and I will come to why later on.
Isn't Belial the god that they have inverted in everything here to make him out to be demonic?
Yes, so
Hmm.
Belial has a very bad rap,
Hmm.
but that they think Belial was on the side of our cousins.
Mhm.
That's how they view him,
Mhm.
but he was not.
Mhm.
He rebelled against them. So it's a
Mm.
lot of
Mhm.
propaganda and worse. He was one of the watchers who put our cousins down because he saw that they had too much power and too much too and not enough wisdom with that power, and
Mhm.
they become a threat.
Mhm.
But you have this Belial, and once again, here we're talking about the same thing you talked about, that these gods, these angels can walk here with us.
Mhm.
And Belial did, but his name was Tubal-Cain when he walked on earth here with us.
Mhm.
And he was a blacksmith. And this digging of the Sephira Darth is, of course, a symbol for digging a tunnel into the metaphysical cliphotic tree to be able to go over to the metaphysical.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that is what we do. We are digging dark tunnels so we can penetrate the demiurgic matrix and go over to the other side,
Mhm.
where we start to find our true self and our power
Mhm.
that the demiurge prison tried to take away from us or keep us in this illusion that
Yeah.
we cannot become something more than we are.
Mhm.
And of
Yeah.
course, that's the best way to control us. So in the cliphotic tree, you see Darth here, and that's not a real Cliffa, but a, a hidden Sephira within us. That's the entry point into the tree. And that entry point is within us. You can reach it through yoga, tantra, kundalini chakra work, and
Mhm.
have access to this tree.
Mhm.
So without the Sephira Darth, the human race would end up as a slave race and harvested by the Archons as food energy. Darth connects both trees, the tree of life and the tree of death. Tubal-Cain Belial made it possible for you to have access to the cliphotic tree to ignite your DNA, meaning to take back everything. After the deluge, after the water, after the demiurgic tried to drown us, we were in this very weakened state and very close to end up as servants under the demiurgic force without any possibility to rise up. In other words, we would end up as an android race. Now the Watchers had to save us from that fate because they didn't want us to end up as slaves. But they want us to evolve, but with wisdom, because they cannot afford us to become like our cousins, because then we become a threat to creation instead. So we have ended up in a very bad state, a state where
Mhm.
we are very close to end up as servants under the demiurge, Jehovah, with no possibility to rise up. Therefore, the watchers had to give us the spark, the soul, or some possibility to reignite it again,
Mhm.
to ignite your DNA, the dormant DNA that is shut down in us
Mhm.
for the moment after the water, after the deluge. This 22 strands of DNA, the demiurge tried to cut out of us. So the hidden Sephira Darth, the number of it is 66, you can say, or some say that the number 66 is the number of the cliphotic tree. So you can see this number 66 showing up, and you have the number 666, and the number 666 is the black sun. And I come to that. The
Mm,
black sun is one of the cliffas in the cliphotic tree, Thagirion.
mhm,
And here you have the famous number 666 and all of that.
mhm,
And the number is the number of man, because that is what we can become. We can take
mhm.
everything back. It's nothing negative about it, but it's also, one more time, it's propaganda.
Inversion propaganda, yeah.
Inversion
Yeah.
propaganda. But it is about a path, a spiritual path, a method. So now we come to the most important component and why Lucifer stole the fire from the gods to give it to mankind. Because you have in the Greek mythology, you have Zeus chained Prometheus or Prometheus to the Caucasus Mountain
Mhm,
for stealing the fire. And Zeus, as I explained before, had ended up under demiurgic rule before he was Marduk, but now he becomes Zeus in the Greek mythology. A very destructive god, controlling god. So Prometheus, Lucifer knew that Noah would fail with his mission to save humanity from the flood or the downfall. We talked about this before,
mhm,
and what Noah tried to do was to uh, push further out into the metaphysical, but he failed. He took land, crash landed in matter with the number 40, not 42. Therefore, I know he failed.
mhm,
Otherwise, it would say that in the Old Testament, it would say stated that Noah traveled for 42 days and 42 nights before he
mhm,
took land. Now, okay, he succeeded, but
mhm,
40 is not the number we're searching for if we search for success.
mhm.
Humanity was lost for a moment, weakened without power under demiurgic rule, because Noah failed.
Yeah.
To save humanity from the permanent slave-like state of being, he planted a spark, fire within the human race. The spark gave humans with a soul access to the 22 strands of DNA that became dormant after the fall. The human race could not sustain the spark, and an upgrade had to be made.
Mm,
And now you see the split between the human race, the men without soul who rely on technology, and us, because the spark was carried to us and not the other part of humanity who have end up uh, relying heavily on technology.
mm. It's
We
very
didn't.
interesting where it says the upgrade had to be made in order for us to sustain the spark.
Hmm,
That is very interesting
yes.
because, you've got a lot of gene editing and hacking and splicing and dicing, and this is a case where the opposite is they're coming in and they're doing something to help our DNA.
Hmm, yes, yes. So you have, uh, yeah, we will go
Hmm.
forward here. Lucifer Prometheus planted the spark on board Noah's Ark. It was carried by Nama. Nama was traveling on board the Ark. Nama is Belial or Tubal-Cain's sister, and Nama is one of the Nephilims. Through Nama and Tubal-Cain, a new race of man was created, the modern man with the spark to ignite Lucifer's fire, to destroy the demiurgic prison from within, to, and to take back.
Hmm.
And this is the sad truth for me. That's the propaganda that the Nephilim are the evil ones.
Hmm.
And a matter of fact, we everyone who are here with the soul and the spark and the possibility to transform and rise up have Nephilim DNA within us.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because they had to upgrade the human race to be able to carry this spark to reignite the dormant DNA within us. Otherwise, we would end up like a slave race under the demiurge.
Okay, so there you go. That's the inverted story where they have you believing that the Nephilim are evil and had to be wiped out and exterminated because they were bringing so much evil and corruption to mankind when in fact they
Yes,
weren't.
exactly. So they invert the stories all the time.
Hmm.
And for example, I have communicated with Nama a lot of times, and every time she comes to me, she heals me up. She
Hmm.
never done anything negative,
Hmm.
rather help me,
Hmm.
raise my energy, help me to ignite the chakra, the Kundalini,
Hmm.
uh, show me visions. I asked her to show me Atlantis one time,
Hmm.
and she tried to do it. I didn't manage to pull through, but she tried. I
Hmm.
never had any bad experience with Norma at all.
Hmm.
And this upgrade had to be done because the human race was in a very weakened state,
Hmm.
and we had to be able to carry the spark, Lucifer's fire, and Lucifer stole that fire from the gods,
Hmm.
and that's the reason why he was chained on the Caucasus Mountain,
Hmm.
and he gave Nama the spark to carry it on board of Noah's Ark because Lucifer saw that Noah would not succeed with his mission.
Hmm.
Therefore, the spark had to be saved and carried through Nama.
Hmm.
Or you can view it as an upgrade within Nama to carry the spark within, and then their intermarriage with the race of man to be able to upgrade the human race through Nephilim line and our race.
So Prometheus knew he was going to be chained in the Caucasus Mountains and that he had to do this before that happened.
No, he didn't, but he knew that Noah would. He didn't know, but he suspected that Noah would fail his mission
Uh-huh.
with the boat,
Yeah.
and that something need to be on board that could carry the spark. Because this is not this is flood, this water
Hmm.
myth. It's
Hmm.
not about water only. A lot
Hmm.
of things
Right.
went on.
Right.
Yeah, it was
But
like a
it but
deluge.
but it was Yahweh that chained Prometheus.
It was um, Zeus who chained Prometheus, but
Okay.
Zeus have ended up under Enlil and the Demiurgic matrix. So Zeus act out that
Yeah.
characteristics
Hmm.
from them.
Okay.
His father had escaped Sirius and left.
Hmm.
The Watcher have created a matrix within the matrix to
Hmm.
avoid
Hmm.
to be like slaves under this force or to be affected by it
Hmm.
or to but Marduk end up and the reason is that Marduk tried to build this Tower of Babel to open up to the heavens and
Yeah.
to his father, but they destroyed the tower,
Hmm.
and now his
Hmm.
options are limited
Yeah.
and end up in this demiurgic
Hmm.
prison with them.
Yeah.
And Zeus started to call himself the gods of gods and Olympian gods and so on,
Hmm.
but he is not. Uh, but he chained Prometheus on the Caucasus Mountain because Lucifer stole the fire to
Hmm.
give that fire to mankind.
Right. And Nama was because it's known that Noah and his family, they were all very large. They were what was considered giants. And
Yes,
so Nama would have been like much bigger.
yes, and this is sometimes the watchers have said that not all Nephilim was very big, but they
Mm-hmm.
were mighty men. They were powerful in
Mm-hmm.
intellect and in spirit, in everything.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them were quite big and
Mm-hmm.
tall. Yes.
Well, Noah and his family, they were not our size. They were what we would call giants.
Yes. So there are a lot of speculation about them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they were Nephilim because the Watcher haven't stated that.
Right.
Uh, but as I said, there were a lot of different human races,
Mm-hmm.
humanoid races.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's hard to
Yeah.
say who they were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Hmm.
There's a completely different time and a different earth and different nature.
Mm-hmm. Different
So,
density.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mankind is Lucifer, and the war in heaven was between loyal and divine angels versus humanity and the women that laid with giants, humanity and the offspring, the Nephilim. The war for humanity's soul had begun. So, this is might be a hard pill to swallow, but we were on the side of the Nephilim and the fallen angels.
Mm-hmm.
Because the loyal angels was loyal under the demiurge or Jehovah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the story is very turned around.
Mm-hmm.
And the human race is always like, we want to be the good, we are the good. But that's not always the case. And I'm not saying that uh, the Nephilim is bad and that we were on the side of evil. But the problem became uh, with the angels because they were loyal. In the end, they were loyal to the demiurge,
Yeah, right.
and we wanted to break free.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we were demonized for that and are
Yes,
demonized for that because it's still the same programming, the same mind control, the same inversion.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's the same. Uh, Everything. Some people say they are lying and they are manipulating us,
Mm-hmm.
but when we come to this, they
Mm-hmm.
tell the truth. I
Mm-hmm.
say they lie and manipulate all the time, not some of the time,
Mm-hmm.
but all of the time. Everything is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
You have to dig in. You have to see through the propaganda. You
Mm-hmm.
have to see through the lies.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
so, what are our destiny? An android like race under the demiurge rule, or a race with the divine potential, and that is something we have to
That
answer.
that is the crux. We're at that crossroad right now.
Yeah, we are there now, and because here we go again. They do the same stuff, playing out the demiurgic Jehovah
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah.
as in heaven, so on earth. It's an esoteric elite priest class acting out their will here on earth right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that we are close to start to awaken and take
Mm-hmm.
back the spark and ignite. And if we do, they cannot do anything
Mm-hmm.
against us. Then the cat is out of the bag.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
the reason why they want to create an artificial human, because then they know that finally they get rid of that spark, they get rid of the soul, and we will not be any problem anymore.
Exactly.
then we are silent.
Hmm.
As Enlil said, too much noise.
Yeah, then you're just an automaton.
Yes, and that's not a good thing.
Mm-mm.
So Lucifer Prometheus was punished by the god Zeus Marduk for giving humanity the spark, the fire to ignite the 22 strands of dormant DNA. And they call him the evil one. Well, they can claim to worship whatever they want in the Vatican, but they do not worship Lucifer. And as I said,
Yeah.
it is not the name we shouldn't worship
Mm-mm.
anyone, but
Mm-mm.
it is not the name we call out to. It is the force
Who,
behind the name.
who do you think the Vatican worships?
Yeah, that's a good question because there were a minor god in Roman Empire called Lucifer.
Hmm.
Uh, but that's not the same Lucifer I'm talking about at
Hmm.
all.
Hmm.
At the same time, I know they invert everything. So if they tell you that they worship Lucifer, what they are saying there is that uh, we are worshiping Lucifer, therefore you should not worship Lucifer because we are the evil one, and then Lucifer is evil, so you shouldn't reach out to Lucifer.
Hmm.
And the second thing they the myth is telling you a very profound thing with the shining on the Caucasus Mountain.
Hmm.
Because if you notice here, Zeus ended up under demiurgic rule, acting out his will.
Hmm.
And uh, by shining Lucifer, that is not a friendly thing to do,
Hmm.
but what they are telling you is that they will take Lucifer's knowledge by force and violence,
Hmm.
and they will dissect Lucifer. They want to know what he knows,
Hmm.
and he knows that you have the spark. He knows that you will rise up, but through violence and force, they will take that
Hmm.
knowledge from him. So he sent an eagle to peck his liver every day,
Hmm.
and it grow back again ad infinitum.
Hmm.
Uh, they are saying they're using Lucifer, but they are using violence and force to take that knowledge with force.
Hmm.
And also to shame Lucifer is to say that we have Lucifer and we
Hmm.
have shamed him from you.
Hmm.
You shouldn't have access to this
Right.
power. We have
Exactly.
shamed him. We have taken him from you, and we
Hmm.
will use violence and force to see what he knows.
Yeah.
It's not a friendly thing. They are using violence and try to use Lucifer
Hmm.
in a very destructive way.
Hmm.
Because they are still the soulless humans I talked about earlier, who lost the soul
Hmm.
and who didn't have access to the spark and so on. They rely on technology.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter how much they dissect Lucifer, because they will not have any advantage
No,
with
they will never get the spark.
they will never get the spark.
No, but they
Therefore,
but they hate us because we have the spark.
exactly. So
Yeah.
they want to keep Lucifer away from us. They've
Yeah.
shamed Lucifer on the Caucasus Mountain to keep the spark, the knowledge of the spark, the understanding of the
Hmm.
spark away from us, and to use as much of Lucifer
Hmm.
for themselves.
Yeah.
That is what they are saying.
Hmm.
So, Nama, another name for Nama is Aelo. And Aelo is an owl. The symbol is an owl. And you know this
Hmm.
Lilith Nama, lots of owls,
Hmm.
wolves, the feminine energy, wisdom, of course, an animal who can see in the dark, penetrate darkness with his gaze. So Alo is another name for Nama. She may actually be an aspect of Nama. This would make sense if we took into consideration the legend of the Nephilim. Nama will belong to the lineage of the serpent and is a descendant of Cain, is in some source believed to be one of the Elio. And we talked about this Abel and Cain twist as well. What's going on there? Of
Mm-hmm.
course, we have to be a Cain. We have to see through the illusion. We have to see through society. We have to see through the all the games they are playing in matter. We have to see that they are lying to us and that we have to carve our own path, our own destiny in the
Mm-hmm.
metaphysical. Therefore, we have to be a traveler, a Cain in the metaphysical. If we want to take back what is ours, then we have to stop the worship society
Mm-hmm.
and see through the lies and take back what's ours. These men and women who were our children were warriors and heroes, for they knew knowledge of witchcraft, architecture, and other arts. They rose to fight against the men without spirit, I talked about them, who are the true abomination of man. These fools who lack creative power and are the proverbial shells woe unto those who call good evil and evil good. And what they are talking about there is it's the watchers who talk about the Nephilims, because they rise up against these men who lost their soul and rely on the technology left by our cousins. And they call the Nephilim evil and the soulless man good, and they are the soulless men are our leaders of today, and they are of course the good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a very sad state of affair, and here we come to the ark and Noah. Noah failed his mission. Noah didn't push hard enough. He took land matter, and we talked about this before, that the idea here is to push yourself into the metaphysical, to be a boatman or to travel on astral water. For the human race, it means mem. And mem, we talked about water, memory, loss of memory, to drown humanity in memory. The wall of sleep, we talk about this period of time. We don't know what happened from 10,000 BC to 5,000 BC. Remember memory loss, because Noah failed to drown humanity, to take away the soul of man. Then humanity would end up as an android race. And because Noah failed, but because Lucifer have understood this possibility of failure, he had placed Nama on board of Noah's Ark, carrying the spark, so we could reignite or take back the soul, what it means to be human, the spark, Lucifer's fire or Prometheus' fire. So it is Nama who carried the spark with her, and Nama is a Nephilim. And this is very important. The Nephilim Nama, together with our race, create a new race, an upgraded race
Mm-hmm.
with the possibility to carry the spark within. Therefore, we are part Nephilim. So when you
Mm-hmm.
say the Nephilim is evil, you're saying we are evil.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And there is a truth to it, because we have darkness, we have to transform, we have to do the work, but you understand the meaningless in that statement.
Mm-hmm.
uh, it is we are
Mm-hmm.
part Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
because we had to be upgraded to carry the spark, not to become a slave under the demiurgic rule.
Yeah.
Without the spark, humanity would be lost forever. Without memory, we would not know who we are. Now we can take back everything they have taken from us. He is not the light bearer, for that was another by the same name, but he is the darkness. And that's about Lucifer, and that's a statement from Azazel.
Wow.
Lucifer, I am the spark in the darkness, and you can ignite it from within, and you can take back everything through that transformation, through igniting your 22 strands of DNA that are dormant within you after the flood,
Mm-hmm.
and through the upgrade with the Nephilim, because we had to do that upgrade in order for you to be able to carry the spark.
Mm-hmm.
We also have this breakaway civilization, and so you have you have this other part of humanity who've lost their soul, who haven't been upgraded, but they have technology instead, and uh, and they have knowledge from our cousins, but they don't have the spark. And of course, they started to worship the demiurge, because the demiurge is the one who rules over this matrix. And if they have ended up here without the spark, they cannot transcend it. So why not worship the god who rule the matrix? They are stuck in. In other words, they become Saturn worshippers.
Mm-hmm.
And that is exactly what we see today with the black cubes, talking about Saturn, worshipping matter, right? Worshipping hierarchy, law, order, restrictions, uh, and matter.
And
But, mm,
no, no, go ahead.
but of course, among this elite, of course, some of them will see the opportunity or have the hope that they can break out of the matrix through the technology they
Mm.
got from Atlantis.
And I was going to say they require the technology in order to harness our energy.
Yes,
So, as opposed to us being able to just tap into all prime energy because of what and who we are, they have to use technology.
yes,
And that is like a snake eating its own tail until it eats itself to oblivion, because unless it gets energy from something else outside of itself, it cannot exist. It can only
yes,
cannibalize itself until it doesn't exist anymore.
yes, exactly. And a lot of things going on. Of course, there are some who have hope to break away, as I said, and to transcend the demiurgic prison through their technology.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it in more recent times with the Nazis and the the National Socialist and in Germany. It was a
Mm-hmm.
breakaway civilization. They try to find their own. They try to uh, dig for technology left
Mm-hmm.
from
Mm-hmm.
Atlantis time.
Mm-hmm.
In order to do so, they had to create a world war, because they cannot go to Iraq and tell them we want to dig in your land and
Yeah,
search for some exotic technology. No, they have to take over the land, and then they can start to dig.
yeah,
The same as USA did after 9/11.
yeah.
It's the same thing. They try to search for this technology that can free them because they don't have the soul, they don't have the spark. Therefore, they have to rely on technology
Mm-hmm.
to open up the matrix, to create a gateway or a stargate
Mm-hmm.
or whatever.
Yeah.
And we can do that from within
Mm-hmm.
because we have the spark. We don't need any technology, we don't need anything outside of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Tower of Babylon incident, and we talked about it before, and in Sumer, and the cuneiform language is called Etemen Anki, Temple of Heaven and Earth. Kadingiraki Babylon, Ziggurat of Babylon, Tower of Babel. And you talked about Mars and Saturn before. The tower's influence, spheres are Mars and Saturn. And it was destroyed by Ninurta. And we now know who Ninurta is because Ninurta is Enlil, Jehovah's son, and Ninurta is the demiurge who didn't want them to open up his matrix.
Yeah, exactly. I think you can
So,
see that whenever we've come close to emancipating ourselves from the soul, then you see consequently a massive scale catastrophe takes place that wipes us out and resets everything. You just see
yes,
that pattern over and over. And I think that pattern has to do when we get to that place where, yeah, it's a Tower of Babel breaking through. Oh, reset. Eh.
exactly. Yes, and a lot of things went on there, and I will talk about it. We talked about this before that the tower was to reach out to Enki. Marduk wanted to reach out to his father Enki,
Mm-hmm.
whose star was Sirius,
Yeah.
to open up the matrix to reach his father through technology. And to to go into more modern times and to have a reference to what's going on today, here is a clear one. The one who destroyed the tower was Ninurta, but his elite priest class who infiltrated the building of the tower was Nimrod. And Nimrod
Oh, of course.
was an elite priest class under Saturn or the demiurge, working on his behest of him, infiltrated the movement of building the tower and destroyed it. And who trace the relatives to Nimrod, of course it is Rothschild. And they have even named some of his sons after Nimrod because
Really?
they are the, yes. So here you have a clear line who the servants are.
Mm-hmm. So Nimrod was an infiltrator.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They, in the Christian think that Nimrod built the tower. No, he infiltrated the building of the tower and destroyed it from within.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Nimrod was an elite esoteric priest under the demiurge or Ninurta. Therefore, he acted out his will on earth
Mm-hmm.
in order to destroy the tower who could reach to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And through the destruction, also the dragon line was broken in earth because the tower was built on the dragon lines, the ley lines. So you have the Mother Earth natural veins broken
Right.
through the destruction.
Wow.
And there you have one more big change in nature, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not this, as you said, this stable pay the evolution or this. No, it comes huge shift in nature and laws of
Hmm.
nature. Therefore, it's impossible to date artifacts and so on because
Hmm.
the shift makes it hard
Yeah.
to
Do you
have
think
a
the Tower of Babel was in North America? Because I have this theory that all of this took place in North America continent because it's the only continent in the entire realm that is like there's nothing on it. It's been wiped clean.
clean. Yeah, interest. Yes, the Tower of Babylon was built in Babylon, but the Tower of Babylon was a ziggurat
Hmm.
and a pyramid. So you have this pyramid ziggurat
Hmm.
constructs in South of America. You have the Maya.
Hmm.
There, you can call that those also a Tower of Babel if you want to. It's
No, I think it's no, I don't think it's South America. I think this happened in North America,
yeah. So
Canada, the US, because
yeah,
there is nothing left on the land.
yeah. But what I'm getting to is that it wouldn't surprise me if you
Hmm.
find pyramids, ziggurats, or something like that
Hmm.
under earth
Wow.
in North America as well.
Hmm. Well,
Putting their own.
there's an interesting area in the East Coast. And if you look at it on Google, on the Google Earth map, I might put the picture of it up here for everybody to see it. The area is completely perfectly circular with another circle in the center, as though there was a massive tower in that.
Hmm,
And it was
interesting.
so you can see the design and
Yeah,
the name of the location is interesting too. I'll put it up for everyone.
yeah, very interesting, Lauda. That wouldn't surprise me at all. You will probably find towers under earth there as well.
Yeah.
This was like a grid, an earth
Mm-hmm.
grid with towers, ziggurats, pyramids put
Mm-hmm.
on dragon lines. I
Yeah.
think the Tower of Babylon was a very important node. They put there,
Yeah.
like the pyramids on Giza, but you will find pyramids, ziggurats all over.
Right. And think about it. How is it that through all of these colossal magnetic pole reversals that have happened and
Yeah.
huge cataclysms that have wiped everything out and destroyed, yet the pyramids of Giza are intact? You
Yes.
know? So everything else is wiped out, but the pyramids are there is something about this technology where they know no matter what catastrophe happens, no matter how bad, they're shielding it or something protects it.
Yeah, I agree. It's very strange.
Hmm.
And yeah, the pyramid on Giza Plateau is it's the most advanced buildings there is.
Hmm.
But I'm sure you will find huge pyramids on Antarctic. They have found one in Bosnia,
Hmm.
the huge pyramid there. I'm sure you will find some in North America, as you mentioned, Lauda.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. And our just just a different time,
Hmm.
completely different nature,
Hmm.
architecture.
I think the
Uh,
ocean floor is covered with
yeah,
pyramids.
you will find a lot of
Yeah.
stuff there.
Yeah. Yeah.
The reality was not the same as it is today. It was a completely different
Hmm.
planet.
Yeah. Yeah. Completely.
So the dragon lines also was broken during this fall of the tower. And the dragon line is really the veins of Mother Earth. And we have to put them together again. The watchers have stated that, Hecate has stated that you have to you have to fix the dragon lines. You have to make them flow again like
Hmm.
the ocean.
Because ultimately, if this doesn't get corrected and rebalanced, it's tearing the earth apart.
Yeah. And we are all, we as the human race are connected to the dragon line. So when they are broken, we are broke
Mm-hmm.
in some way.
Yeah, right. Yes.
And yeah, it's just a mess. We have ended up in a very bad situation. But remember, we still have this spark. We
Mm-hmm.
still have the soul. We can rise up. The
Mm-hmm.
elite to control us now, they are stuck. They
Yeah,
can only rely on the technology. And
yeah,
I don't think it will take them very far. That's my opinion. And now they have started to use the technology against us because they know that we can overcome them.
exactly. Mm-hmm.
And the pyramid wasn't only, I mean, they had many different functions, as I said before. And one of them was soul travel. And I think we mentioned it in the beginning there. I think they took water and pumped it up in the pyramid. It's really the pyramid are really complex nuclear plant, but it is also a spiritual thing attached to the pyramids. I think you are supposed to lay in the sarcophagus. You have the water going up. You charge it with electricity or some kind of a chemistry, mixing it together. Start to shake, start to
Mm-hmm.
sound, the electricity shook loose your soul, and one of the shaft is aiming for Sirius,
Mm-hmm.
Enki star, and I think it just let loose the soul
Mm-hmm.
out of the body, and then we were free. But this technology, of course, had to be controlled and taken over by the Demiurge, the Jehovah, and they had to
Mm-hmm.
destroy them. They had to destroy the pyramids. And you have in the Sumerian mythology, you have one god going around this planet and destroying the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
Mm-hmm.
that god is Ninurta. And we now know that Ninurta is a demiurge, destroying the pyramids.
Yeah.
Because through them we can soul travel, we can heal, we can have
Mm-hmm.
energy. And therefore, in the Sumerian mythology, Ninurta
Mm-hmm.
go around and destroying the pyramids. And the Bosnian pyramid was buried. They had to dig it out and continue to
Yeah.
dig it out to this day. The pyramids on the Giza Plateau is destroyed,
Yeah.
stripped from the technology, taken away. They are only like
The shell.
shell of
Mm-hmm.
a machine left
Mm-hmm.
because they have to hide the truth. And today the scientific morons try to convince us that they were tubes, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they cannot allow the truth to come out.
No. No, and there and in actuality, the pharaoh that inscribed everything with the hieroglyphs inside the pyramid, those hieroglyphs were never there. There were never any hieroglyphs inside there.
No, exactly.
That was also part of the plan to misdirect everybody.
Yes, exactly. And it's a proven lie today, so we know it's a lie.
Hmm. Hmm. Khufu.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was the
exactly.
pharaoh Khufu. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are lying all the time, and we are wasting our time with these people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason also why I think it's important to put out this information because we don't have much more time to lose.
Mm-hmm.
People really believe that these people will uh, expose the truth. They're waiting for the truth. They will never tell you the truth. That's the
No.
point. To get you to wait for something that will never happen,
Yeah.
then it makes you passive because you're waiting for
Mm-hmm.
nothing that will never come to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Absolutely.
just understand the truth and act upon it. through method
Hmm.
transform because the time is now, as we
Hmm.
said before.
Absolutely. It's now yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Another name for Marduk in Egypt, he was called Marduk Ra or Amun Ra. That's the same god. That's Marduk Zeus, and Amun
Mhm.
Ra became corrupt, uh, and it's the same god with different names.
Yeah.
And Zeus is another name, as I said. So you have Marduk, Zeus, Amun Ra, uh, or Marduk Ra, as we call them in Egypt as well. Amun Ra or Marduk Ra. And you had this Akhenaten and Nefertiti, and they
Mhm.
rebelled against this priest class. And they claimed ancestry to Atlantis. And that is very interesting.
And this is the one that actually created a new city.
Yes, exactly. Manu, I think it was.
Yeah, right. And then founded, they were like, they believed in the sun god, only one,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And eventually, I think they were all killed or unalived, and the city was abandoned.
Buried. Yeah, abandoned and buried, and
Hmm.
they were killed.
Hmm.
And they claimed their ancestors to Atlantis. So there you
Yeah,
have a connection. Because
yeah,
if that's true, they have a family line
yeah,
going back to Atlantis time.
yeah. Hmm.
So this is a war of humanity, uh, awakening or slavery. That's the choice. And we are at the crossroad right now. So we have to make a choice uh, and act upon it. And I, the watchers have said that it will be a hard time ahead, but we will overcome them and we will rise up and take back what's ours. And sad to say, many people will die
Hmm.
during this apocalypse. And I, I don't like it, but I see
Hmm.
how ignorant people are and how manipulated they have become. They fall for every agenda put in forward to. I mean, they fall for the climate stuff. They fall for everything they believe in. Their politician. They
Yeah.
are obols. They're obols stuck on their farm. They refuse to move. They refuse to see through the lies and they bend their knees to society.
And they, and that's where it says, "My people perish for lack of knowledge."
Exactly.
So, yeah,
We are here again, and that's very sad.
yeah, it's really time for this all to be over
Yes.
because we want to live because we're not living.
No, uh, that that's correct. We have to go back to nature and come closer to nature again. This cannot go on for much longer. Or part five in the days of Noah. And of course, in the days of Noah, the term comes from Matthew 24:37 in the Bible. And I would say that we are in the days of Noah right now again. And I see the floodgates are open and we have come full circle after the end of Atlantis, I would say, and the flood. So, part six. Gnunga gap, spark in the nothingness. From Sumer, they have the mythology about the Anzu bird, and that's a little bit unknown symbology or mythology behind this. So I hope I can enlighten you a little bit. And this Anzu bird here is drawn by a friend and a person who are in my left-hand path course, because he he love it when I talk about the Anzu birds. They become a big thing for us. Well, the Anzu bird holds a tablet in his claws, and that's the tablet of destiny. And tablet of destiny is a huge thing in the Sumerian mythology. And I will try to explain it here for you so you understand what's going on. So the tablet of destiny. According to a say-so, the clifford was original tree of life. So the cliffotic tree, they call the tree of death, is really the tree of life. And what we acknowledge in modern times is actually the tree of death. It is a contemporary inversion of genuine cosmic power, which a magician could otherwise have used to scribe the book of life with our young DNA. Authoring this book of life with our young DNA would equate to the dragon etching the tablet of destiny upon Kingu. Therefore, our DNA is there is a connection between the tablet of destiny and our DNA. And it's a very important thing here. The tree of death, the cliffotic tree, is really the tree of life. Why is that true? Well, if you understand Kabbalah, and especially Rihanna Kabbalah, then the aim is to go back to source and end reincarnation. Therefore, that is the tree of death, because the aim is to end life here in matter. But the tree of death, so called, that should be the tree of life, the aim for the left-hand path people is to go back and come back with more power and take everything back here in matter. Therefore, it should be the tree of life, really, because we aim at continue and come back again here in matter. But doesn't mean stuck in matter. It means the aim should be to take over this realm from the esoteric elite, from the demiurge, and kick them out in order for us to live as real humans with our power and our freedom to leave to the metaphysical whenever we want. Then this is not a prison anymore, but rather it is a place of exploration and traveling into the metaphysical. Explore.
So does this imply also that they have been genetically modifying and editing us? Is the tablet of destiny in congruent with them literally being geneticists and tampering with us genetically?
Yes, but it is not. If people think about technology or splicing and dicing
Mhm.
with, this is more an altering of DNA through manipulation and to take over the human body and transform it from within. Because
Possession?
possession, you can
Mhm,
say.
mhm.
Um, the easiest way to manipulate the human DNA is, for example, to convince humanity that they are animals. If that's your mind pattern, the body will resonate with your how you view yourself and the world outside of you. If you have a better view on yourself, then your body, your DNA will resonate with that thought pattern. Therefore, your mind is very, very powerful. Manipulation is a very dangerous thing. But I will come back to the DNA because it is true that the demiurge tried to wipe out these strands of DNA as well. So you have both these scenarios going on. There are a push to to take away the human spark, what we are, to take away the soul. and therefore uh, we will not have access to our junk DNA and able to ignite it again. It is the spark, it is the soul that can realign us with this junk DNA.
And the junk DNA is, I was researching this, which is just phenomenal to me, that it says that it's 99% junk DNA,
Mm,
between 98 and 99%. So what we're left with is 1 or 2%. That's what and everything else has been made dormant.
mm.
That's,
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't
mhm,
surprise me. Because we are so much into matter and pushed down into matter. We are almost dead, according
mhm,
to the Watchers. We are dead as our walls
yeah,
on the, we are lifeless.
yeah,
And that
that's,
is what I see as well. There's very few humans who start to rise up and really
mhm,
do the work.
yeah, yeah,
And that's horrible. And we can see it today. And this is a bad situation for humanity because we need to awaken this dormant DNA and take back what it means to be human and be humans.
mhm, mhm, exactly. Terrifying.
Yeah, it is. It's not good. Uh, what is the tablet of destiny? That if we read the mythology of it, we have to go back to Sumer. This is very old mythology. According to the mythology, Kingu had the tablet of destiny in the beginning, and another name for Kingu is Belial. It's the same god. Kingu and Belial had the tablet of destiny. What does it mean? King Belial had the destiny of the human race in his hands. Because the tablet of destiny is our DNA. But then a war happened, and the Anunnaki gods started to wage war against the Watchers. Uh, and they had a champion who was chosen to wage war against Tiamat Kingu. And Kingu is a general under Tiamat. And the Anunnaki god gave Marduk the task to defeat to defeat Tiamat. And you can say that Tiamat is a planet as well, and that planet was between Jupiter and Mars. And you have the asteroid belt, the ring, the asteroid belt there now, because that planet exploded. Therefore, Tiamat was also a planet, probably a water planet. And Marduk destroyed it, meaning Marduk is also a planet who came into that orbit. And one of Marduk's moons or satellites hit Tiamat and it exploded. Therefore, Marduk swung, was using his weapon, his satellite, his artificial moon to destroy Tiamat.
And that's where the Watchers lived, on Tiamat.
Uh, Probably had a stronghold there, at least, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
And the end result of this was that Marduk get hold of the Tablet of Destiny, took the Tablet of Destiny from Kingu, means that the human destiny, the human DNA ended up with Marduk. Another name for Marduk is Amun-Ra, Zeus, meaning the human race ended up under the Olympian god's rule. And now the matrix started to be built for real, meaning that humanity's destiny ends up under Marduk, Zeus, Amun-Ra's rule.
And that's what we know of as the Olympians.
Exactly. And we know them as the Olympians. So Marduk is the Anunnaki god in Sumerian mythology, but Marduk is Zeus in Olympian Greek mythology, same god.
Mhm.
Some believe that Zeus is Enlil, but it's more complicated than that. And
Mhm.
I will try to explain it here because it's very important. There is some truth to it that Enlil is Marduk, but it's not the real truth. And of course, Enlil is Jehovah, and Saturn is Jehovah Enlil's son, Ninurta, the demiurge. And I will explain it more in detail soon. Before Marduk get hold of it, the answer bird come into play as well. So the answer bird had the tablet of destiny for a while. Therefore, the answer bird had the fate of humanity in his possession, and the answer bird worked for the Watchers. Therefore, the human fate, the human race was under the watchful eyes of the Watchers, but they lost that tablet. And the answer bird was defeated by Ninurta. Therefore, now the human race have ended up under Saturn rule and under Ninurta, the demiurge, and under Jehovah's son, Enlil.
I have a question. The
Hmm.
Anzu bird, is that what we reference in ancient scriptures when you do the research? And they call these beings the shining ones, who were the predecessors. Is there a connection between the Anzu bird and the shining ones, which are
Ca-
connected to the watchers?
It can be, yes. This is very interesting because you learn that the answer bird uh, was like trapped in the pyramids.
Mhm.
And therefore, the pyramid, one function of the pyramid was to draw down the shining or the plasma. And the plasma is the flickering. Uh, People think they are UFOs, but for the most part, it is plasma flickering in the sky and they move.
Mhm.
And the pyramids, one function of them was to trap plasma and take it down into Earth. And Marduk was trapped in one pyramid, meaning that Marduk is a god and the gods are plasma. They could trap Marduk in the pyramid because it was a war between Marduk and Ishtar.
Mhm.
They were supposed to get married, but they didn't like each other. And Ishtar is the daughter of Enlil, Enlil line. But Ishtar is like a teenage daughter who can change side. No one can control her. She has her own will, and you cannot like withhold her or
Mhm.
restrain her. And
Mhm.
Ishtar and Marduk didn't like each other. Marduk killed Ishtar's spouse, and Ishtar ended up trapped Marduk inside a pyramid in the mythology. So there you have a direct link uh, for the fact that uh, all this mythology makes sense when you know how to read them.
Mhm. Mhm.
If the gods are plasma and angels are plasma and demons are plasma, then you can draw them down into one function is to draw them down into the pyramid. And when they have taken them down into the pyramid, they make them into material or more solid form. Now you have trapped the god inside the pyramid. Now they have
Interesting.
trapped Marduk.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Do you
This is
do you think they're still trapped?
some gods are. Uh, you will find Azazel trapped in one of Saturn's moon called Mimas.
Mhm.
Therefore, I think Mimas is part artificial and probably they have a pyramid structure there.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
this is the war in heaven, if you read it in the Bible. This is a war in heaven where
Mhm.
gods and technology and
So why do you think they built pyramids all over this realm, like they're everywhere?
yeah, there are many functions with the pyramids.
Mhm.
And it is a grid an energy grid. Uh, so you have them on dragon lines or ley lines.
Hmm.
And dragon lines is gold. That's the reason why the dragon protects the gold. It's Mother Earth protecting her gold.
Hmm. Hmm.
And the Anunnaki came to Earth to mine gold,
Hmm.
meaning Mother Earth and humanity. Our gold is our DNA energy source. They came here to mine us and Mother Earth.
Hmm.
People tend to believe it literally. They think they came here to mine real gold. But you see, if a race is that advanced, they can create their own gold. They don't have to come here to mine our gold.
Hmm. Hmm. Right.
But if you understand the symbology behind it, it becomes very, I mean, it's much more profound.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's the reason why the dragon protects its golds. The dragon lines in tunnels and caves.
Hmm. Yeah.
To kill the dragon is not a good thing. The dragon is Mother Earth, really.
Hmm. Right.
They have taken symbology and distorted it, but the real meaning is uh, Mother Earth and the feminine, and the dragon is a symbol of all the elements. A dragon has wings,
Hmm.
symbol of air, breathing fire.
Hmm.
It has its body earth. So you have all the elements in the dragon, and also you have the spark within the dragon. That's your spark, the fifth element.
Hmm. Right. Makes sense.
So you have the dragon symbol. It's very important, and they have tried to take that away from us because they don't want us to have connection to Mother Earth and the symbology behind it. Behind it, they want to disconnect you from Mother Earth.
Hmm. Yeah.
So this structure of theirs, I'm sure they had maybe had a good intention from beginning, but as always with technology, they can start to put up 3G, 4G, and then they gave us the internet and we can use the internet. But behind the curtain later on, by the way, we want to mine you. That was the real reason, because now we have 6G and now we have connect you to internet. Now we can hook you up, and uh, they
Hmm.
always sell in ideas with good intentions. Therefore, people go along with it and help them to put the grid together.
Yeah.
And
The carrot, they give you a carrot that,
yeah,
is enticing just to dupe you so that it's not even about what they tell you that is a good reason. It's like when they say, "Oh, you'll have faster internet," but it's really not even about that at all.
no, I completely agree with you. There's other agendas behind
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But they need to sell it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
The answer bird was at least a demon or a shining one, and they trapped the answer bird in one of the pyramids. And that was Ninurta. And Ninurta was hell bent on destroying the pyramids. In the mythology, Ninurta, Saturn, the demiurge, went around our planet to destroy the pyramids.
Hmm.
Why did he destroy the mining operation? Well, as I said, the pyramid had a lot of functions, and it was a war going on for these machines and what they should use them for.
Hmm.
Because one purpose was a good one. It was to shake loose your soul. You were laying in a sarcophagus, and they shook your soul so you could soul travel. And one shaft is towards Sirius. So they shook you, vibration, sound, and you leave your body, and now you can start to soul travel and go towards Sirius, for example. And of course, they didn't want that.
Hmm.
Therefore, it was a war over this machine and the usage of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the mobile phone. You can take pictures. In the beginning, you can call your friend, and that's it. Very soon, you can take pictures with it, and then you can play games on your mobile phone.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have every book available on your mobile phone. It's a computer.
Mm-hmm.
It's a library.
So they
Now you
shut
can
it
use.
down. They shut the pyramids down.
Yes, so the last war was about these pyramids because they figured out that no, yes, we could use them to mine humanity, but there is a danger. We don't want people to wake up or have access to this technology because it allows them to see through the illusion or to get out of the matrix, the demiurgic matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And notice Ninurta is the demiurge, is Jehovah's son, is the one who tried to keep us in matter. Therefore, and therefore the mining heads too. And now we are mined anyway, but it's not through the technology as it is other stuff going on now today.
And you'll get into that, right?
Yes, I will.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the tablet of destiny, our fate DNA ended up under Ninurta, Saturn rule, the demiurge, and we are here today, still trapped in the demiurgic matrix. And the war over the pyramid was a war to trap humanity or to have access to this technology that could free us or make us see through the illusion. Meaning we could use the pyramid for different purpose as a mobile phone. You can use that for good and for bad. You
Mm-hmm.
can
Mm-hmm.
curse a friend or then you can help people with it. It's the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
But we can take it all back. And this is, of course, the most important part for me because I want to inspire people and tell you that you can overcome these forces. I think, I'm sorry to say, but I think most people will not. But if you can, I think you should, because even though it will be like 100,000 people still on this planet, we can replenish the earth and we can start all over again after this war we are facing today. And I'm sure it will come very soon. We are in it already, but it will escalate.
Mm-hmm.
If you have eyes to see, you will see this scenario play out today.
Yeah.
And one way to take it back is, of course, through the Kundalini and the chakra method. Uh, there are many different methods, and some are not good. It's always you have to discern.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which ones would you say aren't good?
There are some people try to awaken the Kundalini from up down.
Mm-hmm.
You should do it from down up from Mother Earth. Take the dragon force from Mother Earth and ignite the chakra up. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that's my
Yeah.
that's my take on it, and it's a little bit harder because the three first chakras is very hard to start to work with, but you can do it. We have to work hard. This
Mm-hmm.
is this is the most important part in your life to transform and do the work because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise I don't know. This is about the human race, evolution through spirit
Mm-hmm.
or de-evolving into matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are forces who want to turn you into an android to take away your spark. And if they take your spark, you cannot evolve.
Yeah.
Because this evolution is through spark, and they know that.
Yeah, through the fire.
Yes.
So, do you think that doing the work from Earth to the heaven chakra would be through exercises, specific exercises, I know
Yes,
that some types of yoga addresses
yes,
that. Yeah.
absolutely. You have methods how to do it, and in the left-hand path we do it with one method. But yes, some yoga are very good to start with,
Hmm.
and to meditate, just to shut down your brain. You know, people are in their brain all the time. They can't
Yeah.
relax. They can't. Therefore, meditation and yoga is it's a good beginning.
Hmm.
And then go over to chakra and kundalini work.
Hmm.
And but you can do it. You can do it. It's not impossible at all. But there are people who make it hard for us. We have to be busy all the time. Work, 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 work. Do something. You can't just relax and do nothing. You're useless.
Hmm.
Can't be useless for the machine. Have to work for the machine. Have to earn your living and so on.
Hmm. Right.
But you still have the spark within if you haven't allowed yourself to give it away. And it has been such a push, but we cannot talk about that push. But let's say it started 2020 and it was hysteria on this planet. Many people fall for it.
Many, many, many.
Many people, and they wanted you to get at your spark, your soul.
Yeah.
Because if they do, they got you.
Exactly.
Because the last evolution of humanity is through sparks, the soul, and to ignite the 22 dormant strands of DNA again, what scientists call junk DNA, and it is not junk DNA.
Hmm.
Such a lie.
Hmm. It's
Surprise! Not much. Well, part 7, Ragnarök, the end of gods, giants, and men. And now we come to the awesome mythology, where I come from, of course, Sweden, Scandinavia. And this is a very interesting mythology, and you will see a lot of connection with the Greek mythology, because what they try to tell you is a huge, profound teaching, but they have divided this teaching up between different countries and different beliefs. But if you put them together, you will see a huge picture taking shape. So there you have the Anunnaki mythology from Sumer, you have the Greek mythology from Greece, you have the Asa belief from Scandinavia. And maybe the Asa belief from Scandinavia is the more obscure, is the least known of them. I don't know. But I will try to shed some light on it here today and show you why it is important. In the Greek mythology, you have the Olympians and the Titans. And the Titans are another word for the Watchers, the Atlantean gods, and some call them the giants as well. And this word giants is very hard because they called giants the Nephilim giants as well. So it's very hard to know. You have to discern here. I will try to make sense. Now I try to put it together here, what they probably, what it means, what they mean with giants. But the Olympians in Greek mythology are the same gods as the Anunnaki from Sumer, another name for them, but the same god, same family. Also gods from Scandinavian beliefs. Who are they? And I have a question mark there, and I will come back to that. Because I'm not sure that all of them are Olympians or Anunnaki gods. I think some of the Asa gods might be humans who have uh, evolved through spirit or come from an earlier day before Atlantis fell apart.
Oh, that's
Uh,
interesting.
Mm. Because in this mythology from Scandinavia, you have Thor, for example, and he is a protector of mankind. Maybe Thor was an esoteric master who tried to help humanity through these dark times where the Watchers and the Olympians wage war against each other in the end of Atlantean days, and try to help the small man who end up in the middle of these forces, the Titans and the Olympians. And maybe we are there again today. Maybe that is exactly what we have to become to save humanity as well.
And Prometheus, with regards to the acid gods and
Hmm.
regards to Thor, where does Prometheus fit in?
Yes, he's closest to, I would say, Loki.
Hmm, okay.
That's the closest match. And Prometheus is a trickster god in a way, and
Hmm.
Loki is the trickster. And
Hmm.
Loki is attributed to Saturn.
Hmm.
Doesn't mean that he is the demiurge, but rather, if you have Saturn, the planet, or the star Saturn, they can have different programs within Saturn. But the main program, the software that have taken over Saturn for the most part is the demiurge Ninurta. If you view Saturn as a computer, a big computer chip, you can have different software there. Therefore, you can contact different gods through Saturn. But the most dominated program is the demiurge Ninurta, according to me.
Hmm.
That's the main program. And we discussed plasma, angels, demons, and gods before. If you can imagine plasma and like gods are plasma, then plasma can go through matter. Therefore, uh, the plasma Ninurta, the demiurge, can go into Saturn and take over or animate Saturn from within. And in Olympian mythology, you have the Kronos, Saturn, tried to swallow his sons or children, meaning trap plasma in Saturn's moons, swallow his own sons.
Hmm.
There are profound truth in there if you can read it right,
Hmm.
if you can
Hmm.
understand it. And Zeus fooled Kronos and gave him a stone instead.
Hmm.
And we can discuss what it means later on, but yeah, it's very interesting. In
Hmm.
the Asa beliefs, in the mythology from Scandinavia, you have Fenrir, and Fenrir was a giant wolf, and the god shamed him because he was so powerful and strong. Therefore, the Asa god shamed Fenrir, but he broke his chain in the end times in Ragnarök, meaning the end of Atlantis. And Fenrir had two sons, and one of them swallowed the sun, and the other son swallowed the moon, and everything became dark. Now, does it mean? Well, if you swallow the sun through technology, you aim technology towards the sun with the intent to snuff it out, then everything will freeze to ice, and the temperature will sink very quickly. Now Atlantis was under ice, and ice is water. And the humans, the giants, was freezing under Ragnarök, or feeble winter, the cold, it cold very quickly. And they have found mammoth and saber-toothed tigers flash frozen with food still in their mouth and so on.
Mhm.
I think it went very quickly. The aim was destruction, of course. Now, if the human race want to survive, they have to awaken the sun as quickly as possible. And the only reason why they survived, according to me, is because of the technology they had during that time. You have to think in different terms here. If they have technology that could uh, turn turn off the sun, then they have technology that can sustain them in tunnels and caves and so on, like artificial sun source of heat.
Mhm.
And I think some part of the human race was fleeing down into tunnels and taking some technology with them in order to survive this horrific moment. Now the aim is to start the sun again. What will happen when they start the sun again? Well, the ice will melt. And now we have the flood. I know this sounds crazy, but if you think about it, a class 2 civilization, we are a class 1 civilization, but class 2 civilization can harness or use the energy from the sun as a source. So what I'm arguing here is that we have been a class 2 civilization before. That is what I'm arguing.
I agree.
Therefore, I don't think this is so far out, but many will. But
Mhm.
you
Mhm.
can draw your own conclusion. I just try to explain what I think happened and what they are trying to tell you.
Mhm.
Now, Belial and Kingu, who had the tablet of destiny in his hands and lost it to Marduk, he stated that I am the one who broke Fenrir's chains. Why? Because this fall was a necessity for humanity, because we were very close to end up under demiurge rule, meaning losing our soul spark, because the demiurge, the Ninurta Saturn, have stolen the tablet of destiny from the answer bird, and Enlil Jehovah, the demiurge, the father of the demiurge, have released water, uh, flooding. And water is memory. Water is memory. And in the Bible, it states that Enlil want to kill the human race, to get rid of the noise, to end the experimentation. But it is not about killing humanity as in body. It is killing what the human race are. To take our soul, to drown our soul, our spark in water, in memory, to make us forget who we are. If we have forgotten that we are spirit soul, we don't have a spirit, a soul, then we are dead. And we cannot rise up, and we cannot make noise anymore. Of course, most people knows about Yggdrasil, the Yggdrasil tree. And it was 9 words in the tree of Yggdrasil. And you can visit these words. There are metaphysical realms you can visit. It's not a fantasy. You can use the runes as a method to connect to these realms. And there are spiritual realms and metaphysical words and realities. And the tree is a perfect symbol of this, if you think about it. I will talk about it very soon, because we have Odin and the tree. Now, who is Odin? I am pretty sure that Odin was an esoteric master and not a god. One more time, I don't think all the Asa gods was gods, but was confused by powerful humans existed in the end of Atlantis time, and some of them wanted to help humanity, who have been caught between these titans and Olympian gods to protect the protector of mankind. Thor is attributed to be the protector of mankind. And he has his hammer and he can make thunder, meaning plasma, with the hammer. I'm sure that's a technology from Atlantis time. I think he could fly because he probably had that access to that technology from Atlantis time. And he appeared as a god for the middleman who helped them as a god. I think Odin was a master, not an esoteric master, not a god. I think it's a misunderstanding. And we can see it through his actions. One thing Odin did was to pierce himself with a spear, and he hanged himself upside down in the Yggdrasil tree to gain wisdom, insight, metaphysical wisdom and insights, and to have a different perspective on himself and of matter. Sounds more like an esoteric master than a god to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like an esoteric left-hand path practitioner who will do anything they can to penetrate the illusion, the Maya, and to go over to the other side. And what he wanted first and foremost was to have understanding of the runes. Because the runes is not only language, but it is a method. How to connect to the words in Yggdrasil. Through the runes to have access to the metaphysical realms on Yggdrasil. And we had an incident with Odin and the well Mimir. And this is very interesting, if you have followed me so far. Odin is depicted with only one eye because he sacrificed his other eye in exchange for wisdom. He gave his eye to Mimir, the well, the keeper of the well of Mimir, in order to drink from it and gain knowledge. This act of sacrifice symbolizes Odin's relentless pursuit of knowledge and his willingness to pay any price for it, even his own body. And this is the attitude you need to have if you want to exit this, to see through this illusion of Maya. This is the dedication. It's hard work. But if you notice what has happened here, Mimir is a well with water, and Mimir was connected to the tree Yggdrasil. And water is about memory, as I said before. To remember who you are. Because the demiurge, through his flood, took away your memory and your soul, your spark, in order to keep you here in this matrix. And the tree, Yggdrasil, is pumping up water from the roots deep under earth to pump up memory, to keep and store it for you. Therefore, you have to connect to the trees, the cliphotic tree, the tree of life, Yggdrasil. Because that's your connection to Mother Earth, the dragon lines, your DNA, your connection to Mother Earth. And the spark to see through the illusion. And one eye is enough. One of the words on Yggdrasil is called Niflheim. And that is a very interesting word. Because through that word, you have you have an exit from the matrix. Therefore, warriors go to Niflheim, traveling to go over to the metaphysical, to find the gateway that leaves who give you access to the fixed stars and beyond, meaning exit the matrix. And according to mythology, Niflheim is a world of snow and ice, very cold. And it's a hard travel. Many dies there. Now in Asa belief, you have something called Valhalla. And Valhalla is where the warriors end up, if you are a brave warrior. If you understand it on a materialistic plane, you think you have to wage war against other humans. If you are a spiritual warrior, you understand that your sword should be aimed into the metaphysical. This is the exit point to Valhalla, but many warriors will die on their way to this gateway leading them to Valhalla because the snow, the fire, the giants, all the things you have to overcome in the metaphysical realm of Niflheim is waiting for you. Now you need your sword, your metaphysical sharp sword, your warrior spirit, your willpower, your fire, your force. Otherwise, you will end up dead in Niflheim. But if you pull through, you will find the exit from the matrix, from this realm. And you will probably end up in Valhalla, where the brave warriors end up, the brave metaphysical spiritual warrior, not a killer in physics, not a killer in matter, but a metaphysical warrior. But of course, the servants of the demiurge showed up on our shore 2000 years ago, killed all the Asa shamanistic practitioner, forced them to convert to Christianity, uh, destroyed the knowledge, persecuted, killed, and Sweden was the last country in Scandinavia who bent their knees to this demiurgic force. And you can see it in Sweden. You can find the trace of it. On the island I I am living, Gotland, you will find a lot of esoteric, strange stuff. Let's say the church, 5 minutes walk from my house, you have runes in that church painted on the walls. Many people who was esoteric people during that time pretended, of course, to change their beliefs into Christianity, but behind walls they kept their own traditions and beliefs.
And how old is the church, that church in particular?
Yeah, it's from 1100 is
Mm-hmm.
the foundation of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So they hid
Very,
themselves.
yeah,
They,
they kept the traditions and pretended to convert to
mm-hmm.
Christianity
Mm-hmm.
to be left alone.
Yeah.
And this is a sad truth. And these people have gone, I mean, it's not only Scandinavia, we all know they went to the Maya, killed them, Inca killed them, destroyed, uh, tried to. They didn't destroy the knowledge. I don't believe that for a second. But they took the knowledge and they stored the knowledge in the Vatican and keep it for themselves
Yeah.
and use it against us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this campaign where they used the word God
Hmm,
to literally take out the true information and the true
exactly.
way. Yeah.
Exactly. Their God is Enlil, Jehovah,
Mm-hmm.
and
Demiurge,
he,
yeah.
uh, his son is a demiurge, and the Jehovah Enlil is the power behind the throne. He is ruling his son, but his son is acting out his will on earth. So you can say that the demiurge is Enlil as well, Jehovah, if you want to. It's the force behind the throne, so to speak.
Yeah.
And this water and this drowning, of course, you have more than one floods. When I talk about this freezing and heating up, and that flood is not the same flood as the demiurge let loose on humanity or Jehovah Enlil. But we are talking about a huge chunk of time here, and more than one flood have happened on Earth. I just want to hammer that home. Yeah, part 8, the giants of old. Now we try to make sense of these titles, who are who and what happened. And you already realize that this stuff is quite deep and it's layers upon layers of understanding and meaning. But after the flood, that is to say, after the demiurgic flood, nature had shifted, oceans changed, and land disappeared under the oceans. Ice melted, and the change in atmosphere. The fairies disappeared behind the metaphysical wall. Technology was part of the change. And you said something loud about the Yeti and the have many different names for it. I think that uh, whatever it is disappeared behind the metaphysical wall during the end of Atlantis period as well, meaning they couldn't really have physical form all the time, but they can go back and forth
Mhm.
depending on, I think, depending on time, astrology, how the atmosphere is.
Right. So the Sasquatch, the Yeti,
Yeah, exactly.
the cryptids.
Exactly.
Mhm,
Fairies,
mhm,
uh, gnomes. I think all of that existed here with us in physical form before the flood.
I agree.
And I think they went behind the wall after the flooding.
Mhm,
The nature shifted, the laws of nature, all kinds of things happened in this war
mhm,
and changed our environment completely.
mhm. Change the dimension.
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
So let's make things a little bit clearer. Who are the Watchers then? The Watchers are the Titans. They are called the Titans in the Greek mythology. And of course, now we're talking about from the perspective of the Olympian gods. Therefore, the Titans is the enemies. But remember, the Olympians are the one who have created the matrix we are in. It's a distortion. Everything is twisted. Everything is turned against us. Black is white and white is black.
Yeah.
Titans, the Watchers, Atlantean gods, giants, created a matrix in order to escape the demiurgic matrix, a matrix within a matrix. Why? Because they saw that the human race would end up under this matrix under demiurgic rule, and they didn't want to end up under demiurgic rule. Therefore, they created a
Mhm.
bubble to keep their free will. Therefore, they didn't become victims of the demiurgic matrix.
And they, in creating this dimensional bubble, this dimensional matrix within a matrix, they can rule also within that um, space, if you will, within that dimension. So it's
Exactly.
a way for them to rule, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Good point, Laura. And I'll come to that, but it's completely correct. And they can have contact with us
Mhm.
if we uh, we have to make an effort because it's hard, but you can contact them. Therefore, they can help us
Mhm.
rise up.
Mhm.
If they would end up in this demiurgic matrix with us, the game would be over and the demiurge would have won. But of course, if we believe that the old gods, the Titans, our old ancient gods are the enemy, are the darkness, are the
Mhm.
chaos, then we would never do an effort to contact them, and they have us once again.
Exactly. So they have to demonize
Yeah,
all of this and
yes,
create a religion or religions
exactly,
that brainwash the population in the inverted information because now you've demonized all of these beings and all of this actual history.
exactly. That's how they control us.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then we have another distortion and another lie, and it is about the Nephilim. The men of renown, Nephilims, Titans in brackets. They were warriors under the Watchers. After the flood, war with the human race without soul. They didn't wage war against us, but part of humanity lost their soul during the flood. But they survived because of technology. Therefore, they were very intelligent, had technology, but they didn't have soul or spark. In other words, they were psychopath with a lot of technology and a drive for power. Remember this men, I will come back to them because they are the ones who rule today. The men without soul, and the Nephilim rise up to wage war against them. But it doesn't mean that everything was fine and dandy, but that some of these men without soul took the knowledge of some of the Nephilims and started to use it against us. But it was never meant to be like that. The Nephilim was not an enemy to humanity, but against the men without soul who had become a problem for the rest of humanity. This elite.
So they were humans who lost their soul in the flood.
Yes,
Um, and then where you see all of the information about the fallen angels,
yes,
right? Now,
yes.
i- with this, would they be, that would be an inversion.
Yes, I will come to that.
Hmm.
It's a very good point, Laura, but it is an inversion.
Hmm.
What has happened is that these men without soul wanted to control humanity. The man without soul is the one who serve under the demiurge right now. The man without soul is the psychopath who rules today. And they don't want you to rise up. They want to keep you in matter because they have lost their soul, their spark. Therefore, they cannot evolve. They're
Hmm.
stuck in matter.
Hmm.
And they want to keep you in matter as long as they have some use for you.
Hmm.
But now they don't have any use for you anymore because now they can create an android race to do
Hmm.
the same stuff you do have done for them since they kickstarted the Sumerian civilization 7,000 years ago. The reason why they kickstarted Sumerian civilization was because they want to recreate Atlantis.
Hmm. Hmm.
And we are here today. Now we have done their bidding for them. Now we have created their society grid because we are many and they are very few. But they have the technology, they have the knowledge intact. They lost their soul in the flood, but not the technology and not their mind. They are very smart, psychopath, manipulators, and they
Mhm.
have managed to convince us that we don't have a soul or that we have to wait for Jesus and that the watchers are our enemies and they are the one who keep them at bay. We should never contact them. The Nephilim is evil.
Mhm.
They want to uh, all kinds of stuff. No, what has happened is
Mhm.
that the Nephilim came here to teach humanity how to take it back from the men without soul.
Mhm.
But the men without soul, some of them took some of the teaching from the Nephilim and started to use it against us.
Mhm.
Mm.
And the technology that the men without soul stole was the technology of the fallen angelics, uh
It
the
it was
Olympians, the Titans.
no, it was the technology left of the Atlantis. So during the
Okay.
Atlantis time, we had a huge civilization. I
Yeah.
would say a type 2 civilization even.
Hmm.
And when it fell apart, these men without soul start to misuse this technology.
Hmm.
Now I will go into that. It is even one more layer to this
Hmm.
complicated story, and we have to talk about our cousins as well. Uh, but the men without soul is the soulless humans who rules us today, and they lost the soulless spark. They cannot evolve through
Hmm.
spirit. You can,
Hmm. Yeah.
but they want to keep you in matter. Therefore, they have to convince you that you are an animal
Hmm.
or that you should wait for Jesus.
Hmm.
Uh, Meanwhile, they have put up their, they have come back to the technology again, even though they had some technology still after Atlantis, they couldn't reproduce this technology.
Hmm.
The factory was gone, the civilization was smashed, but they kept the technology because through technology they control us.
And yeah, part of that obsession of transhumanism
Exactly.
is, yeah, to find a way to take and harness the soul
Yes.
and
Uh,
put it in the machine.
yes, they because they have lost the spark, the soul, they try to transform their body, their matter instead
Hmm.
of the computer chip,
Hmm.
upgrade it like that.
Hmm.
And it is true that they have access to um, something we can call soul, but uh, in order to serve the demiurge,
Hmm.
they give up their own soul as well. So there's
Hmm.
another component to this.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
you sacrifice your soul to Saturn to gain the ultimate gnosis of Saturn.
Hmm. Hmm.
Why do they want to do that? Well, if you are a family, for example, a banking family elite, you want to continue the game within the same blood family.
Hmm.
And the demiurge, and they are acting out the demiurgic will here on Earth, meaning it's the demiurgic elite priest class psychopath without soul who acting out the demiurgic plan or uh, what the demiurgic God wants, and that is to keep us in matter. They are doing his bidding, and as a thanks for it, they have learned how to control matter. That's the reason why you see the same family coming up over and over and over again, because when they bind up their soul to Saturn, they can have a conscious reincarnation back
Hmm.
through the demiurge.
Right.
The Saturn allow them to have access to the reincarnation circle. That's the reason why
Hmm.
these families continue with their goddamn plans for
Hmm.
hundreds and thousands of years, because it's the same goddamn player coming back and continue
Right.
their plan through
Mhm.
lifetimes.
Right. So if you look at, for example, the queen, the fake
Yeah.
queen who died,
Mm.
it's just a recycling back into and
Yeah.
and she'll be born into the same lineage with the
Yeah.
same consciousness and just keep going,
Yeah.
continue where she dropped off.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why they are possessed to have like a son.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's what another way to do this ritual is to push out the soul from the child and take over that body.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it sounds horrible, but we will overcome them.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, they're the ones that are obsessed with consciousness transfer
Exactly.
technology. It's
Exactly.
all, you know, how
Exactly.
to remove the soul. There was that movie that they made for children. I
Mm.
can't remember the name, where children had a an animal that was their, they call them their daemon,
Mm.
and they were putting these children in some electromagnetic technology to remove the soul from the
Yes.
child, thus severing the connection to their daemon, which was
Yes.
their pet, um, soul pet. And I can't remember the name of that movie, but it's that I couldn't
Yeah,
believe that's the kid movie that they're putting, but it's all
no.
true.
It is true. It's true. Because imagine if they could crack this. It's easier to do an Android and transfer a soul to an Android because now you don't need a real child anymore.
Yeah,
Now they made us completely redundant for them.
yeah.
And their artificial demiurgic matrix is complete because now they don't even need us to have children anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It doesn't look too good, but I still have some hope here. And
Hmm.
you are that hope, and that's the most important message here. And I promise you, I will get to that. And there are one more layer to this that is very important because you asked a good question. Where does this technology come from? From the beginning, it comes from our cousins, and they were here before us. And they were the one who started Atlantis. And before the end of Atlantis, this our cousins was completely corrupt with power, technology, black magic. It was horrific. It was group sacrifice, magic activities with sex with children, um, sacrifices, very dark black magic in combination with technology. And you see this playing out today, and that's for a reason. According to me, our cousins have ended up in a mental prison in Atlantis because of the Watchers.
Mm.
They they saw them as a threat to themselves. They start to challenge the gods through the technology and the power. They start to be a threat to the human race. They
Hmm.
start to be a threat to this earth. They were a threat to destroy our solar system. That's that is the kind of technology they had to their exposure. They had that to use. All this power they were given from the Watchers. And now they have become corrupted by it. And now they turned against our ancient god, the Watchers. And the Watchers had to put them down. Therefore, the first blow was struck by the Watchers. That's very important. But then the Demiurge later on makes the second blow. When the human race have ended up in a weakened state after the first blow from the Watchers, the Demiurge saw his opportunity to control the human race and to snuff out the soul. Therefore, completely take away the opportunity for the human race to rise up ever again. That is to silence the human race forever. That was never the Watcher's intent.
Mhm.
The Watchers saw our cousins and the threat they have become
Mm.
because of their corruption.
But originally, the Watchers gave them their abilities
Yes.
for benevolent reasons, right? I mean, it was
No,
originally designed for them to be of service, wasn't it? And to be like some, not to be corrupted.
exactly. No, they believed that they would have the wisdom with the
Hmm.
power, but they
Hmm.
didn't. They lost their wisdom. And with only intellect, technology, and power without wisdom, it becomes a very dangerous game. And we can see that in the human race, where they create
Hmm.
atomic bombs because they can.
Oh.
That is power without wisdom.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now they have become a threat to the Watchers and to the human race, the younger race. This is our cousins,
Hmm.
and to the planet.
Hmm.
They had to put them down. And it was not something they wanted to do, but they couldn't risk them to destroy everything because it takes time to create life in matter. It's a
Hmm.
slow process.
So was that a an extinction level event that happened to wipe them out?
No, it was not that bad,
Hmm.
but they ended up in a mental prison. This
Hmm.
our cousins trapped in an Atlantis energy current,
Mm. Mm.
and at least at least it weakened the human race because of this ordeal. We became weaker.
So by doing that to them, because they're doing it via some form of technology, it's a cause and effect. We got affected too.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Good way to put it, Laura. Yes. And under this under the cousins of ours, I think you had an elite who got knowledge from them.
Hmm.
This is the soulless humans
Hmm. Hmm.
because they have access to the method, the esoteric method under our cousins. They were taught in the end of the period of Atlantis and has some access to their technology.
Hmm.
This is the psychopath who rules today. I think they could trace their knowledge to Atlantis time and to our cousins. That is what I believe. I know it's a
Hmm.
bold claim, but that is what I believe.
So what comes to mind is Thoth,
Yeah,
right? Where
yes,
who was he really?
exactly.
And was that also an example of somebody who was inverted and
Hmm,
and he was a keeper of that old knowledge and created
hmm.
secret societies like the
Good
White
point.
Brotherhood? That's what comes to mind.
That's very good
Mm.
idea. And here you have an elite under the our cousins who have lost their spark.
Mhm.
Now they have become not as dangerous as our cousins, but the same archetype is playing out from them.
Mhm.
Now you start to see the connection with the so-called esoteric elite of today, because they are back in their tunnels underneath. They are back with their pedophilia, all the black magic. Uh,
Right.
who are the esoteric elite? I will try to make it clear for you. So the esoteric elite was under our cousins and was taught by them. esoteric knowledge from our cousins, technology from our cousins, survived the flood with technology, but lost soul, no spark. After the flood, soulless humans. Through technology, they have access to the astral realm, but no further, meaning they can access the astral through technology, but they cannot go over to the mental plane. You can through your soul, your spark, but they are trapped here under the mental plane or from the astral and to matter. Stuck in matter and in the astral plane, they will use force to try to enter the mental plane and beyond. Think of terms of CERN.
Mm, exactly. Yeah, what are they really doing? Because,
Yeah,
they're going to tell the entire world a completely different story
yes,
under the guise of science, which is absolute garbage. But these are magicians,
absolutely.
if you like
Yeah,
hardcore magicians, if you ask me,
yeah,
trying to penetrate through into a different dimension
yes.
to get
This is
access.
exactly, this is the esoteric elite I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Now you got it.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Magic and science, they are technocrats because what you can do, they have lost the ability you can do. Now they have to do it through technology instead
Hmm. Exactly.
because they have lost the soul, the spark, and they are under the demiurge. They are the elite priest class under demiurge, the demiurge.
Hmm.
The esoteric elite between 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC. The big void. What the Watchers did. Oh, let's start here. The big void. For example, I said that the demiurge drowned humanity in water, meaning in memory, soul spark. Now, if I asked what happened 10,000 BC to 5,000 BC, everyone is like, it's a blank. It's a big void.
Hmm.
There's nothing there. We don't
Right.
remember. We don't see anything.
Nope.
But the esoteric elite survived underneath us in tunnels. The reason why they survived, I would argue, is because of the technology they managed to take with them from Atlantis. Now, of course, there was struggle among themselves. What shall we do? How should we kickstart civilization? How can we get back to where we uh, how can we go back to Atlantis times? Well, the idea was to kickstart civilization again in Sumeria, 5000 BC.
Hmm.
All of a sudden, we start to build cities. From nowhere came the information and knowledge how to create a civilization. It just can't pop up. It doesn't work. No, they had the knowledge, they had the technology. They just waited for a time, for a start, and they chose Sumeria. Their goal was to get back to Atlantis type of civilization. But they needed workers to do the job for them, meaning us, the humans with soul and spark intact.
Why do
Our
you
son,
think they picked Sumeria?
yeah, that's a good question. I can only speculate here,
Hmm.
but it seems that Sumeria had already structures there, like Enki's town was Eridu and Enki's
Hmm.
Ptah. Uh, I think it all already existed technology on the Earth.
Yeah.
They just build it on another layer of
Yeah.
Earth, so to speak.
Yeah.
Who are we then, the human race? Why did we keep our spark, our soul? Why aren't we soulless? Because the demigod wanted to drown us, right? And he managed to drown part of humanity, the esoteric elite, but not all of us. I call us the human race. Our race of man, the human race, saved by the Watchers, Nama, Nephilim. Humans upgraded to carry the spark within the fire of Prometheus, Lucifer. That's the reason why Prometheus was chained on the Caucasus mountain by Zeus, because he stole the fire from the gods to give it to humanity, the spark to access the soul. Therefore, we have different uh, groups here, and I will just want to summarize it. You have the Titans, the Watchers, the Atlantean gods, the Giants. They created one matrix to avoid the demiurgic matrix, meaning a matrix within the matrix. Then you have the Anunnaki, the Olympian gods. And one of them was Enlil saw his opportunity to end evolution, meaning to end all possibility for humanity to make any noise ever again. He wanted to silence humanity forever. No more evolution, no more noise, no nothing. And the reason why he saw that opportunity was because the human race have been end up in a weakened state after the first blow the Watcher struck. But from the Watcher's point of view, it was never meant to be another blow against the human race to end up as a slave race under the demiurge. No, it was never meant to be like that. But they had to put down our cousins in order to save us, the planet, the solar system. But the demiurge took the opportunity to push us even further down into matter. Our cousins ended up in a mental prison in the Atlantean current. The men of renown, Nephilim, are the warriors under the Watchers. And then you have our race of man, divided man without souls and with soul. We are the race who kept our soul because the Watchers saved our spark or gave us the spark back. And I will come to that soon.
Yeah, because that would be, you're going to talk about those that their souls were saved and how that happened,
Yeah, exactly.
which takes me to Noah. And
Exactly.
yeah.
You're completely correct. Exactly. That's
Mhm.
the story of Noah.
Mhm. Okay, good.
Good, you're with me, Lauda. So we have different human races, and we have also giants and fairies who went behind a metaphysical wall during this catastrophic apocalyptic incident when Atlantis went under ice or water.
And different human races. You're going to go into that.
Yes, we had different human races because uh, they talk about very small human races. We talk about giants as well.
Mhm.
The giants existed during this time, for sure.
Mhm.
But who is who? Because sometimes we use giant to describe the titans. But when I use giants, there were also giant humanoid races here on Earth who was who was died out. And you mentioned the Yeti, the Sasquatch,
Mhm.
and for example, on Easter Island, you have this big, beautiful statues. And a very interesting man, Klaus Donna, he had a friend that created a penetrating radar, and they penetrated uh, the Earth, the ground level on Easter Island, and they pointed out a place where they found giants, bird with golden armor under Earth. And he mentioned it, And then they closed down Easter Island, and I'm sure that the elite is there and digging right as we speak.
And do you think that the heads that have been placed have some bearing as to what was buried beneath there?
Yeah,
Because the heads are just the heads. It's an entire body that's buried,
exactly.
right?
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
Yes.
So they're digging and they're extracting the the bodies,
Uh,
um,
I
and
believe so. But I
be-
believe so very much, yes.
because they're wanting to reanimate all of this ancient DNA,
Exactly.
create new. Yeah, you'll get into
Exactly.
that.
But that's a completely correct, Laura. And this is very important that
Mm,
you mentioned that because, you see, many people believe the Nephilim is our enemies, but it's not, you know, if the Nephilim, the Nephilim was here to wage war against the men without soul, meaning the elite, right? But if you manage to extract some DNA from the Nephilim, you can mix it with other stuff, and then you can say, look, this Nephilim is evil because they have they have distorted it, they have
mhm,
made an abomination of the original Nephilim. But you see, from the beginning, the Nephilim was here to help us against the men without soul because they had technology, they were powerful, and we had nothing.
yeah.
And I will go into that story very soon. And in part 9, we'll talk on the other side of the wall of sleep because it is a wall of sleep because we don't they have so much propaganda. If they get their way, of course, Atlantis have never existed. Don't look behind this wall of sleep. Don't look, don't
Mm,
go there. No, it's nothing there. 10,000 BC, you lived in caves and you were stupid, and there was very nothing happened there.
mhm, mhm. Yeah,
And
they
that is
want, right? They want you to believe that it was cavemen.
exactly because then they have you. You see, you have to go back here and understand what's happened,
Mhm,
and that they are a huge chunk of history they try to
mhm,
make you blind
mhm.
to.
Which brings me to they want to teach you that it was the Neanderthal and the Cro-Magnon.
Yeah,
And I always had a problem with this because I'm like, I think that's BS. And I think that
yeah.
that was the pre-civilization uh, before Atlantis. And we're talking about beings that were extremely like there's just a lot
Yes.
of things that don't add up.
No, exactly. You very good point, Lauda. Again, there, and this is what I mean by different humanoid races as well. We lived side by them, but we
Hmm.
were never them.
Hmm. Hmm.
We are a different humanoid species,
Hmm.
but they need to sell in the idea of evolution
Hmm. Right.
because if you buy into the evolution theory by Darwin, you
Mm.
get the idea that you have to wait for the natural evolution to evolve.
Hmm.
Now you will wait forever because that will never happen. It's the same thing as tell you have to wait for Jesus and Jesus will never come.
Hmm.
The
Hmm.
evolution you're talking about is now. You are the evolution. It is a spiritual evolution and you have to be active.
Hmm.
All this manipulation all the time,
Hmm.
lying all the time.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's very sad. But what will we find on the other side of the walls of sleep then? Well, let's say you manage to penetrate this illusion, this Maya, and you can. You have that in you. It is not a fantasy. You can really go back to Atlantis time. You can go there through the cliphotic tree. You can access it through your soul, and you can take back your memory. I have tried to. taken from you. On the other side of the wall of sleep, you will find ruins and technology, most of it on the bottom of the sea, deep under waves of water. Some of it on other planets in your solar system, and some of it is in front of your eyes, like the pyramids, for example. If you go back to this time of Atlantis, when it was a good place to be, you will see fairies fly again. The dragons, the angels, and the gods will come back, and we can take it back again, because they still exist behind the wall of sleep.
Mhm.
But if you want evolution, you have to face it all. The nightmares, the horrors, the spark have taken you far. Now you have to earn the rest. This is the void, this is the threshold. What the Watchers did was to create a threshold of void in order to keep our cousins at bay, because they couldn't handle them. They have expanded to other planets in the solar system, and they have become a threat to the Watchers, our ancient gods. Therefore, they had to create a void, meaning that we don't have access to the same power as our cousins had. Now we have to earn that power. You have to work for it. They don't want to give you access to this power for free, because
Mhm.
then they risk you ending up like your cousins. Now we have to work for it, earn it, and when you work for it and earn it, you will also gain wisdom that goes with it. Because power without wisdom is a dangerous combination. Therefore, no more power without wisdom, no more ignorance. If you want more power, you need to face what it means and apply it with wisdom. You have to face the thrones of the eternal gods. Meaning you have to go back to Atlantis time and face all the horrors that went on there, and to gain wisdom and understanding from that experience. And of course, that is exactly what they don't want you to do. That's the reason why Atlantis doesn't exist. But that is exactly what we will do, of course. And you talked about this as well, Lauda. Part 10, Atlantis and the legacy of high tech. Where is this technology? Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned it earlier. Egypt, a legacy culture from Atlantis. So Egypt is or was part of Atlantis. That's the reason why you will find the pyramids. And that's the reason why they found and discovered the new
Mhm.
stuff underneath the pyramids. Because these pyramids are very old. And this is part of the Atlantean technology I am talking about right in front of your eyes, if you have eyes to see with.
Mhm.
And we talked about the pyramid and the technology behind it, what they want to achieve with it earlier. And they have many functions.
Mhm.
If I can speculate a little bit, wouldn't surprise me if they pump up water through the cylinders underneath up into the pyramid. And water is memory, it is a language. Hebrew letter for water is mem, and some attributes attached to the letter mem is memory, language, and if you ask me, science, nations,
Mhm.
and you might remember the Tower of Babylon incident where they shattered the language and scrambled the language, and we could no longer communicate. because they shattered the water foundation of these towers, because there are always water aqueducts
Hmm.
below them. Water is very important into this technology, the pyramid technology. Of course, they will claim this is nonsense and this is fantasy, and because they're going to take everything from you.
Hmm.
They can, I mean, they try to make you believe this is tombs. This is buried. The pharaohs was buried here, and it's just stupid nonsense.
Just to give people an idea of those towers we're looking at,
Hmm.
and their depths, just because I
Yeah,
think it's
exactly.
important that people know this is a mind-blowing
Huge.
technology. I mean, it's like
Hmm.
what, 2,100 feet.
Yes.
Let the towers are about 2,100 feet long or more.
I think I have some inform there. Descends to depth of
Okay.
more than 2,100 feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
It's
mind-blowing.
mind-boggling. Yes. This is the technology I'm talking about with uh, taking out the sun, use the sun
Hmm.
energy and so on, take it, draw down plasma,
Hmm.
shake loose your soul, many different uses for this technology.
And of course, all of that was buried because what we find, even when they discovered the Sphinx was under sand mostly.
Yes,
So you're talking about another event that basically buried everything.
yes, I agree. And if we talk about the Bosnian pyramid, for example,
Hmm.
uh, they found a rune stone there. Very interesting, isn't it? Runes, 8,000 BC. Runes. Runes are not a new language, but very, very old. And
Interesting.
those runes, they have translated it, one professor did. And it says, we have come to a standstill. We have to fight and stand our ground until the gateways are open again.
Oh, wow.
That is huge.
Wow. So that's describing a war.
Yeah. And the Boston Pyramid was buried deliberately.
Yeah.
Ninurta, the demiurge, destroyed the pyramid, the technology,
Hmm.
and his elite priest class of men without soul,
Hmm.
the same who rules today, because they want to keep you in matter.
Hmm. And that is the reset, right? Like these are resets that they keep doing, resets to bury entire civilizations, bury, you
Yeah,
know, yeah.
that's about control
Hmm.
and to keep the knowledge for themselves
Yeah.
and distort our history. Because if you find out who you are, that you are a body with a
Hmm.
spark and soul, then you understand that you can overcome them.
Hmm.
And remember, they cannot evolve. Uh, they are stuck in matter. Their hope is for technology to open gateways and so on. But they
Hmm.
want you here as long as they need you.
Hmm.
Because if you leave, their game is up.
Exactly.
And on it goes. The builders who build these pyramids. And I can only speculate now.
Hmm.
Some would say the Atlantean people built it, our cousins, right? Or the Nephilim, the men of renown, and we live side by them. And some would say it was the Anunnaki who built these
Hmm.
pyramids.
Hmm. Who do you think built them?
Yeah, I think the Anunnaki built them
Hmm.
because a big part of this technology is to mine gold, and that is attributed to the mythology around the Anunnaki. They came from heaven to
Mhm.
earth to mine gold. But I can't say that I know, but I think. And as I said, the pyramid have different functions. Don't Powerful technology doesn't do only one thing. And
Mhm.
this is massive, powerful technology. So you have one idea is a weapon of mass destruction. The pyramid was a weapon of mass destruction, and that is Joseph P. Farrell's theory. And I think he's onto something. I think that was one of the purpose. One is to trap plasma. That is to say, gods, demons, and angels to take them down into matter and to trap them. For example, Marduk was trapped in one Sumer mythology in the war with Ishtar.
Mhm.
And we have Ninurta going around and destroying them because
Mhm.
I think the mining through this technology had wasn't worth the risk of us waking up.
Mhm.
It was a calculated risk, a calculated decision.
So you're saying that their technology of mining gold was too risky for them because through mining gold, that process would lead us to wake up more.
Exactly, because one other purpose behind the pyramid was to shake loose your soul so you could
Mhm.
soul travel.
Right.
And if they didn't strip the pyramids from the technology
Mhm.
they used for mine gold, because the pyramids are only like, they're stripped from technology. But if
Mhm.
you would go there and you will see the original pyramids with the technology intact, then not even the elite could convince the most normal person that it is not a profound technology
Mhm.
machine.
Mhm.
Because now you see the technology in front of you. Now
Mhm.
you only see the walls, so to speak. It's stripped.
Yeah, the whole
Uh,
thing. Yeah,
yeah,
was what it's like you're looking at layers and layers that have been removed, and all that's
exactly.
left is this kind of shell
Exactly.
up
It's just
of
a
it.
shell of a machine. Exactly.
Yeah.
Good way to put it. Because they couldn't lie to you if you saw advanced technology
Hmm.
in the machine.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
You just couldn't take away the real history from you if you would realize that the pyramids are complicated machines and they are very old. Then the
Hmm.
distortion of history would end.
So, though they're stripped and they're just shells of the machine, but there's something still working. There's
Yeah,
some part that is still functioning.
it is actually.
Hmm.
That is very true. For example, people who lay down in the sarcophagus in the
Hmm.
pyramid experience outside body experience, have an outside
Hmm.
body experience because they feel the vibration and the soul start to leave.
Hmm. Hmm. Mm.
Therefore, they start to see through the illusions.
Yeah.
They get contacts with God's demons and angels from the pyramids
Hmm.
still.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
but imagine how powerful it would be if it was intact.
Oh my God, yeah. And the top was gold, wasn't it? Like
Exactly,
the
exactly.
which they've all
Yes,
been removed.
yes. Called the Benben. And the
Yes.
Benben was fire. And the pyramids, the word pyramid comes from the fire in the middle.
Hmm. Hmm. Did you see all of the pyramids in China that they don't really
Yes,
want anybody to
I
know about?
I know about them. Very interesting. They are
Tons
everywhere. Tons.
everywhere.
Yep.
Hmm.
And in Antarctic and other places
Yeah.
as well, I'm sure. They're
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
This is the Atlantis I'm talking about. This is the level of
Mhm,
technology I'm talking about.
mhm,
Before the infrastructure was destroyed through the flood. And the last strike was made by the Demiurge, the first from the Watchers, and then the Demiurge saw and took the opportunity when we
mhm,
were in a weakened state
mhm,
and gave us a second blow to snuff out our soul and take out all possibility for evolution and make us into a servant android race under
mhm,
the Demiurge. But he failed. He failed because the esoteric elite without soul survived through technology,
mhm,
and we survived through the spark. And I will go into that very soon. Why do
mhm,
we have the spark intact? But the esoteric elite who lost their soul but survived through technology, they had no other ways. They had to turn to the demiurge because they were stuck in matter. What god should they worship if they are stuck
mhm,
in matter?
mhm, mhm.
Of course, the god who rules matter, the demiurge.
The dummy, yeah. And that's where they hijacked Saturn and the solar system.
Exactly. Therefore, you have there's a huge war going on with our cousins against the Watchers and all of that. And I think that the demiurge, there are two ways you can go about it, you can think about this. Other one scenario is really that our cousins created a pyramid structure on one of the moons on Saturn, that is Eaptus. And then they trapped the demiurge plasma there. But when the machine broke down with the wars of the Watchers, the demiurge started to take over the machine instead and start to use the technology. It's to say he become the ghost in the machine.
Mhm. Exactly.
And now he trapped our not our cousins, but he trapped the humans without soul. And Philip Dick called that system Valis. If you have read it, Philip K. Dick.
Mhm. Out of curiosity, where do you think the Tower of Babylon was?
Yes, I think the one problem with that mythology is that you can say that there were many towers of Babylon in
Mhm,
different time periods, but the one who are the latest, if you take away CERN, I consider
mhm,
CERN to be the new Tower of Babel. But if you talk about the other, the second newest, they built the Tower of Babylon in the town Babylon in Sumeria,
mhm,
1850 BC.
mhm,
And how did they do it? Well, according to me, they still had technology from Atlantis time, but that technology, they couldn't reproduce that technology, but they could use it. Uh, uh, they could maintain the technology, and the
mhm,
technology was, of course, very important for them to maintain because they couldn't reproduce it.
mhm,
Then, and that's the reason why they kickstarted Sumeria to put the infrastructure together again in order for them to be able to reproduce the technology.
mhm,
Very advanced technology requires some kind of a structure, like some kind of social structure, like factories, machine.
mhm, mhm,
And now we have given them back their infrastructure.
mhm. Makes me think of a different kind of a web, like everyone is functioning in frequency under some kind of an umbrella which allows them to understand one another and speak,
mm,
right?
mm,
It's like
mm.
do you know what I'm trying to say? Like that, like a canopy. It
Yes,
creates
yes,
some kind of a canopy frequency.
yes, yes, yes. There is such yes, because there is a collective hive mind mentality behind this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain it right now, but one big symbol for them is the bee.
Mm-hmm.
And a bee creates a honeycomb with six-sided hexagons,
Mm-hmm.
and Saturn is the hexagon.
Right.
On the North Pole, you have a hexagon.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it is a hive mind working together in matter that can communicate with each other in order to spread
Yeah.
like a hive mind.
Right.
They are the busy bees.
Mm-hmm. So it was that was destroyed, right?
Yes, the Tower of Babylon was destroyed and it was infiltrated by Nimrod. And Nimrod was an elite priest class under Saturn or the Demiurge.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the builders was Mardukites. They tried to penetrate the matrix and open up a gateway to the fixed stars.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And remember, if you have lost your soul, you have to do it through technology.
Right. And it's what's happening today.
That's what's going on today. That is exactly what's going on today. And you can view the Nazis as a breakaway civilization who
Mm-hmm.
started up as servants of the Demiurge, Ninurta Saturn, who changed to Mardukites, to a Mardukite breakaway civilization, because it was the Mardukites who built the Tower of Babylon 1850 BC in order to open up to the heavens.
So why do you think they changed sides? Why do you think they went with the Mardukites?
Yes, this is a very interesting thing. There's speculation here, of course, but the Nazi movement from the beginning was controlled by the elite,
Mm-hmm.
but there were some elements inside the Nazi movement who uh, who had another or they got another idea. For example, when they started to search for technology,
Mm-hmm.
they went all around the planet to search for stuff underneath. They were in Iran, Iraq, dig for stuff, the Nazis. They were in Tibet. They were, trying to find this technology.
Mm-hmm.
And they did. It's a different thing to believe the technology exists and to really find it.
Mm-hmm.
Now they understood they had a unique opportunity if they could re-engineer that powerful technology from Atlantis time. Now they could rise up and
Mm-hmm.
even defeat their allies. That's the reason why they thought they could win the war, not because they were maniacs, but because they found this technology that now they could take on the planet. Now they could take on the esoteric elite. Now they could be a breakaway civilization and try to overcome the demiurge through technology and force.
So they were actually good.
No, but
I mean, they were against the demiurge and they were using the technology they discovered. What they discovered the technology in Mesopotamia?
yes, among other things, Mesopotamia, there was not the Nazi was not good people, but they realized that they could rise up, and it's like when you see an opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
wow, we can really rise up through this technology. At last, we have it. We have
Mm-hmm.
access to it.
Mm-hmm.
Some part of this because you have layers of esoteric elite as well. The really inner core. I
Mm-hmm.
think you will find under earth in tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
The Nazis was not in the elite, esoteric elite.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have access to the
Yeah.
technology they had, but they could find the technology if they dig for it. And
Mm-hmm.
they did. And now they realize, yes, it exists because they read a lot of esoteric text and mythology and they believed it.
Mm-hmm.
They choose to believe it.
So they found technology in Mesopotamia, and they also found technology in Antarctica.
Yes, I think
And
so.
they were the ones that had the first base in Antarctica. So I think,
Yes,
they were harnessing what they had discovered in
exactly.
there and operating in that way. So who were their enemy?
The Nazis' enemy, it
Hmm.
became the demiurgic priest class. It's like first they went along with them, they were together.
Hmm.
Uh, for example, they borrowed money from the banksters, the Rothschilds, the demiurgic elite class. They borrowed money. Uh, but then Hitler all of a sudden decided to have his own banks
Hmm. Hmm.
and print his own money.
Hmm.
And of course, the Nazis knew when they started to print their own money, they will be enemies
Hmm.
to their allies. And the
Hmm.
reason why they did it was because they believed they could win the war because they found the technology
Hmm.
and that they could re-engineer it and rise up against the one
Hmm.
against their own allies and say, look,
Hmm.
we want to force our way out into space through this technology you have found.
Hmm.
And um, but the Nazis was not the inner core of the esoteric elite who
Hmm.
knew this technology existed because it's layers upon layers.
Hmm.
The inner core have certain access to certain information. The layer above them have another access, not to the same information, but similar.
Hmm.
It's like if you work for a company, the workers on the floor doesn't know what
Hmm.
the the ones
We're on
who
top.
are on
So,
top.
so they were obsessed with the Aryan race. They were obsessed with
Yes.
this Aryan DNA. And
Yes.
in this all, who were the Aryans?
Yeah. It could be our cousins.
Hmm. That's kind of what I think too.
Mm.
Hmm. So the story we're told about the war, World War II,
Yeah, there's a lot of
where
lies. Yes.
it's been inverted. Like,
Yes.
so the winner is actually the soulless elite who rule this current paradigm and world.
Yes, you have a breakaway civilization with the Nazis, but they still come from the same,
Hmm.
and they were
Yep.
like, sometimes you start to work with a group and you are together and you have
Hmm.
the same ideas and same
Yeah.
plans, and suddenly part of that group see another opportunity in front of them and they go for it.
Yeah. So yeah, we would have been screwed either way. We are screwed either way.
Yeah, yeah, same archetype
It's the
kind of
same.
a deal.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is the idea to break away through technology.
Hmm.
Our idea should be focused on break away through our soul, through our
Yeah.
spirit, and over through all of them.
Hmm. Exactly. Where does Hyperborea fit into this all?
Yes, it's a period of time. I have to read more about it,
Hmm.
but it is a very interesting phenomena.
Hmm. Hmm.
I think the technology we're talking about now, I think some people get access to it
Hmm. Yeah.
and they started to uh, create civilization with the technology. And I think they had to put them down
Hmm. 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 Yeah.
in order
So
to control. Mm.
Right. So all of the civilizations that essentially have been trying to help us are the ones that have also been attacked and destroyed,
Yes. Uh,
or or um, placed in some kind of dimensional separation from us.
yes. Yes, exactly. Hyperborea. Yeah, I can come back to it, but
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
know what you mean.
Hmm.
Uh, because it's very hard with this, timeline.
Hmm.
When was Hyperborea? Where can we place it?
Exactly.
They have scrambled around our history and play around with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can come back to that.
Yeah.
Right? Because Hyperborea, the inner Earth civilizations,
Yes,
the
yes,
civilizations under the ocean, the
yes,
civilizations that exist over the ice wall, these are all kind of,
yes.
um, where do they?
Fit in and what timeline,
Hmm.
not line, but when in
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm. It's very hard. Yeah.
Because what I see is that this pathology, this sociopathic, soulless pathology elite is ruling the inner realm, like the inner realm. What?
Yeah.
Because we're surrounded by this ice wall, and over the ice wall are different civilizations, and it seems like they are ruling this inner realm. And I
Yes.
and I wonder, like, there's something about that which I think that this inner realm is domed, and outside it are other domes, but they have to be fighting also in other civilizations. They have to be fighting over there as well. I think that there are wars over there as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of things going on, and there is a war on the moon for sure.
Yeah, right.
And also underneath us in tunnels. And they
Yeah.
have old temples, they have factories, all
Hmm.
kinds of stuff under earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And therefore, yes, as you said, the human race is in a bad position right now.
Hmm. Hmm.
We end up in between them here on earth. If they
Hmm.
rule the underworld and if they rule heaven, we end up in the middle of them.
Hmm.
And that's, of course, the purpose here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the word eker, okay, so you have
Yes.
here eker, pyramids, and towers.
Yes, so it's the
What do
same phenomena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so for example, in Sumer, they were called Ekur, and they
Uh-huh.
were stepped pyramids.
Yeah.
In the
Like
Egypt, they were smooth-sided pyramids, and there were also Ekurs. It's the
okay.
same.
Like a ziggurat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They are called the ziggurats in Sumer.
Hmm.
Stepped pyramids, but it's the same technology. But I would say that on the Giza plateau, you have the most ancient and the most powerful
Hmm.
Ekurs.
Hmm. Okay.
So, in the end, to summarize this, the Tower of Babylon connected to the dragon lines, and this is important. They connect the Tower of Babylon to the dragon lines of Earth. And we talked about this Ekur pyramids and towers, and you mentioned the ziggurats. The
Hmm.
ziggurats was this Ekur of Sumer, stepped pyramids. When the Tower of Babylon was destroyed, then the dragon lines was also broken, meaning that
Hmm.
our dragon lines, Mother Earth veins and pulse is broken.
Hmm.
And that also means the connection to us.
Hmm.
a
Exact.
shift, mm,
Sorry.
a shift in nature,
Hmm.
humanity, because uh, if we if the dragon lines breaks, our connection to Mother Earth also breaks, and we can see it. I don't know what's going on, but we don't have this connection to Mother Nature, and we are lost, and we are ready to poison Mother Nature. We are ready to create an artificial nature out of a
Hmm.
natural one almost.
And then when we take Mother Earth and we move her streams and her lakes and waters and we build dams and we shift everything,
Yes, yes,
it we're absolutely destroying this her natural veins that work with us,
yes, I
and
agree.
we're cutting it off. It's like when you look at your heart and your arteries, it's like
Hmm,
cutting your arteries so they don't even connect to the heart anymore.
hmm, I agree.
Yeah.
That is a good way to put it, Laura. So Hecate and Tiamat, and remember Tiamat was defeated by Marduk. That's symbology for Mother Nature. The dragons, Hecate, the ancient god, the mother womb. And Hecate, of course, is the enemy. They try to make her into this dark goddess. But that's not true. Hecate is Mother Earth, is the womb. And we need help from dragons. What do I mean by that? According to me, some of the plasma we see in the sky flickering, and some people believe they are UFOs, they are angels, demons, gods, and dragons. When you see the plasma splitting up and then go back to itself again, it's like the dragon blowing fire, or
Hmm. Right.
because it separates and then go back to itself again.
Hmm.
And I think we humans have the ability to contact these dragons, this plasma in the sky,
Hmm.
and cooperate and use them
Hmm.
to ignite the dragon lines again, so we can draw them down into the dragon lines of Earth, and they will awaken these dragon lines again.
Hmm.
Meaning that this plasma can travel under Earth
Right.
and ignite the dragon lines. I know it sounds out there, but uh,
No, it
Hecate.
makes sense.
And I think we could be like dragon riders again.
Hmm. And you were going to say something about Hecate.
Yes, and Hecate have because we communicate with the Watchers, and Hecate is one of the goddess we have communicate a lot with.
Hmm.
And Hecate have uh, communicated that you need to lay the dragon eggs on the dragon lines again in order for you
Hmm.
to awaken them, because you need to be active when it comes to awakening the dragon lines, and you can do it with the help of the dragons.
And when you say eggs,
Yes,
what do you mean?
yeah, that is a good question. What do she Hecate mean by eggs? She was talking about tears as well. Put your tears into the dragon lines.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, I can only speculate there, but
Mm-hmm.
I just want to give you that information
Mm-hmm.
that you as a human can have a huge impact on the dragon lines and reawakening it again, and restore them again, and we can get help from the dragons.
Do you think that one of the reasons why we're seeing so many volcanoes going off and earthquakes is
Mm.
because the dragon lines, aka the arteries, are cut off from the heart. Like it's causing all of this imbalance.
Yes, I think it's part of it at least.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because the dragon lines have been broken since, let's say, 3,850 years ago. It's a very long time.
Hmm.
And yeah, we
Hmm.
have to start to work with Mother Nature again. We
Hmm.
can't continue on like we do. And we have to realize that we are not body, we are spirit.
Hmm.
And through spirit, we can have contact with the plasma in the skies and we can communicate with them, meaning that we can communicate with angels, demons,
Hmm.
dragons, gods. And
Yeah.
when we do, we can start to use them to our advantage. And I think we can use the dragons in the sky to ignite the dragon lines
Hmm.
again
Yeah. Yeah.
as a service. But we need each other. We need
Yeah.
to awaken. We need to get in contact with the gods again. We need to take everything back.
Hmm. Yeah. Do you see that happening?
Yes, but it will be a struggle.
Hmm.
And I will tell you how this will end. Because I believe we will win, even though it's dark right now. And you can see this in the mythology with the dragons protecting the treasure in tunnels, caves, the dragon lines, the gold.
Hmm.
And the dragon line is also about our DNA. Because when we are in tune with the dragon lines, with the Mother Nature, our DNA
Yeah.
is also in
Hmm.
nature and humans disconnected with each other. And the Anunnaki came to mine gold. And Marduk defeated Tiamat, the dragon. Remember, and
Hmm.
stole the tablet of destiny from
Hmm.
King.
Yeah, and it was all downhill from there.
Yes, it was. Sorry to say, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so part 11, the realm of Atlantean gods. We, the Watchers, are your old gods, your first gods. We have never abandoned you. We have always watched you. We are waiting for your evolution, waiting for this moment in time, waiting for the apocalypse. The horsemen are coming, are coming. The servant of the demiurge want to turn you into androids, like the god did before with the flood. But now it will be done with technology instead. The fourth turning is here, meaning today they try to take away a spark through technology. And the real push this time around started 2020. But we cannot talk about it, and there's a reason why we cannot do that. And I cannot decode that for you, and that's very sad. I've tried to do it before, but I've always been counseled and threatened. Therefore, I cannot decode it for you. But if there is a way uh, for
And
me to do it, then I can decode it for you.
okay, so is there anything that you can say without saying it in code because everybody knows code? Um, and then we can maybe do something separate and I can post it on Rumble and Odyssey and stuff.
Yes, what I can say is that it was CERN and DARPA who gave us the internet. They want to connect you to internet, meaning they want to connect you to CERN. And CERN is connected to internet. Therefore, they want to create a hive mind out of you. And they started to connect you to this grid the year 2020.
And so the objective is an interface program that interfaces and uses your body as technology.
Yes. And therefore they need to kill your spark as well, because they don't want your spark. They only want your body. And we talked about mining gold before through the pyramids. Well, this is a mining on a different scale, because now they will mine you as a battery. And there are more things, a bigger agenda, but maybe we can find out a way how I can show you that and decode that.
We
But
can we can do a video and it'll be for the other platforms.
yes, if you
Mhm.
want me to do that, and
That'd be
if you
great.
have, yeah, then I will do it.
Okay.
And I will show you the complete agenda they are doing right now with this 2020
Wonderful.
thing. So this is the fourth turning, and according to Belial, we have gone through three different periods of Atlantis before. So three periods of Atlantis have gone, and the last one was the third one we have talked about here today. And now we're standing on the threshold of the fourth turning. Is here. We are in the apocalyptic times right now. And you will see everything I talked about today come playing out in front of you if you haven't started seeing it already.
Question, where's the black sun in this all?
Yes. So the black sun is Thagirion. And Thagirion, the black sun, leads to Sirius. It's like a gateway. And the number for Thagirion is 666. And you can see 666 in CERN's logo. You have three sixes. Therefore, I know that they aim the machine towards our sun to open up a gateway. Therefore, you will see our sun turn black from within, like a black hole growing up. Uh, Maybe we will not see it because they probably do it, you know, but they will try. And
In origin, is the black sun actually connected to something good?
yes, it is, because the black sun leads to Sirius. That's our twin sun. So our sun have a twin sun, and from Sirius, our teachers come from Sirius, the oneness we call them. And you have this Dogon tribe in Africa worshipping Sirius. Uh, that's the reason why they have to take your spark before they connect to the black sun. Otherwise, you will be free through spark. Of course, you don't get anything for free, but if you work with your body and wait for this moment, and if you have the soul intact, then the cat is out of the bag when they open up these doorways.
Mhm.
Therefore, they need to take a spark, because if you're an android, you cannot make any use of it, because
Right. Well,
you're soul dead.
mhm, mhm.
The time for evolution is now. The time to go within is now. The truth will set you free if you face it and if you transcend it. You have to create something new from your mind. What do I mean by that? You have to visualize what you can become. If your mind think you're an animal, you are an animal. If your mind believe that you can become something more, then your body start to respond to that and vibrate in different vibration. If you believe you're an animal, then you vibrate it in your body. But when you start to realize that you can become much more, your body also acts upon it. Your mind is such a powerful tool. It can be your worst enemy, but it can also be your best friend. The spark of Lucifer, and now we come back to this Noah Ark incident and all of this, because what Lucifer Prometheus tried to do is to save humanity's sparks, to take the fire from the god and give it to humanity in order for us to be able to ignite the spark and the soul again, to take back what the demiurge tried to destroy or wash away, to drown us in memory, to drown what humanity are. The spark of Lucifer have ignited your 22 strands of dormant DNA. The dragon's eye are awake in you. You can pierce the veil with your third eye. You see through the illusion. You see through the matrix. Do you have what it takes to face it? Because if you awaken the dragon eye, your Aina chakra, you start to see through the matrix, the demiurgic matrix, and you realize that this is only a Maya. And you can go through it or you can transcend it.
I think you'd
And
have to be willing to look at the fact that you've been living a lie and that everything
exactly,
is and I think that is what terrifies people is
exactly,
you have to
completely agree.
yeah.
Yes. And
And
what you're saying now, Lauda, is they know that your mind is the most is very powerful. If they can program your mind with a certain program, that becomes your reality, and you are stuck. So it's horrible, but that's the truth. So, part 12, to seek the thrones of eternal gods, and so now to start to come close to Atlantis and where we started, because we have to face it all. We have to go back to the Atlantis time, exactly what they don't want you to do, because Atlantis is a fantasy. Atlantis doesn't exist. We lived in caves. Don't look here. Nothing to see here. And this is exactly what you have to do. We have to face the throne of the eternal gods. And we have to understand what happened. And this is the story from the Watchers now. We gave your cousins power. We gave them life in the stars. But the power made them corrupt. A danger to us and the solar system, and with it Mother Earth. Therefore, they had to put our cousins down. And therefore, the Watchers gave was the one who orchestrated the first blow, but the second blow was struck by us. The human race of old was put down. What are you going to do with your power? Now you have to fight for it, be worthy of it. Through hard work and method, you will bridge the void. Remember, they created the void to keep our cousins and us at bay because we cannot have access to unlimited power by default because the lack of wisdom with that power make us dangerous as our cousins. Yeah, the second blow was struck by us. The first blow was struck by us, I have to say. The first blow was struck by the Watchers, but the second blow was struck by the Demiurge. And among the old gods, our ancient god, you will find Arachne, the spider goddess. And she is the weaver of the web of fate. this is our fate. But you can take hold of your own fate. You can carve your own fate. But then you have to rise up. You have to ignite the spark. You have to realize who you really are and what you really can become. And when you do, you don't have to be trapped in any web, but you can cut the web and you can reshape the web your own fate in your own image, and you can become your own god and have your own destiny carved among the stars. Free will and your fate is in your hand, but you have to work for it.
I've got a
You have.
question.
Mm,
Our cousins. So in that event, and when you look at Noah's, like the flood of Noah and the flood of the Sumerian tale,
yes.
just same story or the same event. Now, this whole area where you see a new creation, because you've got the first heaven or the first earth that was built and created with the first Adam, and that was destroyed. Then you get the account of Genesis, which has two creation accounts. And so you're looking at two different periods of time where one creation was destroyed and another one was created. And we would be the second Adam, right? So are we the result of being newly created genetically from a devastation that completely destroyed the creation prior?
Yes, very complicated,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but the first Adam, I would say, is our cousins,
Yeah.
and the second Adam is us.
Yeah.
And the second Adam was very close to be trapped under the demiurge rule many times, and it has been a struggle. And the reason for this struggle is because the Watchers couldn't give us access to unlimited power
Right.
without wisdom. Therefore, we also become prey very easily because we don't have that power.
Mm-hmm.
We have to rise up, we have to work for it, and we have to overcome these forces.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that the second Adam, which is us, is a new creation that was genetically made after the destruction of the prior first Adam? And
I think with this genetical manipulation, you
mhm,
can uh, say that I don't believe in the slicing and dicing, but you can
mhm,
upgrade the human DNA
mhm,
through knowledge. So,
yeah,
for example, you are a different human than a person who are born in the jungle who had
mhm,
never faced civilization before.
mhm,
Your DNA is completely different because
mhm,
of the knowledge. Therefore, the fallen angels came here to teach you
mhm,
things and give you knowledge, and that knowledge make your DNA resonate in a different way. And
mhm,
you are a completely different species. If you wouldn't believe if you met a person in the jungle who have never seen civilization before.
mhm, mhm,
For example, if you don't start to speak before the age of 6, I think, you
mhm,
cannot learn how to speak. You cannot learn language.
mhm,
It is something you have to start with in an early age,
mhm,
or that opportunity to learn language will be dormant within you. Therefore, you are a completely different species from this is the same humanoid race,
mhm, mhm,
no difference, but they are born in a different environment in the jungle and never face any civilization.
mhm. And who in this all, who are the Elohim?
Yes, we talked about that before.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of speculation here because the name, as we talked
Hmm.
before, very hard to know. Some have many different names. And the Elohim, um, Yes, I don't want to speculate
Yeah.
about it too much, but I'm sure that him can be the angels, it can be the our cousins,
Mm-hmm. Mm,
can be,
mm-hmm.
yeah, but it's an interesting question.
But there's a connection between the Elohim and the Watchers.
Yes, and it also can be attached to the watches. Yes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah.
It's hard. This name, they make it very hard for us, don't they? I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Mm-hmm.
they call the watchers the Titans and the Giants, and
Mm-hmm.
then they
Mm,
call the
right.
Nephilim the Giants, who are who. So it's
Yeah.
not easy. It's a huge
Mm-hmm.
puzzle for us to put together.
Mm-hmm.
But our DNA can be very different uh, if we use spiritual method, if we go to the metaphysical, if we transform the DNA, start to transform with us.
Mm-hmm.
If you are born in the jungle where the only outcome is to try to survive, then your DNA will be a completely different thing than between a person born in a modern city.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also, and you all know this, we feel very different from the mainstream man as well. We
Mm-hmm.
consider them to be like dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you talked about in one of your slides, it said the different types of races of humankind.
Yes,
What are some of those?
yes. Uh, we mentioned some of them. And we talked also about the Neanderthals and the other. I think we lived beside them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm sure there existed giants and also very small pygmy. The
Mm-hmm.
thing that people find they think are aliens, I
Mm-hmm.
rather think there were different humanoid races here on Earth,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like small mummies, like
In South
pygmies,
America. Mm-hmm.
South America,
Mm-hmm. Africa.
uh, Africa. They think they come from the stars and so on. No, I think
Mm-hmm.
our planet had many different humanoid races
Mm-hmm.
on it, and we lived among them. We were
Mm-hmm.
among them, and many of them died out after the fall of Atlantis, I would say,
Yeah. And
because of the deluge.
right.
Mm.
And what about the blood types? O negative
Yes,
and yeah.
yes. Some of the blood types resonate more with the Nephilim than others.
Mm-hmm.
That is very interesting, also.
Mm-hmm.
The most rare blood type, what is it? Don't remember now.
O
But
negative.
yeah, that is Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
They have more Nephilim blood in them. But it doesn't mean, you know, so much going on here
Mm-hmm.
today.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that they have some advantage, but the most important part is that you see through the illusion and
Mm-hmm.
that you start to work with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have your soul, your spark, you can always rise up.
Mm-hmm. So, there's a lot of people would have questions about confronting these gods.
Yes, yes. You can come in contact with the ancient gods, the old
Mm-hmm.
gods.
Mm-hmm.
And here again, you have this
Mm-hmm.
power of your mind and the propaganda. Because if they can convince you
Mm-hmm.
that our old gods, the ancient gods, the Titans are the enemy,
Mm-hmm.
you
Right.
approach them with fear or not at all. And
Mm-hmm.
of course, that is exactly what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see, for example, Arachne here is one of the ancient gods, and she is a spider woman. She look horrible, like
Yes.
scary. And spiders is something that scares us. But what it symbolizes is that if you combine a human with an insect, it means that they are very ancient.
Hmm.
That is, the ancient gods, when they combine humans with insects, means that they are very, very old.
Hmm. I had,
And
mm,
and the reason also is that when we confront them, we confront our own darkness and shadow and unconscious. And spiders and stuff like that is something we humans react to. Snakes, spiders, insects.
yeah, it's scary. Yeah.
It is scary. I don't like spiders. Therefore, it's like a test as well.
Hmm.
Because if you don't have the courage to confront them,
Hmm.
you shouldn't go there at all, because
Hmm.
then you will not be able to make it. It's like a safe switch for you. If you react with fear now,
Hmm.
you are not the right person to do this method and to confront the rest of it. So it's like, if you don't dare to confront me,
Hmm.
don't go here, then
Hmm.
your journey ends here. So it's a lot about losing fear, fear of death, fear of, the darkness.
And
It's a
you're not
rough
all
journey.
right. You're not always sure though who you're going to confront. So yeah, I just have an experience which blew my mind because it wasn't on my radar at all. But actually, I was I was pulled into a meeting with a spider goddess, you could
It's
say.
probably Arachne. It's probably Arachne, yes.
And I didn't even know she existed, had no idea whatsoever. And I got pulled into this meeting. And she's and I want to say this, okay? This is a real being. This is not like
Yeah, no, no,
this is
absolutely.
not imagination.
No, 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 no.
And my programming was, first of all the garbage, all the terror, all the like, oh my God, I'm going to
Yeah,
be eaten.
yeah,
And just like the fact that she's this Titan
yes,
spider, like she is like full
yeah,
on massive Titan spider.
yes,
And I had to let go of the fear to be able to just be there because I wasn't expecting it, but essentially I was just like, well, okay. First of all, if I'm going to be eaten, I'm going to be eaten. There's nothing I can do about it because I'm not going anywhere. She's like, you know, I'm right in front of her. She like pulled me in, and then I had the most amazing conversation with her of that blew my mind. And she
there
is
you go.
actually quite benevolent
Yep,
and really loving. Like it, I'm
yes,
telling you, it blew my mind because I was like, she actually holds an energy that is so like huge, and it's a really loving energy
yes, there you
with this
go.
ancient wisdom, this ancient
Yes,
knowing, this ancient patience.
yes.
Um, it I wasn't expecting it. It
No,
it
because we
just
are we are programmed, we are propagandized, and
yeah,
what you confronted here is Arachne.
yeah.
That is exactly the goddess we're talking about now, the ancient, one of the washes, our old ancient gods.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And if you don't react with fear,
mm-hmm.
and if you just can experience what you have to experience, they will share such profound wisdom. Uh,
Yeah.
I can tell you about my experience with Arachne and how we use sigils. So we use sigil. We try to get in contact with the god, and every god have the sigil. And I did an invocation to Arachne. Wanted to get in contact with her. Uh, when I went to bed and go down to this theta brain state, started lucid dreaming. I met the lady, the Arachne, and she made a cocoon out of me, and I was just laying there still, and I was, of course, to begin with, a little bit afraid, but I knew that I had to relax. And when I had to relax, I was in the cocoon, couldn't move, but then I just, you know, was in this just serene state of just observing because I couldn't go anywhere. And I just observed this wisdom and this profound knowledge and this serene, just relaxed in Arachne's cocoon. And
Do you know why she put you in a cocoon?
yeah, I think it is, if you think about the tarot card, the Hanged Man,
Hmm.
like when you're hanged upside down, you see things from another perspective, from
Yeah.
an upside down perspective. You get new insight and new understanding
Hmm.
that you
Hmm.
couldn't have if you always are active with your mind. You have to hang there and just observe, to view
Hmm.
inside of your, to observe your mind and contemplate and
Hmm.
meditate on a higher state
Hmm.
than only meditation, to really get access to gnosis that you couldn't otherwise.
Hmm.
So she allowed me to hang there and just be there and just observe.
Hmm.
And I couldn't move, so I couldn't do anything else. But I realized that this is the best place to be in anyway. It
Hmm.
was very relaxing.
Wow. It's fascinating. I mean,
Mm.
the ancientness is so, um, it's really unimaginable until you're like in the present,
Yes,
really.
exactly. You have to experience it. And that's the point with the difference between theory and gnosis. Gnosis is
Yeah.
knowledge you have experienced and be involved in. You are there, you
Hmm.
communicate with the gods, you are really there.
Hmm. Hmm.
But very interesting to hear your experience, Lauda. And it was Arachne you faced, and Arachne exists. There
Hmm.
are gods you can contact. It's not like a fantasy.
No. I don't know why she called me in because she was like, she brought me to her.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And it can be because of you have started some metaphysical journey, esoteric journey, and Arachne is about cut the threads that doesn't
Hmm.
serve you anymore. For
Hmm.
example, you have certain behaviors, you have certain friends that really are in your way
Hmm.
for your transformation. Cut the threads that doesn't serve you. Cut
Hmm.
and recreate and weave your own web. But you
Hmm.
have to take away the web that doesn't serve you anymore or are old, and
Hmm.
because you have changed.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, she was talking to me a lot about the what she had witnessed through many thousands of years of the human species.
Yes.
And it was a lot about information about that and the things that have been hidden and the things that are still um, hidden inside our DNA that for safekeeping. It was a lot about the witnessing throughout thousands of years.
Yes. That we talked about plasma before, and the
Hmm.
gods, angels, demons are plasma.
Yeah,
But it is more than plasma. It is intelligent plasma.
yeah,
And plasma who gain intelligence lives for millions of years.
yeah.
Therefore, they gain information and understanding of the human race through thousands upon thousands of years.
Hmm.
And therefore, you can have a very meaningful conversation with them about the past,
Hmm.
what's going on about the human race, because they know a lot about the human race.
Hmm.
And the problem with the humanity is that we live and die, and then we forget, and
Hmm.
then we are reborn. But when you start to do the journey, the metaphysical journey, that part will come back
Hmm.
in next reincarnation. That's the only thing that you will take with you. But if you never start to work on yourself, it's like beginning from the beginning again, beginning from the beginning again, and the gods grow in power, but the human race are at a standstill because we don't work on ourselves.
Hmm.
We become dead.
Hmm. Out of out of the beings you've experienced, um, is there an element about this that is always terrifying at the beginning?
When we come to the Watchers, most of them
Mm-hmm.
come out with, they look like demons with horns or insects or a
Mm-hmm.
lot of things that, we are afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
And some people believe that they take the image that reflects us, our own
Mm.
darkness,
Mm-hmm.
and that we
Yeah,
project that image and create that image for these gods. That is a lot of truth to that, I think.
I would agree totally. Because I don't think that they could really have a form, being that ancient. We go back to plasma.
Yes, yes,
Plasma can take any form,
exactly.
and I think they're more like that, that they can. Although,
Yes,
when I met this wonderful benevolent arachne, she had a physical form.
yes, they can. When I mean, the plasma.
Hmm.
You remember in the Bible, you have stories of angels taking shape in front of you. So
Hmm. Hmm.
they can take a more dense material form, and during certain
Yeah.
time, they have easier access to have full manifestation in matter.
Hmm.
And it will come, and I will
Hmm.
talk about it very soon
Hmm.
because it will come.
Have you ever had one that manifested physically in front of you when you were awake?
No, not in full material manifestation.
Hmm.
I will try to do an evocation, and an evocation doesn't mean in complete material form, but you see
Hmm.
them in front of you
Hmm.
as in a body.
Hmm.
Uh, and that is scary. That is scary sometimes. But you get used to it. It's like the same
Hmm.
with people who climb mountains. You climb a small mountain first. You
Hmm.
think it's scary, but then you move on to the next mountain and it's even higher. And then you get
Hmm.
used to it, and then you have to challenge yourself and you go to the next mountain. This is the same. You get used
Hmm.
to the gods. And
When you start doing this work, do you think that you open up a paranormal door and you start seeing other phenomenon like the men, like shadow men, and let's just say, um, mm, poltergeisty activity? Do you think that that door
hmm,
opens as a result of this kind of work, that now you're dealing with this phenomenon in your life that is active?
yes, I agree with that. When you knock on the metaphysical door knocks back at you.
Hmm.
And now they see you.
Hmm.
Therefore, I have to say yes. And my own experience with shadow man, shadow spiders, and all of that. And
Hmm.
yeah, it is a war. It is a war going on for the human race. Uh, and
Hmm.
some spirits want to have you ignorant and keep you in matter to use you as an energy food source for them. And
Okay. And some.
some of them want you to rise up like the Watchers. They want you to take everything back.
So when you're opening up this door and all of this phenomenon is now active in your reality, that has to be addressed in a very big way,
Hmm.
because that alone is enough to really cause a level of terror in people, right?
Yes.
So what do you say about doing the work with relation
Hmm.
to that, and what you need to do to keep that from being
Hmm.
so active in your life?
Yes. This is a path of the warrior,
Hmm.
and you will have your enemies. That's a given.
Yeah.
And in the beginning, when you face it, you are afraid. I was very afraid when I started this journey, and I was attacked by the shadow man and the shadow spiders. And sometimes you want to go back to your normal life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
then again, you know I will never find any meaning in working and,
Mm-hmm.
you know, uh, go to work, come home
Mm-hmm.
tired, watch TV, go back to work the day after. I will never be satisfied. Therefore, I'm just drawn to this. This is the
Mm-hmm.
only thing that can satisfy me. Therefore, I have no
Mm-hmm.
choice. But I have to face this darkness also. And I can promise you, when you will be afraid in the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
and you will be attacked.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of time.
How with the attacks, I mean, did the men in the shadow men, did they stop showing up in your life? Were you attacked physically? Um,
Y- yes, my first experience with the Shadow Man was when I was in Thailand, and I was sleeping in a hotel, and my girlfriend was in the bed beside me, and all of a sudden I had a heart attack, and I turned my face to the left. Somehow I knew I had to turn to the left, and I saw a man, a shadow man with a hat, was just looking at me, like observing me. And I thought it was a burglar, so I threw myself over over the girlfriend, who woke up terrified. And I hold her, and then I turned my head again towards the shadow man, and I saw the shadow man was walking, like floating on the wall, and then disappear into the wall.
Mhm.
But the heart attack came first. It was not, I didn't see the shadow man and then attack, but the
Mhm.
attack, or rather like this, I heard a voice inside of me. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. And then the heart attack, boom, felt like my heart was bursting out of my chest.
Wow.
And I turned my face and saw the shadow man. And then I threw myself off with my girlfriend. And she was, of course, scared. She didn't know anything.
Hmm. Hmm.
And then I turned my head again, and I saw it just walk, or like floating on the wall, and then disappeared behind the wall.
So you were protected because you were told to wake up, and
Yes,
and if you didn't wake up, what do you think would have happened?
yeah, that's the scary part. But this is also something you have to know: when you become the warrior, you will always have your allies.
Hmm.
And somehow uh, you get the help you need
Hmm.
almost all the time. It is very strange to explain,
Hmm.
but
Hmm.
yeah. But it's a scary thing,
Hmm.
but it's also a very powerful thing, because you also know your allies,
Hmm. Hmm.
and very powerful allies. And yeah, it's
Did
just a
those
diff.
did
Mm.
those experiences decrease?
Uh, they come and goes.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, I have got rid of the shadow spiders and the man in hat, the Hatman. But I was attacked very not far ago. It was like half a year ago.
Hmm.
No, it's more 9 months ago, I think. Time is flying.
Hmm.
And I was sleeping, and I entered the astral. I heard footsteps up the stairway, coming closer to the door. I heard the massive beast, and then powerful knocks on the door. And for every knock on the door just pounded in my heart. And
Wow.
I felt the most empty, scary darkness around me. I never felt anything that dark. And I, it was like I heard the door was breaking in, and my heart was just attacked. And I woke up. But that I just felt the pure evil darkness.
Yeah.
And it's like everything, every light is sucked out of it. And pure evil you cannot understand, but you feel. And
Yeah.
that is more horrible because people say, I can face everything. No, you cannot. Because it's not about mind. It
Whoa.
is,
What happened
uh,
after?
yeah, so I woke up and I felt a little bit messed up, to be honest. And sometimes you want to take a step back, but
Mm-hmm.
I always come back. I know what's at stake, and this is not only about me, but the human race, according to me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and we have to evolve, and we have to overcome our fear,
Mm-hmm.
and just push forward as the warrior and
Do you
overcome it.
do you think that there's a genetic connection to some of these ancient gods that we have? Do you think that there's actually a lineage connection that we are a remnant of that genetic DNA?
Yes, I have to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you asked me a couple of years ago, I would say no. But it seems
Mm-hmm.
that some of us have at least much easier to get in contact with these gods,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
as if our DNA are resonating more with the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and it's sad to say, but I think quite many people doesn't have the opportunity or the ability to get in contact with them.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And it's very sad. But I think we who can, we have to rise up in order to save or to do a difference for the human race at least. And
Mm-hmm.
uh, I think some people are so far gone, there are nothing left,
Mm-hmm.
sorry to say. Uh, it doesn't mean that we are better than everyone and anyone and so on. We shouldn't,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Oh,
we
I
should
agree. Yeah.
just do the work and until it's done. Uh, and
Curious, who do
yeah,
you think Hercules is in this all?
yes, it's a good question. Uh, the 12 labor of Hercules and all of that. If you ask me, if you take away the mythology and all the false information, I think Hercules should be an esoteric person, an archetype of an esoteric person who struggles to overcome the zodiac and therefore also leave the matrix
Mm-hmm.
and towards the fixed stars.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's very important for a certain elite to convince us that these are gods and we cannot become like them.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they distort the mythology, and it's the same with Odin, for example. He's a god. No, they are esoteric people who try to show us how to overcome
Mm-hmm.
this demiurgic matrix.
Okay,
To inspire us, not to
right.
make us passive. Hmm.
Who do you think Thoth is?
Yes, that's also a very good question. Uh, he is attributed, for sure, he come from Atlantis times.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very old god, and they say he's the scribe of the gods and wisdom and knowledge, and I think that is true, and I think he's an old god, maybe one of the watchers, the ancient gods, our ancient gods. Therefore, I don't think he's one of the good guys, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the reason why he has all this knowledge that he's considered to be the scribe of the gods is because this plasma is very, very old.
Mm-hmm.
And uh, wisdom, memory is
Hmm.
stored within him, the plasma
Hmm.
thought. Uh,
So
that is what I believe.
so you do think he is one of the good gods?
Yes, I do think he is.
Hmm.
Uh, and but you know, then it's very hard because sometimes they distort the history. They try to make
Hmm.
him into the enemy, or
Hmm.
but according to me, he's very old at least,
Hmm. Yeah.
and maybe you know, they can become corrupted and so on. That's the reason the
Mm-hmm.
Watchers created the Matrix within the Matrix to avoid the demiurgic programming,
Hmm.
right? Not to become corrupted,
Hmm.
like Zeus Marduk. Uh,
Yeah.
he ended up under the demiurgic matrix rule and he become corrupt. And
Hmm.
therefore Marduk becomes Zeus. It's the
Hmm.
same god, but Zeus had been more programmed by the demiurge Enlil. Therefore he act out the same archetype because they've
Hmm.
fallen prey for them.
Hmm.
If
Okay.
that makes sense. For example, the Washer created this matrix within the matrix to avoid
Hmm.
ending up under demiurgic rule. Uh,
Yeah.
Zeus Marduk didn't do that, and therefore, in the end, he became like the force he was fighting in the beginning,
Hmm.
you can say.
Who do you
And there,
think?
and therefore, the building of the Tower of Babylon, because he tried to open up this matrix because before it was too late, before he would end up under demiurgic rule.
Hmm.
But the tower was destroyed and infiltrated by Nimrod, who was an elite priest class under the demiurge.
Hmm. Right. Where do you think Saint Germain fits into all this?
Yes, that's a good question. Lots of mythology, and that's very hard to know what is what there. And I don't want to speculate about that, man.
I think he's a real person, and I think he
Yeah.
has been living for hundreds of years. I think that is a real thing.
Mm. Yes, there are ways to prolong your life,
Hmm.
and it is a very interesting thing, sure.
But what if he's actually an Anunnaki who lives thousands of years,
Exactly, it can be.
and and this whole thing is a guise to make people believe he's just some alchemist who's managed to
Yes,
find the elixir, um, and that's a good way to just hide who you really are.
exactly. It's not impossible
Mm.
at all. Yes.
Okay, another question which ties into this agenda that we were talking about what the real agenda is of this um, takeover of the spirit transhumanism machine, literally dead reality. You look at people like Elon Musk.
Yeah. He is there to take us closer to the transhumanistic agenda.
Hmm.
And he shouldn't fall for this. He's probably just a front man for something
Hmm.
much
Hmm.
darker in the background.
No.
Because he's a good guy to have as a front
Hmm.
man. He seems to be a normal person, uh,
Hmm.
but it is not Elon Musk who do all the
Hmm.
work. He's just there to promote it.
Hmm. Hmm.
And the idea here is to make us accept machines, robots, and technology
Hmm.
that we wouldn't accept. Then
Yeah.
they need a good salesman, snake oil salesman like Elon Musk to sell it into the
Yeah.
human race.
There's this new show that they came out with in Prime called Human or
Hmm.
Humans. It's all about the synths, they call them, right? which
Mm,
look completely human-like. It's biology with, synthetics.
mm.
And the show's very interesting because it's like a documentary, really. I think they are going to be putting them everywhere. But it's now dealing with like the synths have consciousness. They've been
Mm.
created with consciousness. So now they're like half human, half machine.
Yes.
Um, that show, yeah, I think it's a good show to watch because they really are
Yeah.
just giving it to you. They're
Yes. There are a
showing you.
lot. Yeah, there are good, a lot of good series,
Hmm.
movies that just show you
Hmm.
what's going on, but
Hmm.
people doesn't pay attention to it. It's just a show for them. But there are a lot of profound knowledge and wisdom
Hmm.
to be had for
Yeah.
sure. And you mentioned Noah and
Hmm.
Gilgamesh.
Hmm.
Uh, they're really two separate occasions, and this is very hard to. Noah, that incident was closer to the Atlantis incident with the destruction of Atlantis. Gilgamesh was involved with a more recent flood, like 5,000 years ago. And Gilgamesh met Noah.
Hmm.
Now you can ask yourself, how can he meet Noah? Because Noah lived 7,000 years earlier than or uh, much later. Uh, but remember that the element water is about memory.
Hmm.
Therefore, you can access these memories as well.
Hmm. Hmm.
Therefore, you can understand it through uh, the symbology of water, and Gilgamesh get access to Noah's understanding from Atlantis time through uh, through the work,
Hmm.
go within and open up uh, a connection to Noah. Uh, Therefore, in the Sumer mythology with the Gilgamesh, it says he met Unapiskin, and
Hmm.
Unapiskin is Noah. It's
Hmm.
another name for Noah. So this is two different boatmans, two different occasions, but there is a connection as well.
Hmm. So you think there was two different floods?
Yes,
Hmm.
I think we have had a lot more than one flood, but
Hmm.
the big flood they're talking about is the end of Atlantis period. That's the big one.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
where the demiurge tried to drown humanity in memory
Hmm.
and take away what it means to be human, to take away
Hmm.
the soul.
You were saying that Noah had a female Nephilim
Yes,
in the ark.
yes, Norma was on board, and Norma carried the spark of Lucifer with her to save humanity because the demiurge wanted to drown humanity in water and take away the spark, take away the soul. Therefore, Norma had to carry the spark uh, to save humanity from from the fate to become an android or end up under the demiurge rule.
Hmm.
She had to upgrade humanity to be able to hold the spark within us. And this upgrade is the modern man. And the modern
Hmm.
man is uh, part Nephilim.
Hmm. Hmm.
If you say the Nephilim are evil, well, you say humanity is evil because you are part Nephilim.
Right.
And therefore, you still have the opportunity to access your soul through the spark.
Hmm.
You are still soul and body because of Lucifer stole the fire from the gods to
Hmm.
give to humanity in order to save us.
This,
Otherwise, we would end up under the demiurge. Mm.
hmm So this Noma,
Mm.
um, I'm just curious in terms of like, is this written in ancient texts?
This is information got from the watchers with the communication with them,
Ah,
because there's so much distortion in
yeah.
these
Mm,
texts and lies. Therefore, what we want to do is
yeah.
go back to hear from the gods themselves. And when
Hmm.
you do, you get a more a full picture and a more rational and understandable
Hmm.
uh, why things happen and why things happen and the outcome
Hmm.
and the next move. And that's the reason why I try to make this
Hmm.
presentation, because I want to put the pieces together to
Hmm.
give you the big picture of it, and then you can make up your own mind. But I want to show you that there are reasons for everything. If A happens, then B follows, and then C follows from B. Therefore, there is a connection between all these incidents.
Hmm.
And
And
when you start to
mm,
see it, you see why things have happened and why we are in the situation we are in now.
which leads us to method
Exactly.
and what I was gonna say is that the intention too is for us to do a video on method for people because now
Yes.
that they have this understanding, right,
Yes.
then
Exactly.
it makes sense to go into method.
Absolutely. We will do that next, and I will show you
Hmm.
how you can get in contact with the gods and take back what's yours. It's hard work, but
Hmm.
it can be done, and it's more important than ever to do this work.
Hmm.
And in the end of this presentation, I will show you why I will try to inspire you, of course. And we are in the end of the presentation.
Hmm.
Uh, but there are a couple of slides left here.
Oh, good. Before
Uh,
you show them, I just
yeah.
want to ask in the method, because when you're
Mm,
working with gods, now if you look at your astrological chart, there's going to be really prevalent gods that are operating in your entire life.
mm,
Is there any information in method, as far as you know, that you look at that as well?
yes. Astrology and timing uh, is it is you have easier access to certain god
Hmm.
uh, depending on when you were born and how the astrology chart is laid.
Hmm.
So if you pinpoint a day that benefits you
Hmm.
to getting access to, let's say, Lilith,
Hmm.
then you should pinpoint that day and you have an extra push. It
Hmm.
doesn't mean that you cannot get in contact with Lilith other days as well,
Hmm.
but you have an easier way to have access to Lilith on certain days during the years,
Hmm.
depending on when you were born.
Hmm. Okay.
So astrology is important.
Hmm. Yeah, it's fascinating, and asteroids, because you really look at,
Yes, absolutely.
yeah, a lot of influences. So it just makes sense. Okay, that's
Okay. Yes. Let's return to the gods then. And let's talk about Belial. Belial. Remember, Belial is also king in the Sumerian mythology. And now I will share some method with you, and I want to inspire you
mm,
to do the work. So that is a good, uh, this is a good start for this. Now you have to face Belial. If you overcome his challenges, he will bestow you an armor like a scorpion. Without it, you will be ripped to pieces from the sheer scale of terror waiting for you on the other side. And this is not an intelligent thing, but it is from within. And this is a very real thing. Therefore, you have to work and slowly come closer to this Atlantic period. Remember what I told you before. In the end of Atlantis period, there were black magic, there were orgies, sacrifices, child abuse, all this darkness you have to confront, and you have to be prepared for it. So let's talk a little bit about method now. Uh, we have the cliphotic tree, and upon it there are 10 cliphots, and the 11th clipha is Darth. And Darth is like the access point to the cliphotic tree, leads from the tree of life to the dark side of the tree, or the shadow side. Here you will face your own unconscious, your darkness. You will see the programs that program you, that ticks in the background, but you cannot see them. And here you can face the gods, and the gods will be like your guide who points out your weakness, what you have to work on, how to proceed on the journey, what you have to transform. So these are different realms or different places where you can meet the gods. If you enter Gamaliel, the Cliffa number 9, it's a lot about astral dreaming. When you go to bed, you have access to this realm through your conscious dreaming, or lucid dreaming, we call it. Now you have access to parts of your brain you don't know exist. Now you have access to information and gods and spirits you don't know exist. You have to allow yourself to start the journey and just do the method. And of course, it's a lot of work with calming your mind, uh, scrying. You have to learn some basic techniques. But when you go to bed and you have lucid dreaming, you end up in the astral plane. And Gamaliel, the Cliffa number 9 Gamaliel, is about lucid dreaming and what you can access there. When on this presentation, I will talk about 2 tunnels, because all these cliffs are connected with tunnels. And we call these tunnels the tunnels of Set. And they are 22 in numbers. In this method, I will take you to Atlantis. We will use path number 19 and path 21. And they are called Shalisu and Kuali Elfi. Very hard names to pronounce. And of course, this is only the beginning of the journey. But all these different tunnels have all different names. And we work with different forces, different spirits, different aspects of ourselves to transform. And here you have the realm of matter, and we call that Lilith. But it is not really Lilith, but our world of matter, we call that Asaya. But Lilith is the force that is behind matter. It's closest to matter, or it is what animates matter. Above our world of matter, you have the astral plane. And you have 3 cliffs in the astral plane. That is Arab Sarak, Samuel, and Gamaliel. And then you have the mental plane. And you have the first cliff on the mental plane is Thagirion, the black sun we have talked about before. But there are really 3 cliffs in the mental plane as well. And the mental plane is like you are further away from matter if you enter the mental plane than the astral plane. So the astral plane is the first plane you access from lucid dreaming, for example. Mental plane, if you reach mental plane, you have left the material realm in a more profound way. You're
What's
further away from matter.
what's the difference between reaching the mental plane and just being mentally thinking all the time? Just so people understand
Yeah,
what you mean by the mental plane.
yes. It's not about your brain here. It's not about
Hmm.
brain as such, but uh, it is a more profound metaphysical experience. From Thagirion, you can have access to different dimensions. You can reach further away in the metaphysical. It can lead to the fixed stars and beyond. And if you manage to work yourself through Thagirion, you can exit the matrix really. Therefore, this is the goal. The goal is to come face to face with Thagirion and beyond. And from there, you can have access to Atlantis as well, and memories from Atlantis. Things that are very far away from us in memory and time.
Hmm.
Everything exists. You can go back to Atlantis time, but you have to go into metaphysical labyrinths and find your way and transform yourself through this tunnels and these cliffs to be ready to face Atlantis and what was going on there. And I already explained it was completely darkness in the end of Atlantis time. Therefore, you have to be prepared and work yourself to it, to prepare yourself for it. And of course, Lilith is a very famous goddess, and she is supposed to be this evil woman.
Hmm.
And we talked about this before.
Hmm.
It's not true. Your work starts with Lilith. She's waiting for you. She's standing beside a cave leading to the underworld, ready to take you under. The cliffotic tree is before you. And of course, there is a reason why the first cliff is called Lilith, because Lilith is the first goddess you have to get in contact with. And if the propaganda tells you that Lilith is evil, you will never start.
Hmm.
Now, Lilith can be harsh, can be challenging. She can show you your own fears, and she can come across as a snake or, with big mouth and teeth. And that's to test you. We talked about that before, Lauda.
Hmm.
If you stand your ground, if you don't flinch, then she will see that you are worthy and that you can make this journey
Hmm.
into deeper metaphysical realms. And that is exactly what we want to, of course. And we talked about Nama, the lady who gave us the spark. Lucifer sent the spark with Nama on board of Noah. And Nama is Lilith's sister, and Nama is much more pleasant than Lilith. She's more calm, more she heal. My experience with Nama is that she comes and heals you, pats you up, gives you energy. Uh, she's a wonderful goddess,
Hmm.
or a Nephilim. And Nephilim are considered to be evil, but
Hmm.
that's propaganda. So Lucifer sacrificed himself in order to give you the spark, chained on the Caucasus mountain by Zeus. Nama gave you the spark after Noah's failure. Now is the time to ignite it. Now is the time to take everything back, because now the flood have come back. But this flood is a different flood. It's the flood of technology. And with this technology, they want to drown you. They want to drown who you are. They want to take away your spark. And if they manage to do that, then you are stuck in matter with them. And that leads to the last chapter. Now I want to inspire you to do the work. And this is return to the gnosis of the primal Aeon. And now I will put everything together for you. And I will do it in one go, if you don't
Hmm?
mind, Lauda. And then we can talk about it later on. And I call this epilogue. And we have two parts epilogue. And this is the gnosis from the ancients. And this is what I've come to conclude. So let's return to the gnosis of the primal Aeon. Man will know Eden, but he will know hell first, through the course of his evolution. Hecate. Let's go back in time. Let us face Atlantis. The desert of Set is before you. And we take path Chalisu. And path Chalisu corresponds to the tarot card Atu 20, Judgment. Judgment is ruled by Pluto and Vulcan, two aspects of Hades. Now we have entered Hades, the burning, scorching desert sand of Set. It connects the astral plane of Hod with the world of matter in Malkuth and Lilith. Malkuth Lilith. In Grant's Night Side of Eden, the tunnel of Chalisu is associated with Coronson, one of the two guardians of the abyss, Darth, and is described as the channel through which Coronsonic vibration from the desert of Set are earth in the physical world. Chalisu is a manifestation of Coronson, the devouring beast of the abyss, whose role is to stop all attempts to pass the gate of death, to keep you in matter. You have to push through the desert, and this is hard work. The sun will scorch you, no water, but you have to push forward. Face it all. Face yourself. Overcome yourself. And the desert is a dead place without water. And you have to persevere and have willpower enough to overcome the desert. The desert is set and the sun is scorching you. No water, only fire. Continue to walk towards the black sun within. 666. Because you have the black sun within you. You can access everything from your body temple. You still have the black sun within you. There is a black sun without you as well, and that is Thagirion. And they will try to open it through technology, but you can go there through your own temple. If you are not ready for the Khalifa Thagirion, your wings will burn, and you will end up in endless labyrinth, wandering in endless darkness. And this is the warning. If you don't have your heart on the right place, if you have lost your soul, your heart, you will not be able to overcome Thagirion, and your journey ends there. And if you are a psychopath, if you don't have the soul spark, the heart, then you will try to use technology instead, like CERN, and force your way through. When you pass Thagirion, you enter the mental plane. You have left the astral, and now eternity is before you. Search for the Tower of Arcos, search for absolute power, and you will also find the truth in the sands of time. Lord of the Atlantean Towers. The power to create the Atlantean Soul Gate is granted by Hecate during the journey through the path of the six-rayed Atlantean star. The 11 standing stones of the Atlantean gods are their individual gateways and pylons of power. Together they form the Atlantean stellar gate. The Tower of Arcos is the monolith of power above the throne of Belial at the heart of the Atlantean desert. It is the beacon through which the power of the Atlantean pyramid temples merge. The tower transmits the current of the temples to the soul, who is attuned to its energy. The tower also holds within its structure all the evil deeds of the Atlantean people and the power of all their black magic. The free seals may be requested. To open them will expose you to the energies of the tower. The tower reveals the descent of the Atlantean people into bestiality, the acts of cannibalism, the rape and the murder of men, women and children, and finally the fall of the great race of man are witnessed by all who opens the seals of the tower. This energy will surge forth, washing over the soul and entering the gates of your mind before the power of the pyramid temples of the Atlantean gods is received. And at last, some water, at last, calm water, finally, feel with me, be with me, sink with me into the unconscious, into the darkness of man, and you will find the truth. Find the truth with me. And you have to face it all. Sink deeper, sink to Atlantean depth. Face it all. And this is the price of evolution you have to pay. Because now, through this journey, you will know power. Now you know greed. Now you know abuse. Now you know darkness. Now you know wisdom. Now you know humanity. Now you know evolution. Now you know process. Now you know enemy. Now you know how to be a force for evolution and not against evolution because you have been active. You wasn't given the power. You gain power because of the journey. And through the journey, you also gain wisdom. That leads to this last epilogue. No, next, there's 3 epilogues, sorry. And this is a new seed from hell. Some will leave through this process. They want to end reincarnation and go back to source. And that's a choice made. And I understand why people might want to leave. But please listen to what I have to say first before you make that choice. With your newfound power, you will overthrow your abuser, the man without soul, the servants of the demiurge, the inert as Saturn. You will destroy the golem god's matrix from within. The golem god tried to make you soulless, a slave, an android. An android, look at you now. I gave you the spark, and you ignited. No more slave, and you will plant a new seed from darkness. No distorted light have touched that seed. It comes from the dark, and when it breaks the surface, it will be uncorrupted by false light. A new heaven will shine on that tree. And finally, you will set us free, and we will walk with you again. And this is the ancient gods, the watchers who created the matrix within the matrix, waiting for you to open up the matrix again to release them. And now they will walk with you again. And they have waited for you, for this moment, to open up their matrix and to take over this place again. From the servants of the demiurge or the esoteric elite, as I call them, who try to keep you in matter and control you. And this is exactly the reason why they created this matrix, not to become prey for these forces. And they gave you the spark to ignite and to face it all and reconnect with the watchers. And now you have released them. Therefore, they will walk with us again. And the esoteric elite will be no more. The end is another epilogue. Man will know Eden, but he will know hell first through the course of his evolution. Hecate. And that is the truth. We have to face this. We have to understand this. You cannot have power without wisdom. The Watchers cannot risk us end up as our cousins. They cannot just handle us the power and says, here you are, do whatever. No, it will corrupt us. But if we have to work for the power, we will also have the wisdom that goes with it. At the same time, we will gain understanding and knowledge to open up the matrix for the watchers, the bubble they have created, and they will come back to us when we have the wisdom to go with it, because they don't want us to become their enemy as our cousins ended up, because our cousins were very close to destroy this planet in the solar system. Therefore, they want to make sure that we will not do the same. Now we have to work for the power. And through the work, wisdom. The problem was that we ended up under the demiurge rule for a period of time because we didn't have access to the power and we become a victim under the demiurge. But now we have taken everything back through our own willpower and through our own work. Now also we have access to the watchers again, and we can open up their matrix and release them. And we will walk with our ancient gods again, and overthrow the demiurge and the Anunnaki and all of those Olympian gods who controls us, who want to keep us in control. Your DNA will resonate with Mother Earth again. The water will be pure, and the dragon lines will rise with you. Imagine something new. Imagine something new from darkness, then act upon it. Because what you cannot imagine cannot be true. First, you have to imagine something, and then you have to work for that imagination to allow it to manifest. But everything starts with the ability to imagine something new and that it can be done. And then you have to work for that vision of yours. But what you cannot imagine cannot exist, and what doesn't exist you cannot work for. It is not a possibility because you don't see it. And water is memory. When you go down into Atlantean death, when you sink down into water, you also get access to your subconscious, your unconscious, your memory of past times, of Atlantean times. And now you see it. Now you understand it. What you want is not power, but to remember who you are, to remember who you are. And you will rise like the phoenix bird again from the ashes of hell. And this is how it's going to end. Yeah.
Can you say a little bit about the ending in terms of this is how it's going to end?
Mm.
We're talking about civilization, right?
Yes. From yeah. Uh, this is how this apocalypse will end,
Mhm,
and a beginning of something new without this control system,
mhm,
because we will overthrow them. Uh, we will create a new Aeon, uh,
mhm,
and we will be walk with our old gods again.
mhm,
And in this Aeon, you will have access to your power because you have worked for it.
mhm,
And with the method and the work, you will also have wisdom with that goes with it. And the Watcher have stated that you don't have to worry about us. You don't have to worry that we will rebel against you, because when you have awakened to your own power, we will have a hard time keeping up with you because you are as powerful as gods when you have awakened. This is not about power per se, it is about remembering who you are.
mhm, mhm,
And all of that they have taken from you to keep you in the dark, to keep you passive, to try to convince you that you're an animal and that you are, or that you are a sinner. You have to wait for Jesus, you have to listen to authority, you have to bend your knees. No, all of that is propaganda and manipulation, really. Um, but it has to take this detour of evolution because we need the wisdom. We cannot be handled the power because we will misuse it and abuse it, and we will become a danger to this planet, our solar system, and ourselves, like our cousins. And because of that, some spirits and gods have taken advantage over us because we have to work for it. If we have gotten our power for free, yes, we could fight back right away, but
mhm,
then we might end up like our cousins and we start to misuse our power and start to rise up and wage war against the Watchers again. And they cannot allow that to happen. They cannot risk that scenario again.
mhm,
Remember, it takes time to create matter. Remember, I talked about Lucifer's spark, Hecate, and how they start up a new dimension. Hecate birth forth Lucifer. Lucifer has the spark of life. Uh, and it takes millions of years to create a solar system like ours. Uh, if we destroy it, they have to start all over again.
mhm,
And our cousins was very close to do just that. And we can become, and there is a certain element within the human race who play out the archetype, our cousin's archetype, and that is the esoteric elite. And you can see, watch how they behave. uh, they are a parasite. They have become a danger to us. They want to control us. uh,
yeah, they're psychopaths,
they're
sociopaths.
psychopath, and when we overcome them, we will do it through method. And through this process of overcome them, we will also gain wisdom, what you don't want to become.
Mhm.
What is evil? What is pure evil? You have to see it, you have to understand it. Uh, you have to understand it so you don't become like them. And you have to understand what it means, what evolution means, and your part and role in it, and or what your part and role in it should be. You shouldn't become like the cousins who try to, no, sorry, the esoteric elite who try to control us.
Mhm.
You should overcome them and understand what it means to be like them and what evil are.
Mhm.
Uh, that is wisdom to understand uh, what it means and what it can lead to.
So when you speak of propaganda, I'm curious, in this story of propaganda, which is literally civilization and society as we see it and know it,
Hmm.
who wrote the Bible and
Yeah.
and who is Enoch in this story?
Yes. Yes, the Bible is very interesting. You have different authors in the Bible. Uh,
Hmm.
how can I give you a short answer? It will be a controversial one.
Hmm. I expect
But
that.
uh, Greece and Persia didn't like the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire started to rise up. And the Greek and the Persian saw it as a devolution, as a not an evolution, but a devolution in spiritual teaching. But Rome started to take over and expand and defeated the Phoenicians. They started they waged war against the Persians. When Alexander the Great came to power, I think that the Persian and the Greek banksters backed him up with money.
Mhm.
And they hatched a plan and gave him an army to try to take over. And I think the reason why he won in Persia was because they wanted him to win, to unite Greek and Persia under Alexander.
Mhm.
I think it was as an inside job.
Mhm.
They want from Persia's side. They wanted Alexander to win. He was backed up by Babylon money, the Babylon banksters. They founded his war campaign.
Yeah.
Alexander put up libraries around this world,
Mhm.
this place, like Greece, Persia, Egypt.
Mhm.
And in these libraries, they collected all kinds of esoteric knowledge and information. And it was like a university with a library. So they invited a lot of different esoteric traditions
Mhm.
to study under one university in one roof and with all these beautiful books and knowledge. Well, Alexander died, but the plan started with Alexander. And in these libraries, they start to create the Old Testament as a propaganda hit piece against Rome. Because what they are telling the Jewish people there is that they are the chosen ones. The God has chosen them, and that the Roman Empire is their enemy, oppressors.
Right.
They created a fundamentalistic group of people who, with the aim to destroy Rome from within.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why they are the chosen by God.
Hmm.
And in the Old Testament and in the Torah, you have they are the God's chosen people and so on.
Hmm. Hmm.
But this goes both ways. Therefore, the Bible is very interesting because when they put this information together, when they created the Old Testament, from one of the libraries of Alexander, they did also method to invoke gods and communicate with them to have
Mm,
profound information downloads.
mhm.
And there were an infiltration there from some watchers, for example. So if you
Ah,
read
mhm,
behind the lines, you will also see the lines that can set you free.
mhm,
Because this goes both ways. The infiltration goes
mhm, mhm.
both ways.
Uh,
If you can read it with the right eyes, you will see a lot of things I have talked about here today
mhm.
between those lines, if you
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, makes sense.
So
Totally.
that, mm. And we can see this how they've used the Abrahamic religion, right?
Mhm,
Now they use Islam to infiltrate Europe,
mhm,
uh, uh,
mm,
Christianity to destroy uh, the Asa belief, the Mayas, the Incas.
mhm,
The Abrahamic religion have always been created to infiltrate and destroy
mhm.
civilizations.
Exactly. Do you think Enoch was taken up to the Watchers?
Yes, Enoch is a very interesting character. And what that story tells me is that Enoch had access to the Cliphotic tree
Mhm,
and started to communicate with the Watchers, and they showed him
mhm.
knowledge and information.
Yeah.
And
And they took him back.
exactly, and
Mhm,
took him back. And in a way, everyone who goes there are
mhm.
an Enoch character.
Yeah.
Uh, and we talked about this before, that it's very sad that they instead of esoteric masters, they made them out to be gods. Therefore,
Mhm,
we cannot mimic them. We cannot become like them because
mhm.
they are so much better than us. They are gods, and you are just a human. Just sit still in the boat, do nothing. This propaganda all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you have to see through the lies. And the thing is that they don't lie some of the time. No, they lie
Mm,
all of the time.
yeah.
Everything is a lie. If they tell you these gods are evil, then you should approach them. If they tell these gods are good, you should react.
Mhm. Exactly.
And that's the reason why you have to be brave. You have to go back to Atlantis. You have to see what happened there. You have to
Mhm,
understand what happened there. And through this process, you will understand power. You will understand darkness. You will understand progress and evolution in that sense that you can be a force for evolution, not against evolution. And that really you don't have a choice.
mhm. Brilliant.
Because there are things that holds evolution back from us right now, and that's the demiurge and his esoteric elite. And we have to take everything back
Mhm,
now. We are standing here.
mhm,
You can almost hear the water. Sorry to say, but the flood
mhm.
is upon us.
Yeah.
This time around, it will be through technology. It will try to defeat us through technology.
And we'll
But this
go
is, mm,
and we'll go into a video for everybody about that,
mm.
uh, posting it on the other platforms. So you,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. If you want me to decode this agenda, I
Hmm.
can do it in detail and show you exactly what they are
Would be wonderful.
telling. Mm.
And I think it's important for people to really know exactly what we're up against here and see it in every minute of how they live. Like this is, you know,
I agree.
it's
And
not
I,
just over there. It's not like, oh, it's just over there. No, it's we're inside it.
yes, we are in it. Yes,
Hmm.
for sure. And I agree with you. Can't agree. And I really search for a platform I can put it out. Every time I've done it so far, it have been cancelled. I've been threatened, and but if you know a platform we can do it on, I think it's perfect.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can also put it on my website as well for people. So,
Mm,
right?
great.
So that's not a problem. Um,
Let,
mm,
let's do that, and also I can go into the method in more detail, how to access the old gods and how to work with the Kundalini chakra
mhm.
and all of that.
Yeah,
If
and the steps, like
mm,
this is where, if you have never done anything like this before, this is
mm,
where to start, how to
yes,
start. Like
yeah.
we'll just get into to it. But this has been fabulous. Fabulous.
Thank you, Lola.
Anything else
And
before we?
no, it's been an honor and pleasure, Lola, and wonderful how people enjoy the presentation. I remember the most important part for me is to inspire you to do the work, and it's a very real thing. So I hope the epilogue inspires you to do the work. And
And you teach this, correct?
yes, I have courses in the left-hand path,
Hmm.
and I know that left-hand path have a bad rap, and there are certain uh, there are some people who use it for their own ends and
Hmm.
egoistic uh, their own egoistic goals, and that's very sad because it's not what it is about.
Hmm.
Uh, but you can always use and abuse knowledge and
Yeah.
information, and I think Left and Path especially have had a bad rap.
Hmm.
Uh, Attract wrong kind of a people. They think it is something it is not. Um,
Hmm.
if I can sum up what left hand path is to transform your own darkness into gold or to transform your lead into gold and to get rid of all the programs that keeps you back from becoming the real you.
Hmm. Hmm. Brilliant. Uh, Website? How do people contact
Yes,
you?
absolutely. Thank you, Lala. I have a website called davidblock.org, uh, davidblock.org, and I have a YouTube channel called David Block. And I will upload the latest Eon Byte there. I decode AI, and I talk about this, what we have talked about here today, uh, about the technology, how they try to sell in the idea of androids and give up your humanity, uh, and Stanley Kubrick. And I will upload it on my
Hmm.
channel. And you
Okay.
have it already now on Eon Byte. So if you search for Eon Byte Gnostic Radio AI David Block, I'm sure you will find it. Um,
And how do people reach you?
yes, the best way is to go to my YouTube channel, but you can also uh, give me a mail on davidblockesoterica@gmail.com.
Okay.
davidblockesoterica@gmail.com.
Great. I'm just curious because you said that in the one that you did with Aeon Bytes, you do some information about Kubrick.
Yes. So I'm
And can
talking.
you tell people what that is?
Yes, Kubrick was a director. He made a couple of movies,
Mhm.
and he was very heavy into esoteric stuff.
Mm,
And I have decoded his movies, the most esoteric movies of his, and that is The Shining,
mm,
A Space Odyssey 2001, Eyes Wide Shut, and AI. Now he was dead because they probably killed him after Eyes Wide Shut
mm,
because he he had the rights to the last edit version of the movie, and they took away 20 minutes from the movie, and he wouldn't approve, therefore he had to go. And after the Eyes Wide Shut movie, he was supposed to do this movie AI. Now he was dead and he couldn't do his last movie AI, but he had made the scripts and the graphics and uh, all of that. But it
Mm,
was Steven Spielberg who directed the movie, but it is Kubrick who did the script and the design for the movie.
interesting.
Yes, and it's a very
Hmm.
interesting director, and yes, highly recommend it.
Why, after all the movies he did, why was it that movie in particular that he ended up allegedly being removed?
Yes, that's a good question. Um, uh, I think his most profound movies are The Shining and The Space Odyssey 2001, to be honest, or maybe, but I think uh, Eyes Wide Shut would maybe be the most devastating movie for them if he were allowed to keep the 20 minutes they wanted to cut out.
Oh, mm,
Therefore, we are missing a lot of information. Uh,
mhm.
Now he was dead, therefore, they can edit the movie and take away the 20 minutes of footage
That we'll never see.
that we will never see.
Hmm. Incredible. Isn't
It's
that
very,
convenient?
yeah, always convenient for these people, isn't it? The Stanley Kubrick was a very brave man,
Do you
and
think, mm,
hmm,
and you decode?
and I decode his most profound
Hmm.
movies on my channel if you want to see
Yes.
it. And
Do you think he was trying to help us?
yes, and what he's saying in some of the movies, specifically the last one, AI,
Hmm.
is that don't fall for their propaganda to turn you into an android because you are a human with a soul. Don't allow them to take your spark, your soul.
Hmm.
If they manage to transform you into an android, you will lose. You will lose your spark. You will lose your ability to evolution. You will lose your ability to have access to your soul and your spark, and
Hmm.
you are done.
So, Spielberg already made the movie AI, so that's a movie that's already been made.
Yes, so AI was made
Hmm.
what year? Uh, 20 years ago, maybe. It's
Mm,
quite old. It's not, but Kubrick died of the Eyes Wide Shut, and if I remember correctly, Eyes Wide Shut was 1999, is it not?
1999, I think.
Yeah,
Hmm.
has to be like 2003 something
Okay.
for AI, but it's a very it is a good movie, and Stanley Kubrick knew Steven Spielberg.
Hmm.
You can argue about Steven Spielberg and who he is, and you have accusations and so on. But I really think Steven Spielberg made a good job out of it because I can see Stanley Kubrick behind
Mm,
the movie.
hmm. Hmm.
And it is a good movie. And if you watch it,
Mm,
uh, see my decode of it, and you will understand
hmm.
what Stanley Kubrick tried to tell you.
Okay, so just give everybody again your YouTube and your website, just so that they're clear on it. I don't want them to forget that.
Thank you, Lauda. Yes, you have my website, davidblock.org, and block is Block, David Block. And then you have my mail, davidblockesoterica at gmail.com.
Okay. And your YouTube is,
And my YouTube is David Block. So if you search for
okay.
David Block, you will find it.
Did you have
Uh,
another YouTube as well?
yeah, and I changed my old one into David Block. I had
Oh,
like an alias, but you know,
okay.
I want to there are many frauds out there. I think I want to show you that my name is David Block, and I
Hmm.
try to tell you the truth.
Yep.
I'm here to try to help humanity. And I think we are in a period of time we have to rise up and take back what's ours.
Yeah. Clock is ticking, and
Mm,
we're almost at midnight.
exactly.
David, thank you so much. It is an absolute honor.
Thank you,
Truly,
Lauda.
truly.
It's been an honor to be with you, and let's do another show together.
We
Uh,
will. That's the next
and
one.
I hope your audience survive all the way through this presentation. It will be a massive one, and I hope they like it. And thank you for having me on.
I think they'll love it, and it'll take them through until we get to the next one. So I think it's great, and they can take as long as they need to go through the video, which is what's great about
Exactly.
this. So um,
Exactly.
it's brilliant. Your work is brilliant.
Thank you.
Your your slides are just it's so powerful and beautifully done. I have to tell you that. And the
Thank you, Lauda.
artwork you select is gorgeous. I don't know if it's your own.
No, but I always try to find, I want to have a feeling and it has to fit the
Yeah.
topic and the, yeah,
Hmm.
it takes
Yeah,
some time,
beautiful.
but thank you.
And yeah, I want to thank everybody for being here, and I just can't wait for the next one. I'm sending out to everyone, and wherever you are, just make every moment count.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, David. Truly,
Thank you.
truly. Okay.
Thank you, Laura.